Hey. Hey. I think I'm good. Just want to, I got like a minute. I'd just like to firstly apologize for the words reading. It's been 30 hours without sleep, so it goes in pretty slow. I will say big shout out to everybody sharing this. I just saw like Pineapple Express and Townsville Newsflash. Good on your Fimmel if you see this, mate. Thank you. And everybody liking it as well. It goes a long way to like just share the stream. I think it's pretty funny. And just quickly, like for me, I haven't really said anything, but there's no way I'm not getting this bloody world record. I'm doing it. There's no way. I feel good. Body feels good, and we got a good routine. So yeah, we're gonna bang this in. We are gonna bang this in, and I've got like I'm getting pretty good at like the desk and stuff as well, considering it's day 2, so it'll only get better from here. I'm keen to finish these books with all these big names. The Bible was testing. This is also testing. I've got to start reading again. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. Post a new link. Andy gone, distraught at the idea of her brother's soul being denied rest, attempts to cover the corpse, but is caught in the act. Creon sentences her death for her disobedience and has her sealed up in a cave. Although he has changed his mind at the last minute and commands herself to be set free, it is too late. She has changed herself. By the end of Sophocles' dramatization of this myth, Antigone and her fiancé Haman have both committed suicide. At the news of this does Creon's wife Eurydice. The curse on the Theban royal house was relentless, and the Greeks seemed endless to be fascinated by it. Sigmund Freud notably saw in the Oedipus myth a playing out of this theory that infant sons long for the cause and exclusive relationship, and with their mothers included an unconscious sexual one, and hate their fathers for coming between this perfect mother-son reunion. It was an oft-noted irony. Of all men in history, Oedipus was the one with the least claim to an Oedipus complex. He left Corinth because of the idea of sex with his mother was so repugnant. Not only was his attraction to Jocasta adult an incestuous element wholly unwitting, but it came after the killing of his father Laus, which itself was accidental and entirely unconnected to any infant sexual jealousy. None of which put Freud off his stride. Aside from the encounter with the Sphinx, there is little in Oedipus to connect him to the common run of Greek heroic figures. He strikes us today as a modern tragic hero and political animal. It is hard to picture him shaking hands with Heracles or joining the crew of Argo. Many scholars and thinkers, most notably Friedrich Nietzsche, in his book The Birth of Tragedy, have seen in Oedipus a character who works out on stage the tensions of Athenius and us all, between the reasoning, mathematically literate citizen and the transgressive blood criminal, between the thinking and the intersexual being, between the superego and the ID, between the Apollyon and the Dionysian impulses that contend with us, is a detective who employs all of the fields of inquiry of which the Athenians were so proud: logic, numbers, rhetoric, and orders, discovery, only to reveal a truth that is disordered, a shameful, transgressive, and bestial. The Chosen One. It's the archetype of fiction for children, young adults, and, let's be honest, pretend grown-ups like us too. A mysterious, absent father, a doting mother who encourages you to believe that you are special, the Chosen One. You are a wizard, Harry, that kind of thing. It goes like this. You grow up in the city-state of Troezen in the backwaters of the northeastern Peloponnese. Your mother is Athra, daughter of the local king Pythias. You are a member of a royal house, yet you were treated differently because you have no father. Who is, or was he? Your mother, playful on the subject. He is a great king, greater than grandfather Titus, maybe, but perhaps he is God. Maybe, but perhaps he is God. My father is God. You never know. Well, I am faster and stronger than any of the other boys, cleverer too, handsomer. You are not good at thesis. I am. What aren't I good at? Modesty. Pooh, honesty is more important. Let's just say immodesty is rather unattractive. Your father really wouldn't approve. Which is father, the king or the god? And so the teasing of the gentle bickering would go on as you grow from boisterous toddler and proud child. One great happy day, your cousin Heracles comes to stay at the place. He is related to your mother through an important ancestor called Pelops. You have worshipped him from first moment you heard stories, extraordinary adventures, the moment he has slain, the tasks he has performed, his strength, his courage. When he arrives, he slings a lion skin down in front of the fire. The pelt of the Thespian lion, the first of his great conquests, all the other palace children scream and run away. You are the only six, but you run up and seize the lion by its mane. You roll around on the floor with it, roaring and roaring. You try to strangle it. A laughing Heracles plucks you up. Here is a young fellow after my own heart. What's your name, copper? Theseus, please. Well, Theseus, please. Plan to grow up a hero? Oh, yes, cousin, indeed. And he laughed, and he put you down on the lion skin. And from that moment on, you know that it is your destiny, even though you are not entirely sure what the word means to be a hero. Your 12th birthday, your mother takes your hand and leads you out of Troezen, up a path that leads to a promontory with a view of the whole city and surrounding countryside. She indicates a great rock. The Theseus, if you can roll that rock away, he will tell you all about your father. You leap at the rock, you push it with your arms stretched out, you turn, you tell, you swarm all over the rock, but at least you fall exhausted to the ground. The great builder has not budged by you so much as the breadth of your little finger. Can't budge by so much the breadth of your little finger. Come on, little size fierce. We'll try again next year, says your mother. And each birthday, from then on, you go together to the rock. I do believe your mother says some years later that you were growing the outlines of something approaching a beard, Theseus. It will give me strength, you say. This is the year, but it is not the year, nor is it the next. You grow impatient. No one can match you in a foot race, even if you give them a half-stadium start. No one can throw a javelin or discus further. Chosen seems too small for your ambitions. You will not shake the world, for you are almost weary as you trudge up the hill with your mother. This particular birthday, this rock is a fake test. It will never move, but you are wrong. Under the rock. Theseus did not feel that he was stronger this birthday than the last. The palace guards joked with him that he was now tall enough to be one of their number if he chose. His beard sometimes needed trimming. It was darker than his hair, which was unusual, russety kind of red. He had hated that when he was young, but he was used to it by now. A girl he liked had told him he was unattractive. Otherwise, he was the same old Theseus. But this time the rock shifted. It really moved. Theseus could have sworn it was not the same rock, but that was nonsense. Perhaps it was not the same Theseus. He braced, dug his feet, and pushed further with almost comical ease. The rock turned one whole revolution towards the edge of the push, then another. Shall I let it roll down the hill? No one can leave it just where it is. His mother was smiling. It's now exactly where it was before. Your father rolled it in the place it has stood for the last 18 years. But what does it all mean? Have a dig in the ground and see if you can find anything. The grass was white where the boulder had rested on it all these years. Theseus scrabbled at the earth until his fingers found something, and he came up with a pair of sandals, one of which was little perished, or had perhaps been chewed by the beetles. Great, he said. Just what I wanted for my birthday. Some old leather sandals. Keep digging, his mother said. He dug deeper, and his fingers closed around something cold. He pulled up a sword which gleamed like silver. Who is this? It was your father's, but now it is yours. Who was he? Sit down on the bank, and I will tell you. Arthur patted the glass. Your father is the king of Aegis, of Athens. Athens? He married twice, but neither union was blessed with children. He wanted a son, so he visited an oracle at Delphi. You know how strange her pronouncements can be. This one was the strangest of all. Aegis must not loosen and bulging mouth of the wineskin until he has reached the heights of Athens, or he will die of grief. What the hell does that mean? Exactly. Now Aegis happened to be a close friend of Father Good King Prychus. Grandfather, your grandpapa, exactly. So Aegis went out of his way to stop here in Troezen while travelling back from Delphi to see if perhaps Prychus might be able to interpret the words of the oracle for him. And could he? Well now, Theseus, here you have to admire your grandfather's cunning. He did understand the prophecy. He understood it perfectly. The bulging mouth of the wine skin meant so far as he could see Aegis's manhood. Let us say, so the prophecy was saying to Aegis, don't conjoin with any woman until you return to Athens. That's a new one. Shush. Now, Prychus thought it might be rather wonderful for me, his daughter, to carry his child by a king of such a great city of Athens. It would be allow the baby, you as it turned out, to be king of the united Athens and Troezen. So grandfather pretended he thought the prophecy meant that Aegis should abstain from drinking wine until he got home to Athens. He then called me for me and told me to show Aegis around the palace and gardens. One thing led to another, and we found ourselves in my bedchambers. And I was conceived. I was stunned, Theseus. Yes, but there's more, said Athra. Crimson with embarrassment, she had always known this day would come, and had rehearsed her telling Theseus the story of his birth. Rehearsed her telling Theseus the story of his birth many times, but now that the day had come, the words seemed to stick in her throat. More, that night, after ages, your father had loosened his bulging wineskin. Yes, that he rolled off and fell asleep. I couldn't sleep though. I went to the spring, the one down where dedicated to Poseidon, and cleanse myself and think. My father had sent me to sleep with the stranger so that he could play politics. I was angry, but I found to my surprise I liked Aegis. He was kindly, manly, and exciting. Mother, please. But when I washed myself in the pool of the spring, who do you think arose? Who? The god Poseidon? What? And he took me to. He. It's not funny, Theseus. It's not laughing, Mother. Believe me, I'm not laughing. I'm just trying to understand. Don't tell me Poseidon loosened his bulging wineskin. I swear to you, it's all true. The very same night that I slept with Aegis, Poseidon took me to. So which one is my father? Both, I'm quite sure of it. I returned to Aegis' bed when he woke in the morning, so he embraced me and apologized. I was married, you see, so he could hardly take me back to Athens with him. We left the bedchamber before anyone else was awake, and he brought me up to this place, and he buried his sword and his sandals just there, and he rolled rock over the place. If our union last night bears the fruit of a boy or a child is born to you, let him move the rock when he is a man enough and tell him who he is. Then he may come to Athens and claim his birthright. As you can easily imagine, Theseus was thunderstruck by the news. His mother's teasing over the years had convinced him that he was the idea that his mysterious father was a king or a god was nothing but a childish fantasy. So Grandpa knew the prophecy meant that Argius, my father, would have a son next time he had sex, and he decided you should be the mother. That's right. But that's the prophecy, said Aegis, should not loosen his bulging wineskin. Where do these oracles get their metaphors from? Before he got to Athens, he would die of grief. Well, yes, but he did loosen it before he got to Athens. Has he since died of grief? Well, no, he hasn't, after he conceded oracles. They talked and talked until the evening star had risen. Mother and son wound their way home, Theseus wishing the sword the long graph. When they arrived at the place, Akra sought for them an immediate interview with King Pyrrhus. So, my boy, now you know your history, a son of Trojan, a son of Athens. I think that what this will mean for the Peloponnese. We can unite our fleets and rule Attica. Corinth will be furious. And Sparta, won't they spit with envy? Now, what do you do first? We'll equip a ship for you as soon as possible. Sail over to Piraeus tomorrow. Why not? And you can get yourself up to the Athenian court and make yourself known to old Aegis. He'll be tickled, you know. He married Jason's widow, don't you know, Medea of Colchis. A terrifying woman by all accounts, sorceress and murderer. Of her own close kid. I'll hunt you out a present for you, a little treasure of some kind. You can give it to both of them with my regards. Oh, that was a good night's work. What a good night's work that was. Pyrrhus embraced his daughters and punched his grandson playfully. Theseus had other ideas. He went to his room, rubbed a few possessions into a handkerchief. A prince of Trojan arrived by ship, holding the same jeweled trinket and waving a silver sword with a hello, Daddy, it's me. How heroic was that? Not heroic at all. What would Heracles have presented himself like that? Like a spoiled princeling? Never. Theseus knew what he... Theseus knew that when he entered Athens, he should enter as a hero, and he thought he had an idea how that could be achieved. There was only two ways to get to Athens from Trojan: walking around its coastline or by the waters of the Saronic Gulf. The latter was a long and arduous journey, but more than that, it was the notoriously dangerous, and some of the most brutal and merciless outlaws, robbers and murderers in all of Greece lay in there waiting. Naturally, it was the route of any self-respecting hero would take. If Theseus arrived in Athens, having rid the highway of its legendary brigands, now that would be something. Theseus put on his father's old sandals, buckled up his sword to his belt, wrapped his few other possessions, and slipped out. A few other moments later, he was back. He scribbled a note to his mother and grandfather and left it on the bed. Didn't like the idea of a sea voyage. Thought I'd go on foot. Theseus. The labors of Theseus. 1. Periphetes. Theseus had hardly been traveling more than an hour before he found the path blocked by a lumbering, shuffling, one-eyed, wielding an enormous club. Theseus knew exactly who this must be. Periphetes, aka Corynetes, the clubman. Oh dear, wheezed the Cyclops. A nice soft head, the crusher, my club, he made of bronze. You know, my father is a smith, the smith of smiths, my father is. Yes, we all know you claim to be the son of Hephaestus, said Theseus, affecting boredom. People have fallen for your story because you are ugly and lame, but I cannot believe that an Olympian god would ever have such a stupid child. Oh, stupid am I? Incredibly so. Claiming that your club is bronze. Who sold it to you? Anyone can see that it's oak. I made it myself, hooted Periphetes in outrage. Hey, he is not oak. Would an oaken club be so heavy? You say it's heavy, but I can see you swinging it from one hand to the other as easily as if it were made of feathers. That's because I'm a strong cretin. You try. I bet you can't even hold it. Oh my, yes, it is heavy, said Theseus, taking it. His hand dropped down almost to the ground as if unable to take the weight, and I can see the cold hardness of the bronze. See? Nice balance. To it, said Theseus, suddenly lifting it high and sweeping it around. On the word balance, it met Periphetes' thigh bone with a satisfying crunch. The giant fell with a howl of pain. I think I like this club, said Theseus, crushing it down on Periphetes' skull with 6 splintering blows. In the rocks to the side of the road, Theseus found the robbers' hideout. A hoard of gold, silver, and stolen valuables had been laid neatly and carefully on the ground, in a perfect semicircle, around a towering shrine of crushed skulls. Theseus unearthed a leather bag and filled it with his treasure. He felt he had to keep the club too. Heracles always carried a club, so should he. 2. Sinus. Further north, the road swung east along the Isthmus of Corinth. As Theseus walked, enjoyed the sun on his face and sea glittering to his right, he encountered plenty of friendly travellers. To those in need, he gave coins and previous objects to his satchel. Perhaps the talk of terrifying brigands on this road is exaggerated, he thought to himself. And just as he had decided this must be the case, he came to a rise in the ground where he saw a man standing between 2 trees. What is that in that bag, boy? That's my affair, said Theseus. Oh, it's your affair, is it? Well, I have a special way of dealing with snotty little runts like you in the litter. See these 2 trees? Theseus knew at once that this must be Cineas, Pityacamptes. Sinus, the pine bender, stories of this strange and terrible man were told all around the world. The Peloponnese, he would be travellers between 2 pine trees, that with his great strength he could bend down after tormenting his victims. After a while, Sinus would release the hold on the trees, which would straighten up, pulling the poor man traveller apart. A cruel, horrible death, a cruel, horrible man. I'll put down my club, said Theseus. I'll put down my sword, and he'll put down my satchel, because I want to kneel before your greatness. How's that? I've been travelling for 4 days on this road, and I hear nothing but tales of marvellous sinners, Pityacamptes. Yes, well, that's fine, but don't go weird on me. Oh, God, I'm not worthy to meet such a fine man, so pure a hero. Theseus prostrated himself in the grass. Look, just come here, will you? I cannot. Move, I am awestruck. Sinus the great, Sinus the marvellous, Sinus the magnificent, bender of pines, bender of men. You're soft in the head, you are, said Sinus, advancing. Come on, get up. But somehow, in the ensuing confusion, Theseus and Sinus managed to swap positions. Now Sinus was spread eagle on the ground, with Theseus above him, pinning him down. I'm great, Sinus. It is not fair that you have given so much pleasure to so many, but received none for yourself. Let me go. No, my lord, said Theseus, dragging Sinus to his wrist throughout the grass, like a child pulling a toy car. You have done so much kindness, and so many strangers without any thought for yourself. Now, if I attach your arms to this tree, will you like it so? Sinus sobbed, blubbed, and begged, and Theseus set to work. Your modesty does you nothing but credit, Sinus, he said, reaching for a second pine. But sure, it is only right. The world should have not one of you, but 2. Theseus now held both the pine trees, all family in his grip. You squeal and gibber like a pig, and I know you wet yourself like a frightened child, he said, suddenly very stern. But what mercy did you ever show your terrified victims? I'm sorry, truly sorry. Theseus thought for a while. Yeah, I can see right here that you truly are. I'll just go and see if you're telling the truth about your treasure, and if you are, I'll spare you. Yes, but don't let go. Don't. Let's see, your treasure's over here, you say. Theseus stepped back, releasing the hold on the pines, whipped apart, tearing Senesin in two as they shot upright. Oops, clumsy me, said Theseus. Theseus only left the place after he had unearthed the treasure and chopped down both the trees with his sword. He lit a fire on the pine wood and sent the sweet-smelling smoke in gratitude up to the gods. The Gromionoon sow. Theseus resumed his journey along the isthmus road as it hugged the coast. Before long, he was approaching the village of Comium, midway between Corinth and the city of Megara. He was already nearer Athens than Trutzen. Increasingly, travelers hurrying south or farmers laboring so nervously in the fields paused briefly to warn Theseus of a fearsome creature ravaging the land which they called Comionis Sow. From the stories he was told, Theseus wasn't sure whether the Chromian sow was real, snorting, squealing, snuffing, living pig, or a malicious and murdering old woman. Going by the name of the fear, some swore that he had seen a grey hag transform herself into a pig. Others maintained that fear was simply the pig's keeper. Theseus never saw any grey old hag, but he did encounter a large and aggressive wild pig. The great bronze club was more than a match for it, and it was not long before the gods were treated to something even more delicious than fragrant pine smoke. Syrian. Further along the coast road between Megara and Eleusis, there lurked a notorious outlaw named Siron, or Siron. He had been there for so long that the cliffs over the bay at the point were known as the Syrian Rocks. Far below them, in the impatient circles, Siron and the turtles had an interesting and disturbing relationship. Siron's modus operandi was to force travelers to wash his feet right off the cliff's edge. Then unwitting victims would have their backs to the sea, and when they knelt down to do the washing, he would give a great kick, and then he would tumble down into the waters below, where the greedy turtle was waiting for them, jaws open. No, said Theseus, after Siron had leapt out from behind a tree at sword point, telling him to wash his feet. How disgusting, I'm not touching those. Would you rather be run through with a sword, said Siron. Well, no, conceded Theseus, but where's the bowl of hot water? Where are the scented candles? Where is the goatskin flannel? If I'm going to clean your feet, I may as well do it properly. With a sigh of impatience, Siron, his sword pointing at Theseus the whole time, showed him where he kept all the implements and artifacts necessary to perfect footbath. Theseus insisted on boiling water in a copper bowl that he found. After all, he said cheerfully, if a thing's worth doing, it's worth doing properly. Now go over yonder, growled Siron, when Theseus at last was pronounced that he was satisfied. I'll sit in the stool. Your squat's down there. It's very close to the edge, said Theseus doubtfully. I like to look out to the sea when I'm having my feet washed. No more talking. Let's just get on, shall we? Theseus carried the bowl of steaming water carefully towards the spot. He could feel Sirion's sword point in the small of the back urging him on. Right, so here, closer to the edge. Here, closer still. Goodness, that's steep. Whoa! Theseus had tripped and stumbled forward, free of the sword point against the skin. He turned instantly and hurled the scalding contents of the bowl into Skiron's face. The outlaw gave one short scream from the pain and shock, then after a sudden shove from above, Theseus gave a second, longer scream as he totally wildly on the cliff edge before tumbling down into the blue sea. Theseus looked down and saw the enemy wake of a giant turtle closing in on the thrashing form. At the temple of Demeter in Kor, Elysius Theseus paused to offer his sacrifices and prayers of thanks for his survival thus far. When he set out again on his journey, the coastline began to curl sharply for the worthy and the indignant. Were still plenty of gifts in his satchel, but his mind was now then with the threat of brigands and outlaws. Theseus was just thinking of finding a place to bivouac and sleep for the night, but two tall men, thin men, appeared on either side, seemingly out of nowhere, with their knives pointed at him. A third figure then stepped out in front of him. Theseus had never seen someone so big. He would have dwarfed even Periphetes, the first of his adversaries on the journey. Theseus knew perfectly ordinary people who were shorter than this man was broad. He gave permission to enter my kingdom, the giant roared. Excuse me, I am Cryon, king of the realm. You enter without permission. Well, how very wrong of me. Please accept my apologies. I offer strangers a fight without weapons. If you win, this kingdom is yours. And if I lose, then you die. Theseus looked around. Not much of a kingdom, is it? I mean, compared with Corinth, say. Do you accept the challenge? Oh, yes, I accept. Then remove your sword and your clothes. Excuse me? This is a fight without weapons, only arms and fists and legs and feet. Pure fighting. Theseus looked at the giant, who had cast off his cloak. Maybe this was all something elaborate courting ritual. Being embraced by such a huge, muscle-bound man, and in act of love, he was as horrible as a prospect as being embarrassed by him in active combat. The tall thin guards with their thin knives at the throat were not going to go away, and with no other option open to him, Theseus laid down his sword and club with the sigh and stepped out of the tunic. I can crush bones in one hug, said Circean. Really, said Theseus, your mother must be very proud of you. Tell me, he added, leaping nimbly to one side as Circean came forward in a rush. If I win, will your men really submit to me? If you win, chuckled Canyon, beckoning Theseus for will be their king. Come to me, come to me. Theseus ducked between Cression's legs and felt the giant's balls brushing on the top of his head. Revolting, he said to himself, but they do present a good target. Will you keep still? Exclaimed Cression, infuriated by Theseus' starts and sideways jumps. You don't fight like a man, you dance like a girl. Slowly, Cression began to tire. He was too tired for Theseus to allow himself to engage in what would only take one great bear hug, and this ribs would crack, but the giant's lunges and the swipes were slowly every time he made a move. Theseus found a way to turn his head, strength against him, trying to him further. The next time he ducked between Cressid, leapt onto the giant's scrotum and hung there, twisting it around and around. Cression howled in agony. Stop it! You can't do that. It's cheating. With one last vicious tug, Theseus dropped on the ground. I'll get you. I'll get you. Thundering Cression. He lost his temper. Theseus thought to himself, I've got him now. Cression stumped and lurched forward, blind to anything but revenge. Theseus nipped at his ankles, snapped at his balls, jumped at his toes, laughed and teased and raced around him until Cression was more like an enraged bull than any kind of artful fighter. At last, Theseus lured him to a row of jagged rocks and tripped him. Cression fell face down on the sharp rocks, and Theseus jumped up and down on him like a child bouncing on a bed. The giant's blood spurted up in a fountain and fell in crimson drops as Cression shuddered and gave up his last breath. Theseus turned to the thin guards kneeling on the ground in front of him. Sire, Majesty, oh, stop it, said Theseus. panting from his exertions. Go away, you're free. Quick, go, before I do to you what I did to your king. As he watched them scampering down the hillside, Theseus donned his tunic and gathered up his possessions. 6. Procrustes the Stretcher. Theseus, lost adversary, appeared before him in a valley of support cordialis. Unlike the others, he did not leap out from behind a rock or a tree. He did not bar Theseus's way, and he did not threaten him with swords, clubs, or knives. Instead, he stood in the doorway, pleasantly appointing Stonehouse, and welcomed him with a smile and an offer of hospitality. Hello, stranger. You look as though you've travelled a few leagues. That I have, said Theseus. You will surely be in need of refreshment as a bed for the night. I was thinking of making straight for Athens this evening. Oh, it's a good 12 miles. You'll never make it before midnight. And there are thieves and murderers waiting out there, I can assure you. Believe me, much better to stay here and make the final leg of your journey when you're fresh. You have a cheap, clean lodging and an affordable price. Sold, Theseus, tossing his hand. Theseus of Trojan, Procrustes of Arrhenius, make yourself welcome under our roof. There was something in the smiling and bowing that Theseus did not quite like, but he said nothing and entered the small house. A middle-aged woman was busy wiping down the wooden table with mint leaves. She welcomed him with a bobbing curtsy and a beaming smile. A guest, my dear, said Procrustes, ducking his head to avoid the intel, and he entered, for he was a tall man. To her husband, and Theseus found the nature of the smile quite as off-putting. Do you have water somewhere that I might wash myself, he asked. Wash yourself? What would you do that for? Procrustes asked, amazed. Never you mind, Procrustes. If the young gentleman wants to wash, then let him. Strangers have a strange way of theirs, and end to it. There's a pond out the back where the ducks swim, she added to Theseus. Might that serve your needs? Perfectly, said Theseus, and he made his way out. He saw the pond, but did not make for it. Instead, he doubled around the window at the back, under which he crouched and listened. Oh, he's perfect, my dear, the wife said. Did you see that bulging satchel he's carrying? There'll be silver and gold in there. He's neither tall nor short, Procrustes put in thoughtfully. When I take him to be fitted to the bed, should he be stretched out? What do you think? Oh, I love it. When you medical them and stretch them out, and screams. But there's fun to be had when they're too tall for the bed, chopping off their feet. They scream plenty too. Stretch him, Procrustes. Rack him. It lasts longer. I believe you're right, my dear. I'll go to my room now. And make the bed long. What's he doing anyway? Who ever heard of a man washing himself? It's not making a sound either. Theseus quickly picked up a stone and threw it into the pond. It landed and splashed in a chorus of angry cracking. He's frightening the ducks at any rate. Maybe he's from Sparta, suggests his wife. You hear strange things of Spartans. He said he was from Trojan. They're strange too. Well, he's a stranger here. Stranger things of him soon enough, said Procrustes as he left the room. Theseus came back by way of the pond and was suitably dripping. When he came back into the house, you'll have a cup of wine by the fire, said the woman. The water must be making you chilly. All right. I'm tired for you, said Procrustes. Come back in a wink. Just been making sure that your room is comfortable. That's so thoughtful of you, said Theseus. They say the gods reward hospitality. Well, it's the least that we can do, said Procrustes. It's a rough road from Eleusis to Athens. You can meet some nasty customers along the way. I've certainly encountered plenty of interesting and unusual people on my journey. No one who wanted to harm me, said the woman. No one who wanted to harm you, said the woman, with motherly concern. Oh, I found most of them to be as polite and as friendly as you are, said Theseus with a broad smile. No, you're not too late, Theseus. Why don't you lie down and fit me into bed? No, don't struggle. Now, if you'll just lie down in this bed, I'll see if this fits. No, no, said Theseus. Quick and flash, he executed one of his wrestling moves, which deposited Procrustes face down on the bed. While he was still stunned, Theseus grasped his hands and quickly fixed them to the restraints, and then he did the same to Procrustes' ankle. Procrustes swore loudly, and Theseus smashed him. What a remarkable bed this is, he said, walking around it slowly. There's a handle here. I wonder what this does. He picked up the crank, fitted it to the mechanism, and at the end of the bed, and when he turned the handle, the bed shortened in length. Language, Procrustes, please. I see you have an axe here. Perhaps that is to fit your guest properly to your bed. I wonder if it works. Theseus lopped off Procrustes' protruding feet and ankles. The screams were terrible, so Theseus silenced them by chopping off his head too. The body quivered and jerked for a few seconds, blood spouting out from each end. As we detaching Procrustes and rolling him off the bed, he heard the wife coming down the passageway. Oh, you haven't started without me, have you, my love? I heard the screams, but I had bread in the oven, and she stopped and stared at the sight of that met her. Theseus standing cheerfully, axe in hand, her husband dead, floor and blood everywhere, head on the floor and blood everywhere. No, you're not too late, said Theseus. Why don't you lie down? Let me fit you to the bed. No, no, don't struggle. It'll be much easier if you lie still. Don't let me attach you to these clever manacles like so. Dear me, you are far too short for this bed, far too short. Let me make you better fit. The woman spat and screamed and cursed. That Theseus took no notice as he turned the handle. You see how I can stretch you? They say that it is very good for your muscles. He cranked until he could hear the woman's shoulders crack, so her arms were slowly pulled from the shoulder sockets. Still not quite fit. Now her hips began to click and snap. You were right about the scream, said Theseus. Just as well. You have no neighbors. She did die in terrible agony, but Theseus thought of the agony of the many travelers who had the misfortune of accept of hospitality and the couples he found, plenty of stolen jewelry, and behind the duck pond, a carver midden of bones, more than 200 had screamed their last in this evil place. Theseus threw lit rushes into windows of the house and crushed the road to lie down in the field opposite and watch it burn. Procrustes' wife, bed and all. As the embers died, he curled up and thought to himself how the best beds were to be found in nature, in the hedgerow, and under the wise all-seeing stars. In the morning he should stop off at the river Cephisus and cleanse himself. That, he felt, was important. The figure of the strode through the morning market in the Athenian agora attracted attention right away. He was tall and handsome, yet despite his youth, he was fierce demeanor and confident in his bearing, and lithe reed and broad shoulders spoke about a warrior or athlete. Such figures were not rare in Athens, but nonetheless they were an everyday sight. It was the club he carried that started the rumors flying. Theseus stopped off at a stall to buy a melon. A small boy saw the club and intrigued, touched him. Is that bronze? He asked. Theseus nodded gravely. That is what the man I took from the claimed, and I have every reason to believe him. The stallholder leaned forward. I heard that Periphetes the bandit was killed. He carried a club like this, they say. Periphetes Coronitis, went the cry. Is this the man we've heard tell of, the one who tore Sinis apart from the pine trees, the lone traveller who outfought Circean, slew the Cromenian sow, and lopped off the legs from the Procrustes the stretcher, and fed Syrian the cliff killer to the Turdus. Theseus found himself being lifted bodily and carried by the palace by a cheering crowd. He was a nameless hero of the Isthmian road, the savior of the Saronic coast. His name is Theseus, and he is the prince of Trojan. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah for Theseus. Theseus had deliberately set out to make a name for himself and had succeeded. That is why he chose the footpath of the greatest danger, over the sea lane of the great safety. But he was not entirely vain, and he had enough sense to understand that fame and hero worship cut two ways. They may embolden and excite the populace, but they aggravate and alarm the powerful. He had no wish to alienate his father, before they had even met. With smiles and small friendly backstabbing, he managed to extricate himself within from the cheering crowd. Thank you, friends, and he said, safely back at the street level. Thank you, I'm just a man like any other, and it is as humble citizen that I began an audience with your king. Such modesty, of course, served only to increase the adoration of the Athenian citizenry. They understand and respected such humility and allowed him to enter the palace alone and unencumbered by an entourage of admirers. The figure that strode through the morning market in the Athenian agora attracted attention right away. Thank you, friends, he said, safely back at the street. Such modesty, of course, served only to increase the adoration of the Athenian citizenry. They understand and respected such humility. They allowed him to enter the place alone, unencumbered, and encouraged admirers. King Aegeus received Theseus with the throne room. Seated beside him, his third wife, Maida. Everyone heard of Medea and the part she played in ensuring the success of the quest of the Golden Fleece. Stories abounded of her powers as an enchantress and of her implacable will, her passion as a lover of wife and mother, and had driven her, they said, to do the most unspeakable things. Child murder, blood murder, there was nothing of which she was not capable. But looking at her, you saw only beauty, the only simple sweetness. Theseus bowed before them both. So this is the young man of whom we've heard tell, a prince of Trojan, no less, a grandson of my old friend Pychius. Rid us of our infestations of bandits, said he. Aegeus did not, of course, recognize his son. If there was something in the russet of the Theseus hair that matched his own sparse and graying thatch, it did not cause much comment. The Grecian mainland, Macedonian and partner, was filled with men and women of varying degrees, sandy, ginger, and copper hair. Theseus bowed again. And that's a lot of killing, young man, said Medea, with a smile and flash of her green eyes. I hope you have done something to purge your souls of so much blood. Yes, Majesty, the Theseus, I saw that Peteldus, who have a temple beside the river Cephesus, and begged for atonement. They purified me. That was very clever, very proper of you, Medea recommended her words, but Theseus caught the spark of enmity too. He said that confessed himself so far from pleased to him. Yes, we will make sure that you're very grateful to the king. Please make sure yourself at home, that here in the place, I'm sure, I can find something for you to do in the army somewhere. In there are many ways good men may be of service to us. Aegeus, this throne was in the truth far from secure, being childless. All expected a share in the throne. When he gone, they're aggressive, impatient at his refusal to abdicate or die, caused Aegeus many sleepless nights. Medea and Aegeus had a son, Medus, whom she hoped would rule Athens after Aegeus' death. Medea looked after the young man now stood before her, such a false modesty and fake charm. She was not fooled for an instant. She looked down more closely, and her heart kept in her breast. She saw her hair, but more than that, she noticed a look, a cast of features that she knew from Aegeus. Rumors had abounded of his visit. When was it? Yes, 17 or 18 years ago, to the Delphic oracle, and thence to Trojan, after his friend Piteus, who had a daughter, Athra. Yes, this bold youth was the bastard of that union. Medea was certain of it. Searching gaze he was giving Aegeus only confirmed her conviction. Well, she would put an end to this threat. Nothing would come between her and the plans that she had for Medus to inherit the throne. Actually, I can't think of something he might do for us. If he, excuse me, Theseus was it. What an unusual name. If Theseus might consider, she leaned across and whispered into Aegeus' ear. He nodded brightly. Yes, yes. The queen was always is wise. You seek adventure, young man. You would like to help Athens? Theseus nodded eagerly. The villagers over here, Marathon, have been complaining about some terrifying bull that is rampaging around the plain. Terrible. From Crete originally. They tell me it's making trade and civil congress in the region all but impossible. If you know what they say about you and what the sow and commune is true, you don't think so. Say no more, sire, said Theseus. With this most respected bow, he left on his mission. What a good idea. Media, my dear, said Aegeus. I didn't like the cut of what a young man and such popularity is dangerous. Did you hear how the crowd cheered him? As a dangerous youth for certain, will have seen the last of him. That bull breathes fire. From its nostrils, it's untamable. I should know. I am not so sure, said Medea. I should make fire and look into the flames. There is something about that boy. The Marathon Bull. The news that Aegeus had sent Theseus to kill the bull at Marathon sent shockwaves throughout Africa. For the king, he'd sent a young man, very same mission before, with a disastrous consequence. He'd received Prince Androgeus, a son of King Minos of Crete, as a guest and foolishly sent him on the same errand to rid Athens of a terrible bull that was devastating the countryside. The bull had promptly killed Androgeus, and as a punishment for such an egregious sin against the law of hospitality, Minos had invaded Attica and threatened to raze the city, the ground unless, well, we will come to that soon enough. For the moment, everyone wondered how Aegeus could be making the identical same disastrous mistake, for it was the identical same disastrous bull. We first encountered this prodigiously significant beast when it was known as the Cretan bull, the very one Heracles had been ordered to capture in his seventh labor. After he let it go, you will recall it fled from Mycenae and eventually ended up in Marathon, where it had been terrorizing the inhabitants there. Theseus went to Marathon and once more demonstrated the difference between his brand of heroism and that of Heracles, who, if you remember, had planted himself on the ground and let the bull come to him, seizing it by the horns and using his sheer physical strength to subdue it. Theseus approached the problem in a way of his own. He watched the bull for some time. He saw no flames jetting out of its nostril. He did see enormous strength and a terrible primal savagery in its furious snorting, bellowing, and pawing of the ground. The ravaged countryside, gored livestock, and flattened buildings all told him of the animal's formidable power, instinct to kill. But he really no more frightening than Cursion, whom I wrestled to the ground and dashed on the rocks, he said to himself. Sure enough, he employed the same subtle art of turning bull out. Theseus was too lithe, nimble, and quick each time the bull came at him. Theseus jumped onto the air, which baffled the animal. He found himself charging through vacant space beneath him. You don't breathe fire, said Theseus, leaping over him for the 10th time, but your breath is hot. At last the great beast was too tired to resist any further. Theseus harnessed him and ploughed the plain of Marathon. The ploughing demonstrated his mastery of the beast and proved to the delighted inhabitants that they could now grow crops from the farm and land in safety. Theseus returned in triumph to Athens with their bull, which he sacrificed to Apollo in Agora. Argi's plan could not have backfired more spectacularly. Far from ridding himself of this threat to the peace and security, he had propelled Theseus to even greater heights, popularity, and acclaim. All Athens thrilled to the procession, though the streets as Theseus led the great bull once so ferocious, but now as a placid, docile, and castrated ox, and made the whole noble of them. What a sacrifice to Apollo! The people had never seen such a hero. Aegis was bound to throw a feast in his honor, and it was while he was moodily dressing for this that Medea entered his chamber. This young man bodes nothing but ill for us, my husband. I'm so aware of this. I see Medea showed him a small crystal phial. In there is a quantity of wolfsbane. The Queen's poison, they call it, do they? It has many names, said Medea coldly. Blue rocket, devil helmet, leopard's fire, aconite. It is enough to know that it kills. I dropped the comments in the popinjay prince cup, and lo, we are rid of the problem. It will seem as though he has had a fit of the storm in the mind, and we shall put it about. So, Hades was greedy for so great soul to come to the underworld. He will say he sent Thanatos, Lord of Death, to bring Theseus to his eternal rest in paradise. You clever little thing, said Aegeus, chucking her under the chin. Don't you ever do that again. No, Medea, my dear. He did not see Medea slip the poison into Theseus's cup at the table, but sign from her showed that she had managed to do so. She did not quite so far as to tap the side of the nose, but the slow and meaningful nod she gave Aegeus assured him that it was ready. So now, my people, said Aegeus, rising his cup in his hand, I offer you a toast to our guest, the Prince of Trojan, this slayer of bandits, and tamer of bulls, our new friend and protector. Let us drink to the health, Lord Theseus. For so I now name him. Enthusiastic murmurs of assent ran around the hall as a guest drank to Theseus, who sat modestly nodding in thanks. And now our guest must reply. Oh, now, well. Theseus rose to his feet, grasping a goblet in his nervous hands. I'm not much of a fellow or talking. I know the art of speech-making is prized here in Athens, and I hope someday to learn. For the most part, I let my sword do the talking. He opened his cloak slightly and put his hand on the hilt of his sword. A murmur of sympathetic and admiring laughter ran around the hall. But I drink? No. To the astonishment of all present, King Aegis suddenly leaned towards and violently struck up the cup from Theseus's hand. That sword, he said, pointing to Theseus's side. That sword, I said, pointing, buried all these rotten old sandals, said Theseus, with a high pulling one of them from the foot. How I cursed them when I was on the road. Father and son fell into each other's arms. It was a moment before Aegis called Medea to mind. And as for you, sorceress, but she had gone. She left Athens never to return. Some swore that they saw her flying across the sky in a chariot, drawn by dragons, her son Medusa by her side. The story of the tribute. Aegis's next act was to announce that he would one day soon abdicate his throne in favor of Theseus, news received with much joy by the people of Athens. Aegeus was not unpopular, but it was widely accepted that he had been a weak ruler. 50 strong and angry men contested Theseus's right to rule. However, the Palantide, the 50 sons of Aegeus's dead brother Pallas, they declared outright war, their unwanted cousin. It was axiomatic in the wilds of Greek mythology that a hero never knows rest, and it was with a good grace and healthy vigor that Theseus prosecuted the war against the 50. In two groups, each led 25 of the brothers, the enemy planned a surprise pincer attack on the Athens. But Theseus had spies in their camps, informed of their plans by a herald named Luz. He ambushed each army in turn, massacring every single one of the Palantide. Theseus felt he now had time to enjoy the peace and prosperity that had last come to Athens. Yet he noticed that far from looking happy, the citizenry was going about the town with sullen downcast looks. He was still popular, he knew that, but he couldn't account for what he saw in the people's eyes. He went to Aegis. I don't understand it, Father. The Palantine, they are no longer a threat. That witch Medea no longer exerts her malign influence over you and the city. Trade is booming, yet there's a look in everyone's eyes, a look of fear. The only word I can think of is dread. Yes, dread is the right word, but why? It's the tributes, you see. The time has come around again for tributes. Has no one told you? Well, you've been a little occupied since you got here. I suppose that with the 50 nephews of mine and the Marathonian bull, and of course, well, it concerns the damn bull, as a matter of fact. What about the father? It's been dead this year or more. We have to go back quite a few years. King Minos sent his son to stay with me to take part in some games and learn a little Athenian town polish. You know manners and style. The Cretans, well, you know what a Cretans are like. Theseus did not know what Cretans are like, but he knew the rest of Greece and held them equally in awe and contempt. So he came to us, Androgeus. His name was Stupid Boy. I thought him not very interesting and so boastful about the attributes as a fighter and athlete. I should never have encouraged him. It was wrong of me. What happened? He died while the guest, his father Minos, didn't take it very well. He sailed a fleet here which was overwhelmed our navy. Troops poured out from their damned ships into the long he had. That's where he wanted us, but he didn't occupy. Said it wasn't worth it. No Cretan would want to live in such a place. He said, cheek. He threatened to burn the whole city to the ground unless. Well, this is where we come to it. Every year we must send 7 maidens and 7 youths in a ship to Crete to feed their aegis dried up at the point and gestured helplessly. Feed their what? Their army? Their sexual appetites? Their curiosity? What? I suppose I shall have to tell you a story within a story now. What do you know of Daedalus? Never heard of it. Daedalus is not an it. It is a him. Never heard of him then. Really? Have you heard of Asterion of Pacify or the Bull of the Sea? Father, you talk in riddles. Aegeus sighed. I had better call for the wine. You should know these stories. Crete is in many respects ages to Theseus wine had been brought and they'd settled themselves back on couches. A blessed spot. The fruit and vegetables that grew there are bigger, juicier, and tastier than any other land. The fish they catch on the coastline is the best in the Mediterranean. They are proud people, a fierce people. For many years, King Minos and his place at Knossos has ruled them sternly, but fairly. They have proposed under him, but there is a dark secret at the heart of Knossos. For many years, Minos had been lucky to have been in the court for the most gifted inventor, the most skilled artificer outside of the Olympian forges of Hephaestus. His name is Daedalus, and he is capable of fashioning moving objects out of metal, bronze, wood, ivory, and gemstones. He has mastered the art of tightly coiling leaves of steel into powerful springs, which control wheels and chains to form intricate and marvelous mechanisms that mark the passage of the hours with great precision and accuracy, or control the level of watercourses. There is nothing this cunning man cannot contrive in this workshop. There are moving statues there, men and women animated by his skill, boxes that play music, and devices that can awaken him in the morning, even if only half the stories of what Daedalus can achieve are true. Then you can be certain that no more cunning and clever inventor, architect, craftsman has ever walked the earth. And they say he has descended from Cecrops, the first king of Attica, an ancestor of all Athenians, Cecrops, who judged in favor of the Athena when she and Poseidon vied to control the new town he was building. That is why we call the city Athens, and based in the wisdom and warmth of the great goddess protection. I only mention this because although he works for Minos, our enemy, I think of Daedalus as Athenian, as one of us. More, after all, I would hate to think of a Cretan being so clever. As a matter of fact, Daedalus was expelled from Athens. He had a nephew named Perdiccas. He served as his apprentice and was, they say, even more ingenious and gifted than his brilliant uncle. Before he even reached the age of 20, Paradix had invented the saw, inspired, they say, by the serrations of the backbone of a fish, compasses for architectural planning and geometry, and Potter's wheel too. What would we have gone on to devise had his jealous uncle not thrown him off the Acropolis, where he fell to his death? The goddess of Athena turned him into a partridge. If you ever wondered why partridges always skim low and never soar into the air, and even build their nests on the ground, it is because they recall their terrifying plummet from the height of Athens. Yes, you were right, Theseus. This is all a little far from the point, but I must tell you this story. In my own way, Minos has a wife, Pasiphae. She and Diogenes are very close. Some even suggest that, well, let us just say that Minos is a difficult husband, and no one would blame Pasiphae for looking elsewhere. She is a proud woman, daughter of the sun god Helios, no less, and imbued with great powers. She is the sister of Circe and Attis, and an aunt, therefore, of Medea. There's a story that she became so annoyed by Minos' unfaithfulness to her that she secretly added a potion to his wine, which caused him, in the act of lovemaking, to ejaculate only snakes and scorpions, which was most painful for all concerned. But what she did next took everybody by surprise. One day, Poseidon sent down a white bull from the sea. Oh no, I am still not quite in the right order of things. You know the story of Europa? Who does not? How Zeus, in the form of a bull, carried the girl from the Tyrite under the eyes of Cadmus and her other brothers. They went to Greece to get her back, and in the course of the adventure, Cadmus founded Thebes. Of course, and his brothers all established dynasties too, Phoenicia, Cilicia, and so on. But they never found their sister, who had landed with Zeus on Crete. Well, Europa bore the god a son, Minos, who ruled the island, and became, after his death, one of the judges of the underworld. His son, Asterion, ruled Crete, and his son Minos too, the current Minos, took over, but Minos had brothers who objected to his claim. Minos, though, insisted that the gods always intended him to be king, and to prove it, he offered up a prayer to Poseidon. Poseidon, send a bull from the sea, my lord Poseidon, he cried, so that my brothers may know Crete is mine. I will sacrifice the bull in your name and venerate you always. Sure enough, the most beautiful white bull emerged from the waves. So beautiful, in fact, that there were two disastrous outcomes. Firstly, Minos decided it was far too handsome of an animal to kill, so he sacrificed a lesser beast from his own herd, which very much enraged Poseidon. And secondly, the bull's astonishing beauty attracted Pasiphae. She couldn't take her eyes off of it. She wanted it. She wanted it on her, around her, in her. I'm sorry, Theseus, it's true. I'm telling the story as it is known. There are those who say it was the angry Poseidon who crazed her with this lust, part of the punishment of Minos for failing to sacrifice the bull. But, however it came about, Pasiphae became frenzied in her desire for the animal. The bull was, of course, a bull, and so had no sense of how to respond to a woman's advances. In the froth and frenzy of her erotic passion, of the love struck, Pasiphae went to her friend and perhaps ex-lover Diogenes and asked if he could help her have her way with a bull. Without so much as a second thought, Diogenes, excited perhaps by the intellectual challenge, set about manufacturing an artificial heifer. He made it from wood and brass, but he stretched and real cow's hide over the frame. Pasiphae fitted herself inside the correct part of a prisoner to the correct opening, and the whole contraption was wheeled into the meadow where the bull was grazing. I know, my boy, it is gross, but I'm telling you the story as the world knows it. Astonishingly, the depraved plan worked. Pasiphae screamed in delirium of joy, and the bull entered her. Never had she known such a carnal ecstasy. Yes, laugh, mock, snort with derision, as much as you like, but this is what happened. Still, not satisfied that Minos had suffered enough for his disrespect, Poseidon now sent the bull mad. Its untamable terrorizing of the island caused Eurystheus to choose. It is a seventh task he set her for Heracles. He came to Crete, subdued it, and took it to Mycenae. This was, of course, the bull that escaped Mycenae, crossed the mainland Greece, and tore up the plain of Marathon until you, my splendid boy, tamed it and brought it to Athens, finally to be sacrificed. quite a bull. But its story and the curse is not over, for what happened on Crete next was even more dreadful. In due of course, Pasiphae, the bull seated inside of her, gave birth. What emerged was, as might be expected, a thoroughly deserved monstrous aberration, half human, half bull. Minos was disgusted, but neither he nor Pasiphae had the heart or stomach to kill the abomination. Instead, Minos commissioned the Agilis to construct a building in which creature they would name Asterion after Minos' father, but which the world called the Minotaur could be safely housed, and from which it could never escape. The building Diagelis designed, which he named Labyrinth, was an annex to his great palace of Knossos, but so elaborate, so complex was its mazes, like design of passageways, plank walls, false doors, dead ends, and apparently identical corridors, galleries, and alcoves that a person could be lost in its interior for a lifetime. Any can enter, but none can ever find their way out. Indeed, the cunning of the labyrinth is that its design leads inevitably to the central chamber that lies in its very heart. It is a stone room where Asterion, the Minotaur, lives out his wretched, monstrous life. He above is a grating which lets in sunlight and allows food to be thrown down to him. As he grew from infant calf to man-bull, I should say that his lower half is human and his upper half is bull, completed with a full set of horns. It has become clear that his favorite food was flesh, human flesh, for preference. A certain number of thieves, bandits, and murderers are likely to be sent to death on Crete, and in the normal course of events, their carcasses go somewhere to satisfying the Minotaur. But every year, special treat, and this, Theseus, is where your father comes into the story. To his everlasting shame and dishonor, Minos and Physiphae's elder son, Androgynous, came to stay with me as a guest. I told you, here at this place in Athens, it happened to be around the time the bull was the Minotaur's father had escaped from Mycenae and was now terrorizing Marathon. Androgynous was a tediously vain and boastful youth, endlessly going on about how superior he was to Athenian Cretan men. We read of running and wrestling and so on. One evening, I snapped and said, "Well, if you're so damn brave and athletic, why don't you prove it and ride that marathon of that damn bull?" He was brave enough to be foolish enough and to go in course and get himself killed. The bull gored him, ripped out his inside, and tossed him a full stadion's length across the plain. Minos foretold, wrongly I assure you, that I sent Androgynous deliberately to his death because I was annoyed at how easily he beat our homegrown Athenian athletes in the games. But that is nonsense, and it was the boy's boasting that provoked me. Well, in his grief and rage, Minos raised a fleet and laid siege to Athens. We were totally unprepared. An oracle told us we would die of famine and plague unless we yielded and agreed to peace. This is what we have got to do, the Minos' turns, and would generously forego burning Athens to the ground if we agree every year to send 7 girls and 7 youths by ship to Crete for them to be, and there's no way nice to say this, for them to be fed to the Minotaur. In return for this tribute, Athens retains its independence and freedom from attack. Yes, I agree, it's a disgrace, and certainly you were right. It shames us all, but what do we do? I'll tell you what you can do, said Theseus, rising angrily from his couch. We can act less like fighting goats and more like true Athenians. That's all very well for you to say. You weren't there, Minos' fleet in Piraeus harbour. But Theseus was not interested in the past, only the future. It is one of the distinguishing features of heroes that makes them appealing and unappealing at one at the same time. How were these 14 sacrificial lambs chosen? I'm proud to say, summing up what dignity, the regal authority he could, that like its true Athenians, they are the volunteer, hundreds of themselves, willingly every year we draw lots to choose the final 7 for each group. One of the 7 youths will be me, said Theseus, and we shall select the other 13, not by lots, but by holding games. I want only the most fit, fleet, cunning, and clever accompanying me to Crete, and end this nonsense. But Theseus, my boy, consider, wailed Aegeus, the conditions. Lay down that the 14 must arrive in Crete unarmed. What hope can you have when you will be under guard from the moment you make landfall? What will it matter how fast or strong or smart you are? Why throw your life away? The system has worked for the past 5 years. It is not ideal, and I readily admit that it reflects little credit on us, but not defeat. Is defeat and not another word, Theseus here. He left and set to work right away on devising the games and jet tests, and that would select the cream of the Athenian youth for the journey to Crete. Herdias sighed. He loved his son dearly, but he was beginning to wonder if all those years ago he had been wrong to let Proteus persuade him to loosen his bulging wineskin. Maybe this is what the oracle had meant about it all ending with grief. On a fine spring morning, on the 6th day of the month, on Monochion, Aetius sat nervously on the throne, which had been carried in a litter to the harbour wall at Piraeus. A small ship, enough for a crew of 5 and 14 passengers, was being provisioned. The king in flapping canopies busied himself issuing commands for the loading of some extra cargo. There's no harm in offering Minos this gift, he told Theseus. He may have softened his heart if he knows that my own son. Theseus put a hand on his father's shoulder. Cheer up, the gods favoured boldness. We will all be back before you know it. He turned and jumped upon the gunwales of the ship to address those gathered on the quayside to see them. The families of the 13 young people handpicked by Theseus from all those who had offered themselves were at the front, easily identifiable by their pale, drawn faces and black mourning cloaks. People of Athens, cried Theseus, be of good cheer. We young people go with glad hearts and will return to gladden yours. The 13 behind him, all dressed like Theseus in artificial white, garlanded with flowers, raised their arms. Salute and cheered the anxious and stricken families. The Quay did their best to cheer back. Host sails and ho for Crete. As black sailcloth was unfurled from the yards, Aegis came bustling up to his son. Now listening, he said, I have given the captain instructions. I will be standing on top of Acropolis every day to watch you return. If the ship returns empty, if disaster has struck, and if you have failed, never happened, then he is to fly the black sails. But if the gods have been pleased spared, which is certainty, here's the hoist white sail, so that I will know you understand the earnestness of the king's demeanor, because Theseus, don't you worry yourself, father. It will be the white sails all the way home. Now grab an olive branch to wave and try to look happy. We are ready to sail. May the gods bless you and watch over you always, Theseus, my son. The dungeons of Knossos. Aegeus had been right to suppose that the moment the party from Athens made landfall in Crete, that they would be taken prisoner. On the way over, Theseus had tried to imagine ways in which they could overpower any guards set over them and make a fight of it. But no stratagem suggested itself. Their ship had been met in open water and steered and disappointingly domestic to Theseus's eyes, which were only for her beautiful daughter, Ariadne. What a perfectly delightful name. Theseus lined up with the other 6 youths. The maidens were ranged opposite to Theseus, could only see Ariadne's back as she walked with her mother down the line, appraising the Athenian girls. Well, they look like virgins, he heard Persephone saying in a skeptical voice. But how can you tell? Ariadne said nothing. Theseus would have loved to know what her voice sounded like. Meanwhile, Minos stalked down the line, looking at young men up and down with a critical eye. When he arrived at Theseus, he prodded him with his ivory scepter. Theseus, restrained in an enraged desire to throw a punch right at his arrogant smirking face. Red hair, huh? Minos said. Well, muscle too. A Styrian will like that. Very good. Now, this is how it works. He raised his voice and turned to address the rest. Over the next 2 weeks, you will be given the food and drink you require. Starting tomorrow, a youth will be selected and taken into the labyrinths. The next day will be a girl, a youth the day after, and so on until the 2 weeks are over. And the last of you has been taken. The ship's crew will then be released to sail back to Athens under safe passage with the news that the tribute is paid and your kingdom safe for another year. Understood? Silence. Theseus looked towards Ariadne, who seemed to be examining the stone flags of the cell floor. No sniveling, no sobbing. I admire that, said Minos. Keep your heads up high and meet your fate proudly, and doubtless you will be rewarded in the afterlife. That is all. Come, Paris-Fay, Ariadne. At the last minute, Ariadne glanced up towards Theseus, and again, his eyes locked with hers for the briefest of instants. The briefest instant that contained an entire lifetime of joy, love, and explosive bliss. The door changed shut, and the people turned expectant face on Theseus. They were thrilled to see that he was smiling. You have a plan, they inquired. Theseus was jerked from the trance. Plan? Well now, plan. He looked after him. Something would occur to him, surely. After the feelings that had swept over him when he looked into the eyes of Ariadne, it was impossible to believe that his life and the lives of his companions were going to end. Surely Eros had been at work with his bow. Surely the tumult in his heart was in her heart too. It couldn't be for nothing. It had to mean something. You will sleep. By morning I shall have a plan. But what is it? Sleep, just sleep. It will be clear. The plenteous good food, the strong wine had tired them out, and it was not long before Theseus was the only one left awake and standing. Silence descending, and Theseus found himself sliding in the door and nodding off to, but Hypnos never fully took his mind, and he was quickly jerked awake by a sound. Someone was coming along the passageway. He stood upright, stepped over to the door. Two murmuring voices grew louder. He could distinguish an older man who seemed distressed or anguished in some way, and the lower murmur of a female voice. The handle of the cell door began to turn, and through the grill he saw, to his unnameable joy, the face of Ariadne. She opened the door and came in, followed by an old man nervously. Closed the door behind him. Theseus approached her. Why are you here? She looked steadily into his eyes. You have to ask? Ooh, it seemed natural to take her face in his hands and cover her with kisses. The kisses were returned. Ariadne, he breathed. What is your name? She asked. Theseus. Her eyes rounded in wonder. Son of ages. The same. Of course she fell into his arm. The old man tapped her impatiently on the shoulder. Ariadne, he whispered. The guards may come at any moment. She broke it off. You're right, of course. We must hurry. Come with me, Theseus. We'll leave this island together. Theseus stopped. I do not leave without my companions, he said, but I have come not to be spirited away, but to kill Minotaur and bring my support to the burden and that has been placed upon them. She gazed deep into my eyes. Yes, she said at length. We wondered if you might say that. She indicated the old man by her side. This is Diagulus. He built the labyrinth where the creature lives. The old man nodded at Theseus. Once inside its endless maze of corridors, you will never find your way out, he said. There is not a key, said Theseus. I've heard that if you take the first right, the second left, or some such consequences, you can always solve the maze. There's no such cheap solution, said Diagulus testily. There is one way, Ariadne told him. The corridors that lead from here through the labyrinth are dark, she said. They take you inevitably to the center, but to escape you will need this ball of thread. From this point where the guard leaves you, attach the end to the door. Way to unroll it as you go further in. That way you will always be able to follow it out. Suppose I'm the last chosen for the Minotaur. I cannot let 13 good young Athenians die. I must be chosen first. Don't worry about that. I shall bribe the captain of the guard, and you will be chosen tomorrow. I promise. I can give you no weapon, though. You must tackle Asterion on your own. I fought this father without weapons and won, said Theseus, thinking back to the Marathonian bull. When you kill him quickly and mercifully. He is a monstrous mistake, but he is my brother, my half-brother at least. Theseus smiled into her eyes. I love you, Ariadne. I love you too, Theseus. When I have killed him, I shall return and release my companions, and you will sail back with me to Athens, and we shall rule together as king and queen. And now leave, both of you, before we are discovered. One last kiss, said Ariadne. One last said Theseus. The bullman, fully awake, though he remained the next few hours, passed like a fevered dream for Theseus. He had met the woman with whom he was destined to share his life. He had no way of calculating And the passage of the hours, the sea captain was the first of the Athenians to wake. He came over to Theseus, and he looked down at sleeping young people. They lay on the floor, arms encircling one another. The very first flower of Athenians' youth, they say to the monster, kills quick, said the captains. In with his thorns, and up with his head, slicing through to the lung and heart. There are worse deaths. It is the Minotaur who dies today, my lord. Let us suppose I am chosen first, but that I return here the way I came. Are you ready to prepare the others for a fight? We have no weapons. I'll see what I can do about that. It is good of you to plant the seed of hope. But great Zeus, what was that? The captain broke off and stared about him, a look of terror on his face. A sound like none other they had ever heard came to their ears. From deep within the place it had become deep mournful bellow, and was swelling now into great roar of rage. Theseus put his hand on the sea captain's shoulder. Our friend the Minotaur has woken up and is calling for his breakfast. As he spoke, the door opened and the four soldiers marched in, followed up by an overweight and self-satisfied looking captain of the guard. Get up, the pack of you, he barked, strutting around, kicking the prisoners away. Let's see, who shall we pick? The young Athenian shrunk back and tried to look invisible. You, the captain stabbed me with his forefinger. Theseus, yes, you, follow me. The other Athenians covered their natural feelings of relief at being spared by offering far from convincing cries, shocking distress. No, not Prince Theseus. One even dared to call out, take me instead. Theseus, quiet and brave friends, he said, I go willingly and gladly to meet my fate. Fear not, we shall meet again, and laugh at the memory. The captain of the guard pushed him towards the door. Theseus pressed the ball of thread into his armpit and trusted that this unnatural way of arm hung could be put down to fear. As they marched away down the corridor, the captain gave him a long sideways look. What do you upset the Princess Ariadne then? She begged me to make sure the tall one with the copper hair be taken to the labyrinth first. What did you say to her? I can't imagine. Well, I must have said something. Perhaps it's the way I looked at her. Well, you're going to pay the price, sure enough. They approached the giant bronze gate, into which was set a smaller door, which the captain opened. In you go, mate. If you can find your way back to this door, why then, but no one ever has. No one ever will. He gave Theseus a push. Give the bull man my regards. The door closed behind him, and Theseus was in the dark. It was not total darkness, for above at roof level were gratings that let in enough moonlight to pick out the damp edges of the corners and the passageway in which he found himself. He stood for a while, allowing his eyes to accustom to the light and these new conditions. A lick of light showed him a small door where he had come through. He tried its handle. It was unlocked. Oh no, you don't, mate, came the sneering voice of the captain of the guard. I'm staying here till I know you're gone. Theseus felt the door being pushed against him. Never mind. There was a stud on his side around the door, which could wind the end of his thread. He turned now and walked back from the door, playing out the thread behind him as he went. It was like no other experience he had known. At first he felt the floor rising, and then he turned a corner, and it sloped downwards. He started in shock and was made out the shape of a man creeping stealthily towards him. He laughed when a man creeping stealthily towards him. He laughed when that it had his own reflection in a panel of polished bronze. This happened more times than he went on. Corners and blind recesses baffled him. He was sure at one point that he had come full circle, and yet he could tell from the smell and continued downward slope that this could not be so. He became so aware of distant sounds that grew in volume the further he pressed on, snuffling and stamping, baying, grunting, and growling. There was a forlorn quality to the way the growls and grunts were being pushed out that reminded Theseus of something. He was on the verge of placing it when he stepped on something that crunched under his foot. He stepped to pick up a human rib bone, then another one. Asterian, Asterian, he called. I'm coming for you. He leaned against a wall and looked down a long corridor from which came more light, and then he had seen, for the past half hour, a high hoof open to the sky, poured moonlight down into what he believed must be the heart of the labyrinth. He had made so many turns, he had ascended so and descended more than he could recall, and he had almost collided with dozens of mirrors and dead ends. Seemingly, he had doubled back and redoubled his course multiple times, hope, looping around and up and along the same passageways, but its clue was he was leaving. The thread was to be believed. This was an illusion. The genius of the design seemed to lie as much in the appearance of complexity as it is in reality. The labyrinth induced panic and eroded self-belief. As Theseus approached the central room, the smell of rotting flesh, shit, and urine met his nostrils. He laid the almost depleted ball of thread down and left it on the ground, coughing at the putrid stench. The stone floor was level here, and he could be confident that his lifeline would not roll away. He was delighted to find himself completely unafraid, yet puzzled to feel his heart beating thunderously in his chest. Nonetheless, could he be frightened and not aware of it? A shuffling, growling, and stamping from up ahead. So much bright silver light poured down from the open roof. High above the Theseus, he had to open and close his eyes a little bit to see properly. He was in the Minotaur's lair. He was treading on bones, clods of manure, damp straws, which Theseus guessed had been dropped in from the roof above. Silence but for the thudding of his own heart and the alternative crunching and slushing of his footsteps. But now a new noise, a scraping of horn against stone. Something in the corner was moving. A form arose in the corner and emerged from the shadows. Red eyes burned as they looked towards the mortal man he had dared approach. "Hello there," said Theseus. He had meant his words to be loud and clear, but they had come out a whisper. The great head was raised, and the Minotaur let loose mighty below. The roar echoed of the stone, and down 4 corridors that ran from the central chamber. Theseus stepped in from the head of the corridor. "No, no," he said. "You can't threaten me. Any bull in a field can roar." Theseus's eyes were able to pick out more and more detail. The Minotaur was standing upright, now its 2 human legs. The head was huge, the horns sharply pointed, the neck was widened into a human shoulders, the chest below matted with fur and hair like the fur that patched the whole body. A great pizzle swung among the legs, almost reaching the 2 hoofs that banged and scraped the stone. The creature stopped roaring and looked sideways at Theseus. A long string of drool fell from its chops. "You're a sight, aren't you?" said Theseus. "Does no one ever wash this place down here?" They both raised their heads at the same time to look at the square of light above. Theseus laughed at the comical synchronization. "I really believe you understood me." The Minotaur growled, snorted, and grunted. Theseus realized with a stab of astonishment that what it was that had struck him earlier as so strange about the creature's voice. It mimicked the rhymes of human speech. He was unaccountably certain that the Minotaur was trying to speak, but that the bovine vocal cords with which he had been born were incapable of fashioning the right sounds. "You're trying to speak, aren't you?" A hoarse cry that came from the bull's head was surely an affirmation. "You poor thing, Asterian. That is your name? Asterian, listen to me. I know the way out of this maze. Why don't you come with me? We will sail for Athens. I will make sure you have a field to yourself." Something like a howl emerged from the animal's great mouth. "No? What then?" The minister stood tall and screamed. "Shush now. Try and help me understand. Surely anything is better than a fight. There can only be one outcome. I will kill you. I wouldn't want that. Now that I have met you, I find that I like you. Now that Minotaur strained to make a new noise, it summoned all its breath, focused it into a whine that sounded in Theseus' ears, heal he. Then he understood it. Kill me, kill me. The Minotaur dropped his great head in the form of assent. Kill you? The Minotaur reared up. Kill me, kill me. Theseus rose to his full height. Let it be duel at least. You kill me. So saying, he aimed a kick at the head. Thick pieces flew up and hit the Minotaur's face. Come on then. The creature gave a roar. A flecks of his own feces stung his eyes. He stamped his hoofs, shook his head, and lunged at Theseus. Theseus stepped left and then right, goading the Minotaur to come at him. And shook his head, and then one way or the other, confusion. Yeah, come on now, shouted Theseus, back towards the wall. It made up its mind, lowered its horns, and charged. Theseus leapt to one side. At the last moment, the Minotaur crashed headfirst into the stone wall. The left-hand horn snapped from the great crack, and it hung down loose. Theseus rolled forward in a somersault, wrenched the horn free, and before the dazed creature had time to know what was happening, he thrust the sharp point deep into the folds of its throat and pulled viciously across the severed windpipe. The eruption of blood covered in Theseus from head to foot. The creature stamped about in a jerking dance as more and more blood jetted out from its neck in a fountain. Its hooves slipped on the blood-wet stone and it fell, shattering on the ground. Theseus knelt beside it and talked gently into its ear. I send you to your eternal rest with all the speed and respect, Asterion. The world will know what you died a brave and noble death. The act of slashing the creature's neck must have loosened the tight vocal cords. That moment earlier that had denied it the power of speech. Now, despite its blood bubbling from its open gash in its throat, it managed to speak. Thank you. Before the creature ghost departed its monstrous body. Farewell, bullman, breathed Theseus. Farewell, Asterion, son of Pasiphae, son of Bull from the sea of Cretan, bull of Marathonian bull. Farewell, brother of beautiful Ariadne. Farewell, farewell. Abandonment and flight. Theseus followed the thread out of the labyrinth when he emerged through the door. Onset in the great gate, he saw opposite him the captain and the guard asleep in my chair. He crept up to break the man's neck and take his full keys, but found that he had been dead for some time. That is the great iron ring at his belt had already been stripped of its keys, making his way towards the dungeon where his fellow Athenians were imprisoned. He found Ariadne, standing outside. Her eyes were shining as she waved keys in front of Theseus's face. I knew you'd make it, she said. Theseus embraced her. She could not but recoil. You're covered in blood. I'll wash it off when we are clear. Was it horrible? I gave him a quick death. Did you dispatch the captain of the guard? The pig had it coming, said Ariadne. The thing he tried to do to me when I was little. Let's free your friends. The pair of them, along with the shipmates and the joyful 13 Athenians, stole silently out of the palace by a side gate and made their way to the harbour, where they hold the bottoms of the Cretan ships at the anchor before boarding their own vessel and setting sail. The day was taking over morning, and as they slipped into the open sea, the 6 youths and 7 girls and Theseus, the crew added all power to the sails, and soon the landmass of Crete was out of sight. The 6 youths to do. Theseus now claims the caked blood of the Minotaur at last lay with Ariadne. They made love 3 times under moonlight before falling asleep in each other's arms. A most terrible dream came to Theseus while he slept. It began shouting in his ears, leave the island now. Go, take your Athenians, but leave Ariadne, who has promised to me. Leave or you will die. You will all die. Theseus tried to resist, but the outline of a figure formed out of the mist and the dreams and came towards him. A young man with fine leaves and in his hair approached. He was at once both beautiful and terrible to look at. to look at. 3 choices. Stay here with Ariadne and you die. Take Ariadne with you and all your companions die. Leave with your people and you all live. My ships are coming. Nothing you can stop them. Go, go, go. Theseus knew the young man to be the god Dionysius. He sat up, sweating and breathless. Ariadne lay peacefully asleep beside him. Leaving her, he went down to the beach to think. The sea captain had also been unable to sleep and joined him. They paced up and down the sand in the silence for a while. I had a dream, said Theseus at last. Just a dream, but it worries me. The god Dionysius. So Theseus started, don't tell me you had to do it too. They silently woke the others up. We don't have a choice. The sea captain said to Theseus, time and time again we have to leave her. When they were far out to sea, Theseus looked back and thought he could see the desolate figures of the Ariadne standing on the shore in the moonlight. Approaching the island from to the other side, they could already see the fleet of Dionysius. Theseus mourned the loss of the girl he had fallen in love with, but he knew that the safest of the youngest people in charge overrode everything. He had to sacrifice his own happiness. He had to sacrifice her. That, at least, is the Athenian explanation of the abandonment of Ariadne on Naxos. Other versions maintain that Theseus left her on the island because he had no more use for her. She had served her purpose and could be dispensed. In some Crescent tellings, Dionysius duly arrived in force on Naxos, married Ariadne, married her, raising her wedding diadem to the heavens as the constellation Corona Borealis, had at least 12 children by her, and then rewarded her after death by rescuing her from Hades, along with his own mother Semele, and they all lived happily after on Olympus. It is hard for us to like Theseus, who could cold-heartedly abandon the girl who had been so instrumental in saving him and his companions, and doubtless that it is why the Athenian version of the story lays emphasis on the hard choice that was already in some way engaged to Dionysius when she first met Theseus, thus throwing all the blame on her. The Athenians didn't like to hear anything that showed their favorite hero in bad light. On their way back to Athens, a gloomy and contemplative Theseus was shaken on the shoulders by the sea captain. Look up, sir, look up. Theseus saw that the entire ship's complement was staring up at the sun. What is it? He said, squinting up in the direction of the gaze. What am I supposed to be looking at it? Then he saw it. 2 of them flying in the sky above, an older and younger man. They had wide white wings. The younger man swooped up and then down. Even from their distance, it was clear that he was enjoying himself. Father and son. Minos was awakened and told the terrible news. They had looked down through the high grating and see the Minotaur slain in his chamber. The captain of his guard was dead too. The Athenians were gone and the great Minoan fleet was crippled. What is more, Princess Ariadne could not be found. Perhaps she had been taken prisoner. Perhaps. Minos knew who was to blame. The Minotaur was dead. His killer had escaped. It could only mean that Daedalus had somehow betrayed the secret of the labyrinth. Minos ordered that the inventor and his son Icarus should be imprisoned in the tower room at the top of the place. A 24-hour guard posted outside. They could await a sentence of death. Icarus stood at the windows of the prison and looked out to sea. I suppose if we jump out far enough, we might miss the rocks and land in the water, he said. Daedalus did not reply. He was busy. The tower in which they had been imprisoned was filled with roosting birds. Their shit and their feathers. What are you doing, Dad? Pass me those candle stumps. Making something? Shh, don't bother me. He always shushed him like that when he was working on something important. Icarus laid himself full length on the floor and went to sleep. Now, he had no idea how much time had passed when his father shook him awake excitedly and up, Icarus, up. Put these on. What are they? Wings, boy. Icarus rose groggily to his feet and allowed Daedalus to fit leather straps around him. He looked around to see what was happening and why his back and shoulders tickled. Stand back and give yourself space. and try to spread them. You've really done it this time, Dad. Diogenes was fitting his own set. Stop giggling and give me a hand. Slowly, he instructed Icarus in their use. But Dad, are you saying we have to jump out of the window and trust them to keep us in the air? I spent a lifetime studying birds. The air is not empty space to them. It is as solid as the earth is to us. or water to a fish. It holds up and it will hold us up. Have faith. He adjusted the leather straps on his son's wings so that they sat square and straight, and they took him by the shoulders. Now listen to me, Icarus. We are flying over the sea to Athens, where I'm sure Theseus will welcome us. But take care as you go. Fly too low and the waves will soak your wings and drag you under. Fly too close to the sun and the heat of its rays will melt your candle wax wings, holding the feathers together. Do you understand? Sure, said Icarus, bouncing up and down with excitement. Not too low, not too low, not too high. Now shall I go first? Don't worry, Dad, cried Icarus, rushing to the window. I've got this. Woo! He jumped and heard his father's voice calling behind him. Spread your wings, spread them, present them to the air. He did as he was told and immediately felt the rush of the air press against the wings and hold them up. He was flying. His wings held in the wind, and he knew that they would keep him there. His father was right. The air was a solid thing. He accustomed himself to using his arms to steer this way and that way. The smallest movement from him was all that was needed to control the flight. Below him crawled the wrinkled sea, hugging the shoreline of Crete, the only home he had ever known. His father appeared in front of him, his own wings spread out. The pillars of warm air rising from the cliffs below, holding us up for the moment, he shouted. Once we're over open sea, we can beat the glide. Just like the gulls. Follow me, Athens, this way. And remember, I know it's not too high, not too low, laughed Icarus. And don't forget it. Whoa, Icarus cried out in sudden surprise as a seagull flew right in his path. He gathered himself together and dived after his father. From far below, Theseus looked and saw Icarus swooping, soaring, plunging and looping. Icarus was some way Diogenes now, out of earshot, and when he spotted the beak-browed Athenian ship far below, he thought to himself, I'll give them the shock of his lives. But first some height. Up and up he flew, gaining height for his planned dive bomb. He was so high now he could hardly see the Theseus ship below. So high that it was hot. He cried out in alarm as the feathers began falling off from his wings. The wax was melting. He rolled over to the point, his head down, and dived down as far from the sun as all possible. But it was too late. The feathers were falling like snow, and all about him, and he started to plummet. The air, now cold and hard, banged against him. He heard his father cry out. There was nothing he could do. The sea was rushed up towards him. Perhaps he narrowed the shoulders. He might be able to plunge below the surface and come up safe. Diogenes looked down in the impotent despair. He knew that from such a height the sea would be like a bed of granite. He watched the body break on the waves, and he knew that his son's bones would be smashed to pieces, and the life gone from him. Oh, Icarus, Icarus, my beloved boy, why couldn't you listen? Why did you have to fly so close to the sun? Tragic laments like this with changes of a name have been heard from the generations of fathers ever since. It is the destiny of children, of spirits, to soar too close to the sun and fall no matter how many times they are warned of the danger. Some will make it, but some do not. Diogenes dived down and rescued the broken body of his boy, which he buried on a nearby island called to this day Icaria. They say that a partridge witnessed the burial and flapped its wings, mewing with triumph. Paradix enjoyed the tragic justice of Diogenes' son's falling to his death, just as he had been pushed by Diogenes to his. The grieving father wandered the Mediterranean, finding employment at last in the court of King Calculus of Chemicus in southern Sicily. The rage of Minos on finding that his birds had quite literally flown was unforgivable. His daughter lost, his reputation as a mighty and unconquerable king severely dented, humiliated by the escape of Diogenes. He vowed that he would have his revenge. Accordingly, he scoured the Greek world for the inventor, taking with him a spiral seashell. At each kingdom, island, or province he visited, Minos announced that he would reward with gold anyone who could successfully pass a thread through the shell's complex helix chamber. He believed that Diogenes was the only man alive clever enough to do it. After years of searching, at last, Minos arrived in Chemicus, and King Calculus accepted Minos' challenge and took the shell to Diogenes, who quickly solved the problem and ended the thread to an ant, which he coaxed through the shell with drops of honey. King Calculus triumphantly presented Minos with the threaded seashell and demanded the reward. Minos drew himself up to his full height. Only Diogenes, the artificer, Diogenes, the inventor, Diogenes, the traitor, can have done this, he declared. Give him up to me, or I will leave this instant for Crete and return with my fleet to crush you and your kingdom. Minos may have been bested by Theseus, but he was still the ruler of the great naval power. Let me go to my council chamber and consult his king, said King Calculus. By this he meant, let me ask my daughters. He knew that his girls adored Diogenes, who had entertained them when they were growing up by teaching them all kinds of clever tricks. He gathered their girls, and together he told them about the threat. Tell Minos, said the oldest daughter, that you will offer Diogenes hip and chains tomorrow, but tonight let him bathe, eat, drink, listen to music, and be royally feasted as befits so great king. Calculus, as he always did, obeyed his daughters and relayed the message. Minos bowed at the honor done to him. It so happened that the restless, ever inventive Diogenes had designed and installed a heating system for the palace consisting of a network of pipes which carried hot water from a central boiler to the first of its kind in the world. Minos got into his bath that evening, but he never got out. Down in the hippocaust, the sisters heated of water until it boiled. It burst from the pipes in the bathroom and scalded Minos to an agonizing death. We left Theseus on board ship with his 13 compatriots, starting up at Diogenes and Icarus in flight. What this, his gnawing guilt at the abandonment of Ariadne and feelings of astonishment and dismay at the sight of Icarus falling to his death. Theseus's mind was fully occupied as the ship sailed homeward towards Athens, so wrapped in the thought where he and the sea captain had, even as the ship came within sight of Piraeus' harbour, something very important slipped both their minds. They entirely forgot their promise to pull down the black sails and hoist the white ones up to let Aegeus know that they were sailing back in triumph. The king had stood every day on the cliffs waiting for a sight of the ship. Now he saw on the horizon the familiar outline of the Athenian vessel. It was beyond question a ship of his son Theseus, but what colour were the sails? The ship was so far away. Against the white of the sky, the sails looked black, but perhaps because they were in silhouette. No, that was too much to hope for. The closer the ship sailed, the clearer it was that its sails were black as death. His brave, foolish, newly found son was dead. The prophecy of the oracle. Aegis must not loosen the bulging mouth of the wineskin. Aegis finally understood what it had meant. He should have gone straight to Delphi, to Athens all those years ago. Instead, he had gone to Trojan, where he had somehow found himself in bed with Aethera. He had loosened his bulging wineskin. He had fathered Theseus, and who had given him a brief time of joy. But now it was true. The oracles were always right. He found himself overcome with moral grief. With a cry of despair, Aegis threw himself to his death in the sea below, the sea that ever since has been called the Honor, the Aegean. It is hard to know for sure what kind of thing king Theseus was. Later, the Athenians, who wrote most of the history that was come down to us, so revered their founder king that, if we are to believe them, he was the inventor not only, as we have discovered, of wrestling and bull leaping, but of democracy, justice, and all good government, as well as being a paragon of intelligence, wit, insight, and wisdom, qualities of Athenians. Much to the contempt of their neighbours, believed uniquely exemplified their character and culture, it is generally accepted that he merged the smaller region of the provincial units known as demes of Attica under the rule of the central Athenian polis or city-state, a system that serves the model for ancient Greek administrative government up to the historical period. What is certainly clear that Theseus was very much a human being with all the weaknesses, strengths, and inconsistencies that the condition confers upon us. Much of what followed in his life after the Minotaur was a result of one of the first male friendships in Greek myths between Theseus and Pirithous. As with the later bromance of Achilles and Patroclus, there is suggestion in some Greek sources that there may have been a sexual element in the relationship, but if there was, it had no effect on the womanizing of philandering propensities of either man. Pirithous, king of Lapis, was a son of Dia and Zeus. Dia had been the wife of Ixion. It seemed hypocritical that Zeus might bind Ixion to a wheel of fire for attempting to seduce Hera, and then set about ravishing the man's wife. But Zeus was never anything if not Zeus. In that form of a stallion, he had his way with Dia, who bore Pirithous, who in adulthood earned the reputation of being a fine warrior and perhaps unsurprisingly a horseman. Hearing of the equally excellent reputation of Athens' new king and wanting to test it out, raided Marathon came away with a herd of Theseus' most prized cattle. Outraged, Theseus made his way to Larissa, the capital of the Lapith kingdom, and tracked Pirithous down, meaning, if not to kill him, at least to teach him a very severe lesson. But the moment they met, they decided that he would like other, and instead of fighting, swore eternal friendship. The bond was soon tested, for Pirithous was not without challenges to his throne, and in Thessaly, the centaurs, half man, half bone, felt that, as descendants of Ixion, they had greater right of rule than Pirithous, and they had been given Mount Pelion as a base, but they took this as an insult and demanded more. It all came to a head during the wedding. Pirithous and his bride Hippodamia, out of diplomatic necessity, Pirithous had made sure that the centaurs weren't invited, but milk drinkers. They were unused to the wine which flowed during the feast. Its effect caused them to start behaving abominably. One of the Eurytians tries to rape the bride, Hippodamia herself, while the rest of the centaurs pushed themselves on the women and boys present. Pirithous and Theseus and honored guests at the wedding fought back. A frenzied fight, a rather touching side story in the otherwise grim and frenzied fight, sometimes called Centauromachy or Battle of the Centaurs, involves a sad end of Lapith called Caeneus. He had been born a woman, Canis. She was spotted one day by Poseidon, who liked what he saw and took it. Entirely delighted by the experience, the grateful god offered Canis any wish. She had taken no pleasure, all in the violation, and asked that she might be turned into a man, and thus avoid any indignity of that kind in the future. Poseidon, perhaps abashed, not only granted this wish, but also bestowed invulnerable skin upon her, now him. Canis was present at the wedding of Pirithous and Hippodamia, and fought the centaurs alongside Pirithous and Theseus. One of the centaurs, Latreus, mocked him for having once been a woman. Caeneus struck Latreus, but was himself due to the invulnerability unharmed by furious volleys of counter-strikes. The other centaurs, discovering of their arrows and spears were bouncing off Caeneus's impenetrable hide, resorted to heaping stones over him and hammering him down to the ground with pine trees until he died by suffocation in the earth. Despite the loss of Canis, Pirithous, and Lepus finally prevailed. The surviving centaurs galloped away, defeated and dejected. Among surviving centaurs was galloped away, defeated and dejected, was Nessus, who was fated to be Heracles' bane. Peace having now descended on Thessaly, Pirithous was able to help his friend Theseus acquire a wife. They chose the Amazon warrior Antiope, sister of Hippolyte, whose war belt had been fatally arrested from her by Heracles during his labors. Although Antiope was forcibly abducted, it is generally believed that after Theseus installed her as his queen and wife in Athens, she grew to love him. She bore her a sister, and the great Amazonian queen. The Amazons had other ideas. Marriage to the man was a betrayal of everything these proud misandrous warriors stood for. They combined a sustained attack on Athens, known for the Attic War. The Amazons were defeated at the final battle of the Areopagus, the Hill of Ares. During the fight, Antiope was badly wounded. A fellow American Amazon called Mulcadia, although fighting on the opposite side, put her out of her agony and was swift through the neck. Theseus, seeing this, killed Mulcadia. Her tomb, like so many mythic sites, was visited by the traveler Pausanias, who observation of often form of a pleasing bridge between myth, legend, and something close to history. The Attic was, like Hercules, ravaging Hippolyta and her band during the ninth labor as part of the wider Amazon marquee, yet another taming of the world, in which the Greeks characterize themselves as ridding the world the more barbarous, monstrous, and uncivilized elements that threaten like encroaching worms their sense of harmony and the potential grace of ordered civilization. This war was the Amazons together with the Centaur Omarchy, the Titanomachy, and the Gigantomachy formed some of the favorite subjects of Greek painting and sculpture. Collectively, then, themes are the best understood in symbolic terms as representatives of the Greeks, characterized Greeks characterize themselves as the champions of order and civilizations against the chaotic hordes of barbarianism and the monstrous, which also makes them narrative playing out of the struggles to tame the savage instincts of the dark and the dangerous elements of human nature. The Amazons defeated this kind of midlife crisis, overtook Pirithous and Theseus, and they decided to choose new brides for themselves. Their choices were wild, and Calamitous, his new friend, helped Theseus abduct the young Helen of Sparta, while for himself, Pirithous decided it underworld for a wife. So when he proposed the insane idea, descending into the realm of the dead and snatching Persephone from under the very nose of her husband Hades, Theseus the hero, Theseus the wise, Theseus the clever, Theseus the great, kind, clever, Theseus the great king and counselor nodded his head vigorously. Why not? Sounds like fun. The pair went to the spot that Orpheus had chosen for him, descent Tainaron, on the southern tip of the Peloponnese, also called Cape Matapan, and boldly made their way down through the caves, passageways, and galleries into the kingdom of the dead. Whether Pirithous imagined that his rough, soldierly charm would win Persephone, although rough soldierly charm would win Persephone over, or whether they planned to take her by force or arms is not known. The expedition was predictably disastrous. An unamused Hades cast them into stone chairs, the naked buttocks stuck to the seat, their legs bound by living snakes. There they would have stayed until the crack of doom, had not Hades, as we have seen, happened past them on his way to parley with Hades, full alone of Cerberus. In order to release Theseus, Heracles had to jerk him quite violently from a seat. Theseus was pulled free, but his buttocks was left behind. It was as if they had been superglued to the stone of the chair. Representations of the older, past Hades Theseus portray him as Apigois, essentially arseless. Theseus returned to the upper body world to discuss that Helen had been rescued by her brothers, the twins Castor and Polydeuces, also known as Dioscuri. Chastened, he chose a new bride for himself. His eye fell on Phaedra, the younger sister of Ariadne. Perhaps she reminded Theseus of his first love. After he felt an alliance with her might repair the old wrong of leaving Ariadne on Naxos. Perhaps it was nothing more than a political move. The motives of Theseus seemed always the hardest to read of any of the heroes. Minos, the old enemy of Athens, was dead, of course, boiled alive in Sicily. His son, Deucalion, had inherited the throne, presumably because he knew that one Athens was now stronger than Crete, and also saw the value of an alliance, approved and even helped arrange the marriage. All thoughts of Theseus' abandonment of his sister Ariadne and slaughtering of his half-brother Minotaur put aside. Phaedra and Theseus had two sons together, Acamas and Demophoon, who would grow up to feature in a touching and honorable cameo in the Trojan War. Meanwhile, what of Hippolytus, Theseus' son, by Antiope? He had been sent to Theseus' old home of Trozen. He grew into a handsome, athletic young man whose greatest passion was hunting. His devotion to Artemis, the goddess of the chase and the chastity, was equally by his contempt for Aphrodite and the distractions of love. No man or woman interested him. Aphrodite, of course, did not take kindly by being ignored, and of revenge she prepared. The insolent young man's neglect of her altars and practices was terrible indeed. When his father Theseus and stepmother Phaedra visited Trojan, Hippolytus welcomed them dutifully. Theseus, who kills sons and who kill fathers, so the mutual bond of affection and admiration that blossomed between these two seems remarkable. During the visit, they spent all day, every day, in each other's company. Hippolytus barely noticed Phaedra. She, however, noticed him, and slowly became obsessed with, and one night visited him and declared her love. With a touch more horror and visible disgust than was wise or tactful, Hippolytus rejected her advances, as with Sthenelbicale. Hippolytus, and Bellerophon, and Potiphar's wife, and Joseph, and scored and humiliated Phaedra's cried rape to Theseus, who cursed his son and called on his father Poseidon to punish him. As Hippolytus was driving his chariot along the shore, one morning the god sent one of the great bulls from the sea, which maddened the horses. The boy was trampled to death. Phaedra, on hearing this, took her own life. The goddess Artemis appeared to Theseus and explained that his son had been innocent all along, and that the tragedy had been the result of spurned love of Aphrodite's resentment. Exiled from his kingdom of Athens, chosen for his role, however unwitting, in the death of his son and wife, wretched, bitter, desolated, and drained of all passion, purpose, Theseus came to pathetic end. A guest of King Lycomedes, Skyros, Theseus was being pushed by his host over a cliff to his death. The cause of the argument between them is lost. Cimon, a historical king of Athens, many years later invaded Skyros and brought Theseus's body back to the city. That he has done so much to make great Lycomedes, achieving greater fame from the part he was to play in the upbringing of Achilles. A fine statue of a naked Theseus stands now proudly today in Athens. Square, Athens City Hub, Syntagma Square. Even though he's a focus of Athenian identity and pride, the ship he brought back from his adventures in the Labyrinth of Crete remained moored in the harbour at Piraeus, a visitor attraction site up to the days of historical ancient Athens at the time of Socrates and Aristotle. Its continuous presence there for such a long time caused the ship of Theseus to overcome a subject of intriguing philosophical speculation. Over 100 of years, it's rigged its planks, replaced the hub, not one atom and of the original remain. Could one call it the same ship? Am I the same person? I was replaced many times over. It is appropriate that the Theseus should be linked in this way with the Athens of logic, philosophy, and open inquiry. He was the hero who, more than any other, embodied the qualities of Athenians most prized, like Heracles, Perseus, and Bellerophon before him. He helped cleanse the world of dangerous monsters, but the way he did so employed wit, intelligence, and fresh ways of thinking. He was fallible and flawed, as all of the heroes were, but he stood for something great in us all. Long may he stand in Syntagma Square, and long may he stand high in our regard. Envoy. The heroes cleansed our world of chthonic terrors, earth-born monsters that endangered mankind and threatened to choke the rise of civilization. So long as dragons, giants, centaurs, and mutant beasts infested the air, earth, water, and seas, we could never spread out with confidence and transform a wild world into a place of safety for humanity. In time, even the benevolent minor deities would find themselves elbowed out of the burgeoning and newly confident human race. The nymphs, dryads, fauns, satyrs, and sprites of the mountains, streams, meadows, and oceans could not compete with our need and greed for land to quarry, farm, and build upon. The rise of the spirit of rational inquiry and scientific understanding pushed the immortals further from us. The world was being reshaped as a home fit for mortal beings only. Today, of course, some of the rarer and more vulnerable mortal creatures that have shared the world with us undergoing the same threats to their natural territories that cause the end of nymphs, woodland spirits, habitats lost, and species extinction have all happened before. The days of the gods themselves were numbered too. Prometheus, gift of fire, Zeus had feared would one day allow us to do even without the Olympians. But not yet. Heracles, without knowing it, has started the clock on the countdown to a cataclysmic event in our history. The installation of Tyndareus in Sparta and Atreus in Mycenae, and sparring the life of Priam after the destruction of old Troy. These would prove to be sticks of kindling that would one day burst into the greatest conflagration the world had yet seen. Not yet. Zeus and the Olympians were not finished with us yet. The Rages of Heracles. I was reading not long ago about the strange and sad case of Chris Benoit, a world wrestling entertainment star who strangled his wife and son in 2007. An inexplicable and terrible crime that has been put down to variously to roid rage. The psychotic effect of the synthetic natural testosterone, nandrolone, anastrozole, and other hormones and steroids used by wrestlers. Or the effects of traumatic brain injury, similar to those experienced by some NFL players, as highlighted by Peter Landsman, Will Smith. It seems Benoit, especially in a move called the diving headbutt, which may have caused serious brain trauma to his brain. The similar between Heracles' murder of Megara and the children in the Benoit case struck me at once. Two muscle-bound men boiling over with an excess of testosterone, have a moment of rage in delusion, and spend the rest of their lives regretting it. In Benoit's case, not a long rest of life. He hanged himself 2 days after the murders. I don't believe all myths to be founded in some historical truth, but I do think it is interesting that when the collective unconscious of Greeks imagined and gave life characters, the narratives to a mythical strongman, they included in him a terrible and inexplicable tendency to explode in destructive psychotic rage. I'm thinking not only of one of the savages, murder of his family, but the massacre of the centaurs, the cave of Pholus, and the killing of Iphitus too. Of course, plenty of muscle men are gentle, kind, and sweet-natured. Andre the Giant springs to mind, but I do not think it is outside the realms of possibility that the Greeks had heard of a real strong man who had tendency to be overcome by savage fits and violence, followed by periods of agonized remorse. Afterward, timelines in myth are often confused as inconsistent, especially when it comes to heroes. According to Euripides, for example, Heracles kills his first wife Megara after the 12th labor, whereas in most of the myth the labors are set for him specifically as punishments. In Shakespeare and other versions, Theseus is seen to have gone to marry Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, who has surely been killed by Heracles during the ninth labor. Some heroes are listed as Argonauts and participants in the Caledonian hunt after they have been killed, or maybe they could possibly have been born. Myth is not history. Variant tellings and narrative lines are inevitable. I've tried where possible to give some overarching shape to the stories of the heroes whose lives and death I have told here, but chronological incongruities are bound to make themselves manifest. Apollodorus' Bibliothea library is a major source for all Greek myth, though he is often at variance with Hesiod and Homer. Apollonius Rhodius wrote the Argonautica, from which most of the details from Jason's great voyage in search of the Golden Fleet has derived. The Roman writers, Hyginus and Ovid, embroider and elaborate in the way, and the travellers and geographers, Pausanias and Strabo in their lives. The heroes, however, more than gods, nymphs, or other mortals, live on in the works of the three great Athenian tragedies, Euripides, Aeschylus, and Sophocles. They embellish, and after the myth it is true, but as playwrights. Their interest lay in dramatic truth and focus on the characters in crisis. Sophocles' Theban cycle is the source of the most commonly told version of the tragic story of Oedipus and his family. Euripides enters the heart of the home of Jason, Theseus, and Heracles, and concentrates on the women in their life. Aeschylus comes into his own letter outside the parameters in this volume. I've plundered a great deal from all three of these great contemporaries and rivals. As with mythos, I have tried to tell the stories without offering explanations or interpretations. Myth is ripe for interpretation. I hope you often find yourself putting a book down and speculating on what the Greeks meant or thought by Chrysaor and Pegasus bursting from the seven necks of Medusa, or how they distinguish between the harpies, the birds, from the Isle of Ares, and the Stymphalian birds. Myths are not crossword puzzles or allegories with single meanings or answers. Fate, necessity, cause, and blame are endless mixes in those stories as they are in our lives. They are no more soluble to the Greeks than they are to us. There are those who like to think that many myths are pearls built up around grains of fact. In the past, even the antiquity mythographers attempted and trace almost all mythic stories back to some historical truth. This is sometimes called euhemerism, or historical theory of mythology. It is true that archaeology has shown that Troy really existed in Mycenaean Bronze Age, and Minoan wall painting in Crete shows bull leaping in the maze-like structure. That maze-like structure Showing the Troy really existing in Bronze Age and Millennium in Crete shows a bull maze-like structure that suggests the reality of the labyrinth. Centaurs and Amazons are seen as Greek explanations for the arrival from the east of horses and their archer riders. Another good example of euhemerism is the idea that Chimera, defeated by Bellerophon, was in fact the pirate ship from Chimera Hooves, with its lion figurehead for a prow and serpent for a sternpost. There are plenty of opportunities for that kind of interpretation as well too. As far It's far more metaphysical and psychological speculations too. Carl Jung describes myths and products of our collective consciousness. Joseph Campbell put it another way and called them public dreams. Wonderomancy, the interpretation of dreams, is free and fun and harmless, but difficult to be proven in the real world. Some explanations of the meaning of myths may convince you or not. It is an open field in which anyone can till and harvest. Scholars and mythographers are interested in what is known as the double determination, the tendency of poets, playwrights, and other authors to attribute agency and causality to both the inner person and an outer influence. A god or an oracle, for example, if Athena whispers in your ear, is just a poetical way of saying that a clever thought has struck you, or did the goddess really speak? If someone falls in love, it is always the work of Aphrodite or Eros. When we are intoxicated or frenzied, or we are driven by Dionysius, did Heracles suffer the hallucination and seizure, or did Hera send a delusional fit to them? Did Apollo send plague arrows into Troy, or was it simply that disease broke out in the city? When an oracle tells a king that a son or grandson will kill him, is that perhaps an external expression of the internal fear of patricidal overthrow that many rulers suffer from? Authors will say to this day that the muse has abandoned them when what they really mean is that they are suffering from writer's block. The further along the timeline of Greek myth we go, from the founding of Olympics to the ending of the Trojan War, and humanity begins to take center stage from the immortals, the more difficult it is to be sure. Greeks of the historical age would still write of Ares, giving them courage, or Apollo, inspiring them, when it is clear that they did not mean it literally. It is possible to tell many of the stories and the torments and labors of Heracles, for example, with almost no reference to the gods. When sources write Apollo gave the young hero bows and arrows, is that not a way of saying Heracles grew up to be a talented archer? Athena needed have taught the Argos helmsman Antiphus how to manage rigging and sails. Surely it is enough to believe that they were wise and handy in their use of them. Or need she have manifested herself and given Heracles a rattle when she tried to rid the Stymphalian marshes of the smelly birds? Maybe she was smart enough to think of itself. Let's face it, even today we cannot understand or explain much of what drives us. Take love, for example. To say she fell in love is to describe a mystery. One might as well say Eros pierced her heart with an arrow. As gamesy fizzed hormones seethed, psychological affinities and sexual connections were made. The Goth and Greek myth represents human motives and drives that are still mysterious to us. Might as well call them a god, as an impulse or a complex. To personify them is a rather smart way, not of managing them perhaps, but of giving shape and dimension and character to the uncontrollable and unfathomable forces that control us. Do superego and ID reveal any more about our inner selves than Apollo and Dionysus? Evolutionary behavioralism and ethology may tell us more about who we are and how we are, scientific fact. But the poetic concentration of our traits into the personalities of gods, demons, and monsters are easier for us, some of us dull-witted ones, to hold into our heads than the abstractions of science. Myth can be a kind of human algebra which makes it easy to manipulate truths about ourselves. School symbols and rituals are not toys and games to be dispensed with on our arrival to adulthood. They are tools we will always use and always need. They complement and our scientific impulse. They do not stand in opposition with it, as with the interpretation of myths. Double determination, the attribution of inner and outer influence, is as much a matter of preference as anything else. Some love to see the gods interfere and direct. Others are happier following humans doing their thing with a minimum of divine intervention. The muses whisper in my ear, and I can tell that I am done. The Coaching Leader by Clifford Morgan. Essential skills to enhance your leadership and develop your people skills in everyday life. Not all readers are leaders, but all leaders are readers. President Harry Truman. As Harry Truman pointed out in this quote above, all leaders are great readers. Reading allows you to leverage the hard-won lessons learned by others. Reading helps you achieve more by being inspired by stories and adapting the successful methods of others. It also helps you avoid the mistakes that led to other people's failures. There is also a magical detachment that occurs when reading novel, divergent topics of pure interest or great literary works from across the ages. This detachment, giving your mind a break and allowing it to detach from the worries of the work and the world around you, is one of the core elements of psychological recovery. Combine this detachment with the growth that occurs with learning, the sense of achievement that you feel when finishing a book, and the sense of community you experience when discussing what you've read, and you find a magic formula that benefits people at all levels. This is why, Lumion Consulting, we are passionate about books, and we're pleased to partner with Dylan Conway and the team at Brothers in Books, who we reckon are even more passionate about reading than we are. We are fully on board with their mission to promote bibliotherapy as a means to develop mentally resilient individuals by changing the culture of education, creating community, and sharing people's stories. If you believe in the power of reading and the mission of Brothers in Books as much as we do, I encourage you to show your support and make a donation and get involved with the community. The Coaching Leader by Clifford Morgan. Acknowledgements. It was Isaac Newton who once famously said, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." This is how I feel about this book. I would not be in the position I am today, nor would I have had this book written, if it were not for many people who had contributed to my journey and my growth over the years. While many of these individuals may not have a global reputation, one associate with was a giant within their industry, and they are giants in my world, absolutely making world-class contributions to me as a leader. While my gratitude extends to many, I have named just a few below, without whom these pages would not have been filled. Firstly, truly exceptional, Jane Anderson. As a business coach, she has transitioned me from a consultant to a thought leader, to taking my business and I to a whole new level. While writing a book, I had been in the back of my mind for many years. It was Jane who shook and poked and prodded me into putting pen to paper. It is only with her continued guidance, encouragement, and accountability I have been able to finish this project. If you read sections of this book and think, that was well written, you can thank Kristen Lowry. Editor, extraordinary Kristen took the ramblings of an old Air Force grunt and turned them into something coherent. I cannot mark any milestone in my career as a psychologist coach and leader without acknowledging the profound impact of Dr. Mike Allen. As a supervisor, he served an important role model, being the first organizational psychologist I knew who did the work I wanted to do, coaching senior executives. Over the years, his friendship had continued to challenge me, stretching my identity and thinking and shaping who I am today. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the art of practice and coaching has changed my life. I am therefore eternally grateful to Natalie Ashdown, the Open Door Coaching Group, for introducing me to the world of coaching as part of the Air Force Leadership Coaching Program. It was under Natalie's tutelage that I first learned the skill set that was shaped not only in my career, but also for the rest of my life. While my coaching practice has evolved over time, I can trace much of my thinking back to when Natalie first taught me at the picturesque RAF Glenbrook all those years ago. If anyone is looking for formal coaching accreditation, I have no hesitation in recommending Open Door Coaching. Finally, the most important acknowledgement goes to my wife and business partner, Mara Morgan. Not only does she keep our business moving forward, she manages to hold our whole family together. She has worn the frustration and shares the joys as she travels beside me on the roller coaster of journey. Writing this book has been without her. This book would not have been written. I truly and could not do what I do without her steadying support. Introduction. There is an activity I use to start many of my workshops. It was introduced to me by my good friend and coach, master facilitator, Dahl Stubberfield, and it involves potatoes and straws. In this activity, everyone in this group is provided with one large potato and as many plastic straws as they would like. The brief from there is simple. Put the straw through the middle of the potato. No other objects can be used, only the straw and the potato. While I explained these parameters of the activity, I would often receive looks of incredulity and comments from half the room about it being impossible, while the other half fired a barrage of questions trying to find a loophole they could exploit. Eventually, each person would resign themselves to the task and turn their attention to how they might achieve it. I want you to stop and consider your approach. If I was in the room, what would you try? Over the years, I saw many inventive strategies employed. I've seen straws bent into a myriad of different shapes, trying to improve their cutting digging I've seen multiple straws squeezed into another straw in an attempt to strengthen the host straw. I saw some people repeatedly banging the potatoes against the top straws and the straws onto the potatoes. I've seen people try to suck bits of potato out using the straw. And every group, there is always someone who takes two straws and sticks one on each side of the potato and tries to convince me that they've done it when it is in fact not a single straw going through. Eventually, the majority of the room would resort to trying gently to push their straw in the potato while rotating it as if to screw the straw into the potato. Then they would pull out a small chunk of potato on the straw and then they would and repeat the process. It was a tedious, time-consuming process, but each time they pulled their straw out and made a small amount of progress, eventually they would complete the task. Once the task was completed, the room would be in complete mess. Small chunks of potato, a multitude of mangled and destroyed straws, a little desk of tabletop. As I began to debrief the activity, I would ask the different tactics people used, and I would laugh at some of the more humorous attempts in the group, but eventually we would hone in on what actually worked, the screwing tactic. Most people are able to explain past experiences have taught them that if they want to use one object to create a hole in another, screwing is generally effective. While this approach did allow most people to achieve the objective task, it was minimally effective at best. It was not terribly efficient, tedious work. It was a resource intensive. There are a lot of straws used, and it was destructive. Both potatoes and straws were destroyed in the process. But once the participants tried the strategy, and I found a little bit of success, most reporters having the thought, if I keep doing this, I will eventually get there. So they're locked on to this particular tactic. They double down their efforts and complete the task. Once they had locked onto this approach, they stopped looking for other potential solutions unconsciously shutting out any other options and approaches to the task. Interestingly, few people were ever aware that they had become so focused that they had stopped looking at a better way to achieve the goal. Just as the participants in the workshops would get locked in, the first solution that brought even a bit of success, leaders in the workplace can fall victim to the same rigid thinking. In fact, I frequently encountered leaders who rely heavily on their past experiences, usually from early careers, to inform how they should handle situations in work environment. And, generally, this approach doesn't lead to the best results. It may be the best way they complete a task, dealing with the conflict, influence, people, or conducting information reviews, but when they're trapped in that rigid way of thinking, they rarely stop to consider what might be the best approach. For this specific situation with context, instead, they jump right in and relying on what they've always done, even though that approach might only be minimally effective. They latch onto the small amount of progress that they've made in the past, adopting the "I'll get there eventually" thought process. These leaders may or may not be eventually achieve the desired outcome, but they always leave carnage in their wake, wasting resources, broken people, and messy situations. The kicker is that these messy results could have been avoided if only they'd taken some time to look at the available options before acting. They could have come up with an approach that was efficient, effective, and empathetic, and tailored for the situation at hand, and they could have achieved better results and built people up in the process. Impressed, they locked on to a single way of responding and locked out the possibility of identifying any better approaches, all while being completely unaware that any decision making was taking place. Learning to unlock your leadership skills. This concept of locking out is useful in helping people begin to understand what coaching is and how it can help hone essential leadership skills. Everyone has the ability and resources to find effective solutions to their own problems, and leaders have the ability to find effective solutions to problems in the workplace. Sometimes they just need a little bit of help to realize it. Coaching as a process helps people to unlock, take a step back, and view things from a different perspective. In doing so, people see new information, extra resources, other options that they weren't doing before. From this new perspective, they can identify different, more effective approaches than those they may have tried in the past. I had always been with their capabilities to implement these approaches. They just had to unlock them first. And it was just that process of coaching that they were able to do just that. In this book will equip you with the leadership skills you need to help you and your team to unlock from old approaches, identify new, more effective ones, and unleash levels of performance and potential yet to be discovered. As an organizational psychologist and executive coach, I've worked with many leaders and teams over the years, applying these skills and seeing amazing results. I've also spent time in the last decade teaching these skills to leaders who use them to coach their teams. Their results achieved by leaders who intentionally embrace, develop, and employ these skills within their teams are often outstanding, far exceeding both my expectations. I hope you enjoy this book. I hope you find it valuable and be inspired to take what is written in these pages and apply it in your workplace. In doing so, that you'll become a better leader and more capable, high-performing people and teams. Clifford Morgan. Note, for those people still wondering about potatoes, there was a trick, or more accurately, a more effective approach. If you place your thumb over the end of the straw, you create an airlock, tapping the air inside the straw, thereby strengthening it. With a little bit of practice and coordination, you can apply enough force that you can punch the straw straight through the middle of that potato, achieving the task in a single second, using one straw and creating no mess. While the reduction of single-use plastic straws has great benefits for the environment, it has meant a disappearance of plastic straws. You can try this with paper straws, however, the results are less reliable, and all too often the straw crumbles. Alas, I now resort to different activities to open my workshops. Chapter 1. Leadership Today. Leaders don't create followers, they create more leaders. By Tom Peterson. Quote. When I was growing up, I wanted to be a fighter pilot. My grandfather, after whom I'm named, was a pilot. He flew CH-47s Dakota in World War II. I knew as one of the biscuit bombers would fly over the Dakota Trail, dropping food and ammunition, whilst the Australian troops were fighting the Japanese below. Well, I never got to meet my grandfather. I grew up wanting to be like him. I wasn't the only one in the family. I also had 2 uncles, 3 cousins, and a brother who were all pilots. I've had a career in the Air Force, and that has spanned 16 years. You might say flying in the aviation industry is in my blood. At the time of writing, my brother's the first officer for Qantas, Australia's premier airline. Having flown internationally for 7 years, he now flies domestic routes across Australia. As an FO, it's his role to act as a co-pilot for the captain, and the co-pilot is there to assist and support the captain. My brother describes the difference between a good captain and a poor one. It doesn't necessarily come down to skills. In fact, a technically excellent pilot may be a very poor captain, particularly if they don't communicate well or facilitate the FO's ability to support the flying of the aircraft. Poor captains do all the flying themselves, make all the decisions themselves, and do all the thinking and planning themselves. On the one hand, this approach is understandable. After all, the captain is ultimately responsible for the safety of the aircraft and all the passengers. However, flying with this sort of captain is usually not enjoyable and often boring. For the FO, worse, they fail to learn or grow in their role. Instead, they disengage, sit there, and drink coffee the entire flight. Flying with a good captain, however, is a different story altogether. Good captains invite the FO to contribute during the flight planning and discuss their decisions while on the ground and in the air. They encourage the FO to ask questions, check calculations, and challenge thinking, and they follow the FO to do the majority of the flying, remaining ready to step in the FO encounters and challenges. While the captain retains the overall responsibility and accountability for the flight of the aircraft, in many ways, good captains will support the FO flying the aircraft rather than the other way around. They are there to correct, guide, and advise, and to take control if something goes wrong. But they are intentional about allowing the FO to get the experience they need to become a future captain. All good captains prepare an FO for their future, and a good leader in the workplace does the same. The responsibility of leaders, primary versus secondary level. As a leader, you have a primary or surface level responsibility to help your people to perform and achieve your common goals. With those goals, and what constitutes good performance will eventually depend on the company and organization or context in which you're in. What doesn't change is the secondary or deeper level responsibility. That is the responsibility to develop and experience the expertise of your people. In corporate and business settings, plenty of focus is typically given to the surface level responsibility, set the organizational strategy. To this surface level responsibility, we set the organizational strategy, articulate key objective terms and targets. We develop clear KPIs and goals for our team and monitor performance to keep them focused and producing results. This is a logical and desirable because it's this type of team performance that will ultimately make the company successful, profitable, and impactful. At the time, only focusing on the surface level responsibility and the results of the team produces a short-sighted. The team remains reliant on the leader to provide the results related leadership tasks, such as taking the organizational responsibility strategy and translating it to goals, targets, and management in order to perform. As soon as the leader is removed or focuses their attention elsewhere, the team begins to struggle. Performance tips. The leader's secondary responsibility in developing people and preparing them to lead is what sustains a performance over time. A team filled with highly capable individuals who are also able to lead will outperform teams of highly skilled technical experts without leadership capabilities. When a team has multiple individuals who have cultivated leadership skills and different abilities, it has the depth of skills to allow many different individuals to step up when their formal leader of the team moves on. Another team member will be able to perform seamlessly and step into the role and pick up where the previous leader left off. This not only saves company costs of recruitment and onboarding, but also the lost opportunity costs associated with the leadership change. An organization that is filled with layers of leaders is able to sustain increased growth and performance. Today's workplace is different from that of our parents, and it's different from that workplace of 10 to 5 or even 3 years ago. The pandemic has brought changes to all jobs, regardless of the industry. Of course, there's the increased move to more hybrid working arrangements, but there has been changes in the mindset. For example, the thinking about working in teams or jobs and focusing on instead of capabilities. And the changing perspectives and expectations of the workforce globally, particularly with changing generalization demographics of the workforce, have created profound changes in the requirements for work requirements. Jim Rohn, American businessman, author, motivational speaker, and Tony Robbins' mentor, said, "The challenge is to become all that you have the possibility of becoming. You cannot believe what it does to the human spirit to maximize your potential, stretch yourself to the limit. This is something that today's workforce increasingly needs to embrace." Today's workplaces are facing the unique challenge of managing the workplace expectations of 5 different generations. But as millennials are becoming the vast majority of workers, Gen Z, right on their heels, embracing their expectations is the key to success. When it comes to this generation, workers are not simply driven by monetary reward or even stability. Instead, they are looking for development as a primary benefit. Research shows this is more important than work-life and balance. Flexibility of business. They want to be able to move up the ladder and work faster. And this capability is one of the main attributes of attractive employers today. Millennials value workplaces that are collaborative, fun, achievement-oriented, highly creative, positive, diverse, flexible, and they provide continuous feedback. In order to move up the ladder, workers are looking for continuous feedback that leads directly into continuous development. And they aren't looking for small bump in one-on-one conversations. In fact, looking for up to 50% more. Despite some anecdotal media reporting, millennials aren't striving to climb the workplace ladder because they're entitled to greedy. It's simply products in the world they live in. In this time and place, everything happens more quickly than ever, including careers for a millennial worker, progression and the point of the careers, and more quickly than ever, including careers. For a millennial worker, progression is the point of the career, and if they don't find this happening for them, the career feels meaningless. These changing perspectives create changing impressions on today's elite leaders. We need to be able to help our employees find and articulate their meaning and purpose within the workplace, and then find ways to instill that purpose into their work lives. These changing perspectives create changing pressures. Correction. To do this, we have to start looking at learning agility as one of the most important qualities of employees and recognize the importance of investing in both upskilling and reskilling continuously. We need to be putting time and resources into making these efforts a central part of our workforce management. And we need to be doing all of this now. The key to challenges for leaders. Unfortunately, leaders today are simply aren't equipped for the challenges of the modern workforce. This has nothing or very little to do with the ability and much more to do with the learning and understanding. Consider our pilot example. When we toss leaders into the modern workplace with learning based on outdated workplace principles and expectations, it's as if we were handed the pilot the controls of an aircraft without ever teaching them how to fly, or better yet, having taught to fly helicopters, but expecting them to fly fighter jets. It's simply not going to work. So what are the key challenges leaders face in the modern workplace? 1. Lack of training. Many leaders today, you and other organizations included, simply haven't been provided with adequate forward-thinking training. 2. Lack of experience. Many leaders are also not gaining enough on-the-job experience as they move through the ranks too quickly or are hired in a managerial role in a specialist field. 3. Lack of skill development. Historical leadership training has too often been based around skill acquisition of the leader, not at all about equipping the leader to develop the skills of those they lead. When it comes to developing leaders and managers, including teachers, then how to develop and empower their own staff, we're falling woefully short. We'll have worked 10 years before receiving any sort of training, and a full 45% of senior leaders, nearly half, aren't confident in training. The internal struggle as I'm working with leaders is to navigate these challenges, and there are 5 key frustrations I encounter which they communicate in the following ways. We need to find and keep good talent. The market is more competitive than ever. It's never been easier for staff to leave and find another job. Leaders feel pressured to meet the development needs of their people or risk losing them to competitors that will. I wish our teams would be more proactive, whether because of lack of role models, high workloads, company culture. Most staff are constantly reactive. They fail to take the initiative and are always on the back foot. 3. Our team keeps expecting us to solve problems. Leaders are becoming the bottleneck, slowly slowing progress and preventing agility when they are relied upon to make decisions and solve problems. We are growing beyond the skills of our managers. Middle leaders often struggle to know how to perform when their role expands. As a company grows, its leaders need to grow with it. Companies who outgrow the skills and capabilities, people risk collapse. 5. We have to do more with less. HR and development needs are becoming more complex, but training budgets aren't increasing. More and more workplace leaders need to bridge the development gap rather than relying on the organizational functions to do so. As you can see, modern leadership challenges often leave leaders as frustrated, filled with doubt and battling mindset, consumed with the threats and the risks that they face. The struggle against thoughts such as, I can't provide the support they need. Leaders feel the pressure, the above and below, to do what they haven't been trained to do. The organization wants them to develop capability, and staff want to grow. The fear of the leader can't support their people to grow. Either they'll leave the organization or they'll find another one. If this person can't develop, the whole company suffers. Challenges with one individual or team are usually far-reaching through our organization. Other teams' performance is hampered every time. They have to interact with those individual endangered key growth targets and measure the success for the whole company. Will we even survive? In the face of the increased dynamic and competitive market, failure to develop people and the collective capability of they provide means the organization will limp forward rather than thrive. This can leave senior leaders wondering, what's it all? What is it worth it, or will we survive it all? In an already challenging environment, leaders wrestling with these internal struggles are left experiencing more stress, feeling inadequate, and suffering the imposter syndrome. Such a state doesn't promote the performance of the leader of the team. A shift is required to unlock the potential of both leaders and teams. The shift. In order for businesses to thrive in the modern world, they need to be filled with high-performing, independently thinking, and proactive leaders. Leaders need to have the ability, these characteristics in their staff, as well as equipping them to develop these same characteristics in others that require a shift to take place, a shift in thinking, a shift in approach, a shift in leadership. Will we even survive the shift? In order to business, from tell to ask, most of us know the old proverb: when you give a man a fish, you feed him for the day. But when you teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. There has never been time this has more important in the workplace than today. In fact, it's a vital element for business to survive in today's disruptive world. But employing your employees with a workplace equivalent of fishing lessons is not as easy as simply implementing training or development schemes. Often, there are deeply ingrained hurdles to development schemes. Often there are to overcome. After all, most of us have been taught, whether consciously or unconsciously, that being a leader or being in charge is all about telling people what to do. We have been taught that it is the role of the leader and to decide what we are doing. We're going and who does what. You can often see when children play that might say, I'm the queen or king, and you have to do what I say. The problem is that children are not yet sophisticated enough to understand the benefits of collaboration or having layers of leaders. They are still all about the ego, so they strive to hang on to power. But if we try to take that tactic as leaders, we'll be about as successful as a child in our roles. That kind of traditional, outdated approach keeps us limited. We are limited, our people are limited, and our teams and organizations are limited. When everything is reliant on the leader, when people are constantly told exactly what to do, they are not empowered. They aren't able to think for themselves. They aren't able to stretch, develop, or grow their capabilities. And that is why good leaders stop telling and start asking. The ask approach is a bottom-up, inquisitive, consensus-style approach, while the tell-all approach is a top-down, decisive, command-style approach. While both styles and their places, asking questions encourage your team to think, engage their brains, and become active in the problem-solving process. The more that they do this, the more confident they become, and the more likely they are to do it again. Chad Hall, author of The Coaching Mindset, 8 Ways to Think Like a Coach, says, if the coach thinks the client needs a coach help, he heroically swoops in to save the day, the coach will prevent the client from growing, changing, and saving the day. Well, as leaders, we might find ourselves swooping in to save the day more often than we should. And ask leaders, why do they do it? Most say because it's quicker and easier, and because when something is important, we want to make sure that it's done right. But instead, teach to do all the leader to do it. But because when something is important, but instead of swooping in, we need to refocus our approach to teaching our teams to fish. In other words, teaching them how to save themselves Uh, this is where coaching comes in. Reflection times. What are the main challenges you face as a leader today? How intentional are you about developing your team? Or is it people development? When your team brings you a problem, is your first instinct to tell them what to do or ask them a question? Chapter 2. What is coaching? Coaching is unlocking a person's potential, maximizing his. All right, guys, it's a 5-minute break. Let's get it feeling good. Let's hit the record. Thanks, guys. Chapter 2. What is coaching? Coaching is unlocking a person's potential, maximize his or her own performance. It is helping them to learn rather than teaching them. Sir John Whitmore. When I'm running a coaching skills training for leadership, I will ask the group a couple of initial questions. There are what they think coaching is and what they think coaching is not. When I ask these questions, I usually get a similar set of answers what coaching is not. These generally include phrases like dictating, directing, telling people what to do, belittling, punishing, or solving problems for them. And they are right. These motivations, actions are definitely not coaching. But while people can typically identify what coaching is not, they have a harder time understanding what coaching is. When they are able to provide a list of phrases, it is usually includes words and actions like encouraging, supporting, teaching, equipping, empowering, advising, providing guidance, and mentoring. And while many of these are great activities for leaders to engage in, they don't actually paint a very accurate picture of what coaching is. More than sport. If I was to walk down the street and stop someone and say the world's coaching, what do you think would be the 51st thing to pop into their head? First, the vast majority of people coaching that thing is going to be the world record. Sport is probably the most common activity associated with coaching. Nearly all Australians have had experience with coaches in sport, whether that's Friday Arvo, sport in primary school, or through extracurricular activities for themselves. And many of the leaders that I work with and train also have at some point coached junior sport. Coaching in the sporting sphere has one primary aim: skill acquisition. The traditional approach to coaching sport involves introducing a new technique, demonstrating it, teaching it, and having players execute it and practice it. The coach then watches the team practice and corrects any faults. Like most people, I've had my fair share of coaching experience being coached in sport. In my first season of playing under sixes soccer by Mr. Pollock, the dad of schoolmate I was a coach. I have a vivid memory of him coaching us to kick a ball by demonstrating how to use the inside of the foot rather than our toes. We were lined up behind the ball and had to kick the ball into the goal. As we each took a turn, he would yell, "Don't kick with your toes." I'm sure many of you can relate in some way to the experience in your own way. It worked. I certainly will and always will remember how to kick a soccer ball correctly. It's a skill that I was able to acquire, and at least partly due to coaching. But when it comes to executive coaching, standing in room and yelling at your coaches isn't an appropriate approach. That just will get you very far. That won't get you very far. And a coaching leader needs to see beyond just skills acquisition. The story of executive coaching. So you might expect the story of executive coaching in workplace has its origins in the sport world. Sir John Whitmore. Sir John Whitmore is known as the godfather of modern coaching. He started his own career business as a racing car driver in the 1960s. He won both British and European saloon car championships and was known as the racing baronet after inheriting the baronetcy of Dorset estate on the death of his father. When he retired from elite motorsport, Whitmore embarked on a career coaching tennis, another of his loves. As Whitmore worked with his athletes, he applied the traditional coaching approach, focused on skills and improvement, and he would show them how to improve their game. He would watch them play and practice and skills. He'd show them, and then he would correct them based on his expertise. Whitmore found that this tried and true method worked well for a number of his players, but over time he also found that there were quite a few that plateaued regardless of what he did to correct their skills. They just wouldn't or couldn't get it together. Partly Partly out of frustration and partly spurred on by Timothy Galloway, author of Inner Games of Tennis 2, John began to ask his players what they thought they needed to do in order to improve their tennis game. Some players thought they needed to change their grip on the racket. Other players felt they had to change their ball toss when they served. As these players began to identify for themselves what they needed to improve or change, their overall tennis game began to improve dramatically. Whitmore realized that his technique of asking questions and getting athletes to identify what and how they needed to improve seemed to work really well. Soon, other coaches began to take notes and the approach began to spread amongst the sporting world. It wasn't long before ski instructors from Scandinavia and golf coaches Scotland were coming to Whitmore and his team to learn how they might apply this approach to their own students. A couple of tennis players that Whitmore was coaching during this time were also senior corporate executives. They encouraged him to see if the same or substantially similar techniques might be successful in the corporate world to improve the performance of leaders. Whitmore believed they would. So in the 1980s, Whitmore and a number of associates started performance consulting. With the birth of performance consulting came the birth of executive and workplace coaching. They were highly successful, and since then the coach had become one of the most widely recognized forms of leadership development in the workplace. Defining coaching. Many definitions of coaching exist today. However, I believe that the central essence of each one is captured in the following definitions. Coaching is a process of asking strategic questions that enable a person to identify their own solutions to the problems they face and articulate what they need to do to achieve their goals. As that definition shows us, coaching is a process. It's not magic. It isn't luck. It isn't intangible at all. It is clearly defined process that is applicable and repeatable almost any circumstance of industry. While the context may change and the specific tools and frameworks may differ, the underlying approach and process remains the same. Once leaders identify the process, they are able to adopt it and tailor it to almost any situation. If there is any opportunity to learn to improve, which is pretty much any situation, then the coaching process applies. The coaching process. Coaching is a process centered around asking questions, as we articulated in the last chapter. Telling people what to do allows them to remain passive and reliant. On the other hand, when we ask questions, we invite them to become actively engaged, and both in the situation and in their own development. Successful coaching isn't just asking any old question. It's about asking strategic questions. These are the questions that they're intentionally selected to take the coachee on a journey to help them do the thinking required to grow and improve on the way to achieving their desired outcomes. Strategic questioning encourages the coaches and coachees to be engaged and do the hard thinking. It enables the people to identify their own ideas and solutions and to generate their own actions plans. This process also increases the coachee's level of ownership and the process by taking them along this journey. The coachee earns the process for taking themselves, ultimately enabling them to take both themselves and others through the process in the future. At its core, coaching is about changing. It helps people identify what changes they might need to make and how they make them in order to achieve a desired outcome. As Ian Barry writes, coaching is a unique process of human development, one that works to change a person's life for the better and to help him or her achieve a number of specific objectives. All leadership is about change. At its most basic level, leadership is about influencing people to make the changes necessary to move closer to the common goal. Of course, there are many techniques and methods that leaders can use to influence people to help them make those required to change. And coaching is one of those techniques. Best thing about coaching for leaders is that it brings mutual benefits to the leader, benefits to the employee, that because it not only empowers people to make changes, but it also helps them along the way. For those leaders looking to coach their people, it doesn't have to be complicated. It's simply asking questions to foster three qualities. Outlined the godfather of modern coaching, Sir John Whitmore, in his seminal coaching textbook, Coaching for Performance, these are the three qualities. 1. Awareness. 2. Responsibility. 3. Self-belief. I call these triune, which essentially means 3 in 1. Focus of coaching, because without any of them, change won't occur. Awareness. I will often tell people that we are controlled by what we aren't aware of. When we are in passive state, we aren't in control. Things are being done to us and we are simply reacting to them. And the world around us is only once we become aware of something that we have the opportunity to exert any control over it. When we do become aware, we become engaged. And when we are engaged, we can begin to take control, respond proactively, and expect our influence to make changes in the world around us. Of course, when we are becoming engaged and aware, we simply won't be able to control everything that impacts our lives or our business. We can't control the volatile market, for example, or labor shortages. We should take the opportunity to exert control over the things we can. But in order to do that, we need to be aware of what is inside our control and what is not. We need to understand the real problems we face, and we need to be aware of all the different options and potential solutions. We also need to be aware that we have the ability to find the solution in ourselves and make the changes necessary. And this is part of what good coaching accomplishes. Building awareness so that individuals can take control and pursue change is key to successful coaching. Responsibility. The next key element to successful coaching is increasing the level of responsibility individuals take for their circumstances and the outcome they desire. While awareness is required to identify what is inside one's control, it is the sense of responsibility and ownership that is required in order to take action. The fact it's vital because it's only a sense of personal responsibility is that produces the impetus to change. Self-belief. In order to take any action, we first need to believe that we can achieve the desired results. In other words, the change is possible, and second, we need to believe that we are able to affect the change. So the role of the coach is able to help coaches identify what change is required and then help them make the change. But it is also their role to help foster the belief that the coachee has the ability to make that change in psychology. Self-sufficient is the belief that an individual holds about their ability to influence the world around them. The degree to which individuals can believe they can influence their own circumstances and make the changes necessary to achieve the outcomes they desire will determine how likely and motivated they are to make those changes. Self-belief, along with awareness and responsibility, are all necessary for successful change to occur, which each of them facilitate a necessary component of each change. Without any one of them, the change just won't happen. So what? What happens when there is no awareness, no responsibility, no self-awareness? No awareness. When there is no awareness, there is no need to make a change. People may possess the self-belief and confidence in their own ability to make changes and be willing to take responsibility and own the process, but they just don't have any idea that a change is even needed, let alone what they could do to create that change. No responsibility. Even if the awareness of the need to change and understand what you need to do to make that change is, if you don't take responsibility of ownership, then is no impetus or drivers to actually make any changes. The motivation isn't there to overcome the inertia of the status quo. No self-belief. Change is not possible when there is no self-belief, because where there is no self-belief, there is no confidence, and change is possible. People may be aware of the need for change. They may understand what they need to do to make a change, and they may even recognize that they are responsible for making a change. However, if they don't believe in their own ability to influence the situation, they won't even attempt to make the change. The reality is that all three of these qualities are required for people to make changes, whether the desired change is at the individual level or the team level or the organizational level. As leaders, it is our role to foster these three qualities in our people in order to inspire the action required to achieve our collective goals. Coaching is simply using questions to do so. Directing less coaching. As we move into more of a coaching relationship with our teams, we'll find that we're doing this less and less. Directing and more discussing and advising. This is a natural progression and it's a vital part of coaching. Why? Because of the more we direct our staff, the more we tell them what to do and when to do it, the less empowered they are. And the less empowered they are, the less they are able to take control of responsibility and grow within their role. While direction may be necessary when skill levels are low and staff are still learning, once they begin to gain competence in their roles, you should stay clear of over-directing. Continuing to direct your team past this point can severely curtail their own development and their own motivation. Instead, once someone can complete a task, the next step in their development in that area is to understand how that task fits to the bigger picture. And needs to be done most efficiently under their own steam. This must learn to understand the why behind the task. They need to fully embrace when it should be conducted. It should be conducted, and most importantly, how it contributes to when we continually direct our people, telling them what, when, and how to do it. Why are they less likely to think about and understand the bigger picture? And that means that they are less likely to develop mastery in that area. Continued direction also reduces the level of autonomous experience in their role. We have no room for them to influence or contribute to the process. As a result, they will feel less satisfied with the work and less valued by you as a leader. By not allowing your staff to develop autonomously, you are also failing them to develop and build up the autonomy so that over time they can begin to influence and contribute to process within the organizations. And when you don't facilitate this process, ultimately your team will lose the will to do either. They will facilitate the desire to even try. It's at this point that intrinsic motivation is at its lowest. Instead of a team that is engaged in contributing to team and organizational goals with independence and initiative, you'll get staff who behave like mindless robots and completely reliant on their leaders to think they are for them and tell them what they do. Eventually, your people will become so dissatisfied in the workplace that they begin actively looking for opportunities elsewhere. It's kind of like a parent who does everything for their child. If a parent is the only one who ever cleans a room or cooks dinner, a child never cooks for themselves. Importantly, they never even learn why it's important that those things get done. They grow into teenage years and young adults. Those who are living at home can only cook 2-minute noodles and are happy to live in the middle piles of a mess. Their parents bemoan the fact that they never take responsibility for themselves. While many of us might be able to relate to this, most of us will describe the situation to be a result of bad parenting, rather than a lack of or character in the child. The parent hasn't prepared the child for adult life and hasn't fostered a sense of initiative and responsibility. In most workplaces, it's really not that different. Activating intrinsic motivation. According to self-determination theory, 3 characteristics are the key components to intrinsic motivation. These are sense of mastery, a sense of autonomy, sense of connectedness. Intrinsic motivation is vital in the workplace. This is a thing in humans that compels them to seek out novelty and challenge to exercise one's capacity to explore and to learn. As leaders, we will want our teams to be filled with the people who are intrinsically motivated in their work, people who are proactive, passionate, and purpose-driven. But so often our default approach as leaders undermines the very thing we desire in our people. We need to take steps to be intentional about fostering empowerment amongst our teams. Empowerment is the increased ability to operate independently. It's characterized by increased autonomy and is associated with higher levels of intrinsic motivation. The science on the subject is pretty conclusive. In terms of intrinsic motivation, there is a significant link between employees' sense of psychological empowerment and a leader's empowering behavior. One study conducted in 2010 is significant because it not only relates the empowering behaviors of leaders with intrinsic motivations, but also with employer creativity. Focusing on creative problem solving, the study involves a survey of 498 professionals in the technology field and software development industry, where substantial creative problem solving is required to be effective, and they assess 4 leadership behaviors. 1, enhance meaning, understanding contributions to the big picture, promoting participation, express confidence, providing autonomy. So when leaders exhibit these 4 behaviors, it increases the staff's sense of psychological empowerment, which in turn increase both the intrinsic motivation, the degree to which they engage in the creative problem-solving process, empowering staff when they are much better at identifying problems, searching for relevant information, and generating potential ideas and solutions when encountering the workplace problems. As leaders, we all want to see more of these qualities and staff results in our teams, and it all starts with empowering our staff. So how do we ensure that we are doing that? By creating situations where coaching, asking rather than directing, and that's because asking activates personnel. Activating through empowerment. When I speak to leaders about empowerment, the staff and I talk about the 3 E's: equip, enable, encourage. Equip. The first stage of empowering a staff is to equip them with the skills, knowledge, and understanding that they need to operate independently. This includes teaching and training as we introduce new skills, and also means equipping them with the ability to identify skills and capability gaps, and the strategies and resources to address these gaps, both at an individual level and an organizational level. Enable. The second stage of empowering your staff is enabling them to platform, develop, and pursue their potential. At the heart of this stage is really about providing your people with the opportunities that they need to improve and develop new skills, capabilities. It may be the opportunity to practice and improve their current skill sets. It might be the opportunity to participate and contribute to initiatives and assist in the decision-making process across the organization. It is also might be and should be the opportunity to influence their world and work and how they should do that. Enabling this ongoing learning is a big part of providing autonomy, work, and empowering staff. Encourage. This is the final stage of empowering your staff, and is provided encouragement. This is important because it's how you build a sense of belief and self-confidence in your staff. If your people aren't confident in their ability to perform in particular areas, they won't be motivated to do so, and they'll only venture into that area of work when pushed. However, as leaders, we want our staff to be self-motivated and try to develop more areas and skills and capabilities. We want them to have that all-important self-efficacy we discussed earlier. Self-efficacy is vital. We know that our sense of self-belief is greatly increased when we are surrounded by others who believe in us. However, when we believe in ourselves and our ability to perform, we're much more likely to act independently and be proactive. Even better, we'll have even greater satisfaction in our work. Asking activates potential. As leaders, we need to pursue the empowerment of our staff, and this demands that we shift from directing and telling to asking and coaching. Of course, asking questions is by no means the only way to empower our staff, but it is an effective way to enhance other initiatives at each stage of the empowerment journey. By asking strategic questions, we are teaching and guiding, but more importantly, we also are role modeling. The ability to ask questions of ourselves. Strategic questions equip our staff with the foundations for strategic thinking by asking questions that you're also providing them with the opportunity to engage in the type of thinking that is required as leaders at the next level. You're providing them with an opportunity to identify, articulate, and understand the bigger picture, and you're enabling a sense of autonomy. For an individual to really pursue and realize their potential, they need to be empowered to do so. Asking and therefore coaching is an invitation to do so. One of the greatest stories of empowerment I know is shared in the book Turn That Ship Around by David Market. Market was a US Navy captain who studied for 12 months to take command of the highest performing submarine in the US Navy, USS Olympia. In the US Navy, the captain is the expert on the ship. If something goes wrong on a vessel, the captain is the one tasked with knowing how to fix it and gives the orders for people to do so. 3 weeks before he was due to take command on the Olympia, Captain Marquette was instead ordered to take command of another vessel, the USS Santa. Not only was it a completely different type of submarine, but it also happened to be the lowest performing submarine in US naval history. Marquette had spent 12 months preparing to become an expert, a competitively different boat. In fact, the difference was so stark that very little of his preparation was relevant to commanding the Santa Fe because the Marquette really was not the expert. He was unable to provide the level of direction that was traditional for a submariner captain. Doing so would have been dangerous, not only for the safety of the vessel, but also for the crew on board. In this scenario, Marquette had to rely on the competence of his crew in order to sail the submarine, so the only way he could successfully command the vessel was by empowering his crew. While there were a number of strategies he used to do this, one of the key elements of his approach was to ask effective questions. In this book, Marquette outlined the 20 mechanisms he used to change culture and empowerment in his crew. Many of these are involved asking different types of questions in different scenarios. Some of the mechanisms and the associated questions were to resist the urge to provide solutions. To encourage proactive problem solving, he asked the crew, what do you think needs to be done? 2, think out loud. To stimulate the other's thinking, he would share his own by asking questions such as, I wonder what his enemy would do in this scenario. 3, to stop briefing. Instead of certifying, rather than telling people what was about to happen, he would determine or certify that his team knew what they needed to do by asking what needs to happen. 4, begin with the end in mind. To make sure his crew remain focused and focusing here, what is the outcome that we're trying to achieve? This approach built around the above methodologies and others, and including asking strategic questions about empowering development his crew, transformed the culture of the Santa Fe, and it produced incredible results. Morale increased significantly, as did engagement. Morale increased significantly as did engagement, retention, and satisfaction amongst the crew. Most telling, within 3 years of the Santa Fe, once the lowest performing boat in the US Navy, received the highest performance rating in a US naval history. Marquette was literally able to turn the ship around, and he did through asking questions to empower his people. Setting great leaders apart. The ability to empower others is often what sets great leaders apart from their peers. John Maxwell, American author and leadership expert, writes, a leader is great not because of his or her power, but because of his or her ability to empower others. The ability to empower others is only going to become more necessary for leaders and companies in the future. Within the pace of technology development, the increase of information flow, and the exponentially dynamic nature of the environment in which we operate, it's completely impossible for leaders to be across everything. Gone are the days when a single individual could be the expert in every area of their business. The marketplace, and there are people today, more than ever, leaders and organizations need to empower their people to meet some of the levels of expertise. This is why, when we are describing the requirements of leadership in the future, Bill Gates says, as we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be those who empower others. When I ask people to identify what they think coaching and mentoring is, almost always appears on the list. Coaching and mentoring are often used interchangeably when talking about development people, both in organizational policy and human resource literature, but they are two different things, and it's worth taking the time to distinguish them. Mentoring is a process where one person, the mentee, leverages the subject matter expertise of another. The mentor, so someone looking for mentoring in particular, will identify a person with both the mentoring in both the expertise and experience in that particular area before approaching them to be their mentor. It's very unlikely that most probable unwise to someone to approach an individual who has no expertise or experience. As David Clutterbuck, one of Europe's most prolific authors and thinkers in management, writes, a mentor is a more experienced individual willing to share knowledge with someone less experienced in a knowledge relationship of mutual trust. The way mentors share this knowledge is by providing guidance and advice based on their expertise. Mentoring is like an explorer showing you the map of their own journey, where they went, what mountains they climbed, and what rivers they crossed. It's about sharing how they face the new challenges and how did they manage to get where they are now. So at the end of the day, the prerequisite is to being a good mentor is having subject matter expertise in a particular field. Coaching, however, is different. Coaching is the process of asking strategic questions. In pure coaching environments, therefore, there's no advice or guidance is given. The coach only asks the questions, so they don't necessarily have the subject matter expertise. I've coached F-A-18 Hornet jet pilots, but I have never sat in the cockpit of a fighter jet, let alone flown one. Once I've coached lawyers, but I've never sat in a courtroom. I've coached senior military commanders, but I've never been trained to lead teams of 10 men on the battlefield. My success in each of those engagements was not based on the subject matter expertise, but it is on my knowledge of the coaching process and my experience in applying it. I understand the coaching doesn't require subject matter expertise is usually quite liberating. For leaders, it means that they don't think they have to have all the answers. When we as leaders feel like we have to have all the answers and provide all the guidance and advice for our people all the time, we place ourselves under an enormous amount of stress. Coaching skills allow us to help our teams and our people find the answers when we don't have the team ourselves. It also helps to lead effectively across a wider range of circumstances and in fast-changing environments. Coaching skills allows leaders to lead, influence, and develop others in teams, departments, and/or other areas of business. Differences between mentoring and coaching. The difference is mentoring and coaching can be found in rock climbing. Mentoring is like an experienced climber showing someone the route they took to scale a cliff. It might even be handling them the rope they laid to help them complete the climb itself. Coaching, however, is helping the climber to pioneer their own route up the cliff and let them lay their own rope down. When it comes to developing people, it's important to understand that the time when we are mentoring, there is still a level of telling, directing, in other words. Yet, we're still doing the thinking for people. However, as with any other leadership activity, mentoring can be enhanced with the use of coaching skills. By sharing their experiences and then asking the mentee to identify lessons and principles that might apply in their situation and what actions they might take in light of those insights, the mentor will still provide many of the benefits of coaching. That is why an Air Force colleague of mine, Air Commodore Ian Scott, says good mentors will use coaching skills, but good coaches never mentor. The great movie director Steven Spielberg once said, the delicate balance of mentoring someone is not creating them in your own image, but giving them the opportunity to create themselves. It is coaching skills that allow leaders to mentor in this way. Chapter 3, the benefits of coaching. The job of the leader as coach is to ignite the creative genius in your people, turn it into positive thinking or positive power, and to use that power to create enthusiasm in the workplace. That makes a real difference to the organization. Simon Lee. When it comes to trying to describe and quantify the benefits of coaching, there is no need to end the studies and statistics that you can find on the internet. In fact, a single Google results for coaching research results in about 345 million results. Of course, when you dive down into the results, many of the statistics seem to be over-sensationalized, and the size of the impact appears almost too good to be true. Claims of the coaching that led to millionaires of coaches who impacted every person that they have come into contact. What do they say about things that are too good to be true? They are often. As a psychologist, I'm trained scientist, a scientist who studies people. So when it comes to the big overblown statistics, I immediately begin to question the scientific rigor of the process undertaken to measure them. While many people impacts described in these studies are consistent with the more robust scientific studies, the size of the statistics is not. In this section, I will share some of the key benefits of coaching that I have been identified by researchers in published peer-reviewed scientific literature. This means that they are demonstrated and verifiable benefits, rather than simple anecdotal claims. I've also included a couple of benefits based on my own experience as a coach and a leader. I hope this will give you more confidence in the real benefits leaders and their teams will achieve from introducing coaching in the workplace. If you're already convinced about the benefits of coaching, feel free to skip. Self-efficacy. One of the most prominent benefits of coaching is that it significantly boosts self-efficacy. Remember that self-efficacy is defined as the belief that an individual holds about their ability to influence their world around them. This is demonstrated by many studies, and one excellent analysis of the result. 52 separate studies on coaching in the workplace improved self-efficacy is important because we also know that self-efficacy is responsible for 28% increase in performance. The fact that coaching improves people's self-efficacy or self-belief in their ability to achieve goals and to make a difference makes sense. Coaching is all about the assisting people to learn how to make positive changes in their world and their work, and self-belief is a key enabler of change that coaches seek to cultivate. So we expect that self-belief that would be developed by coaching. When I was a teenager, my dad and I went gliding. We took a holiday, stayed near an airfield, and had 5 days filled with gliding lessons. My instructor, Joe, taught us how to take off by being towed behind a small plane, and of course, how to land without crashing. In between, while we were in the air, he taught us how to feel the wobble of the wings. That indicated a thermal updraft and how to position the aircraft to be lifted by the column of warm rising air. The result was the glider spiraled upwards, gaining altitude, doing higher and higher. Gerhard was a semi-retired German. With decades of gliding experience, he would constantly ask, "Did you feel that?" Referring to the wobble of the wings, indicating a new updraft. Each flight we gained more experience, more confidence, and self-belief. Eventually, we were able to take the joystick and fly the glider ourselves. It was an experience I'll never forget. Thanks, Dad. There are many similarities between a leader and 2 coaches and my guiding instructor. First, the gliding instructor was in the cockpit and in the same glider as me, just as the leader in this situation, in this workplace, and in the same team as the staff. So in both situations, they have skin. Second, they both teach and they then let go. My gliding instructor taught us how to fly, and once we were able to do it on our own, let us find the updraft and find position in the glider, and then end into an upward spiral. The coaching leader is much the same. Initially, they help their team learn how to solve problems, achieve goals, and then perform in the workplace. Once they have achieved it, let go, let them fly. Be their own. Before long, the individuals and teams are perpetuating upward spirals, rising to new heights of both confidence and performance. Just like a glider spiraling on a thermal. Self-awareness. Like self-efficacy, awareness in general and self-awareness specifically is an important requirement for change, and therefore one of the elements of the triune focus of the coaching cultivating is focus of coaching. So it's no surprise that gaining an increase in self-awareness is also one of the benefits of coaching. One study specifically designed to investigate whether or not coaching develops self-awareness. In that study, the researchers used 360-degree feedback assessments to measure a manager's level of success, self-awareness. The 360-degree feedback process compared 20 managers' self-assessments of their behavioral competency, interpersonal competency, and the personal responsibility with the staff assessment of the manager's performance in these three areas. Lower discrepancies between self and staff ratings indicate higher levels of self-awareness, and higher discrepancies show a lower level of self-awareness. Managers then provided a coaching program at the end of the 360-degree feedback process was repeated. At the start of my program, managers rated their own performance significantly higher than the staff did. At the end of the coaching program, there was no significant difference between the manager's self-rating and those of their staff. Interestingly, the manager's self-ratings remained consistent in both before and after the coaching program. It was the staff's assessment of the manager's performance that had increased. These results suggest two things. First, that the manager's performance increased because the feedback and coaching. This is what led to the higher staff assessment. Additionally, if performance increased without any change in manager self-awareness, we would expect managers to rate themselves higher at the end of the program than at the beginning. Because this didn't happen, we got our second understanding that the managers actually became more aware of their real level performance by realizing that their original self-assessment was likely inflated. As a result, despite real increases in their performance, their self-assessment remained the same as originally. While self-belief allows us to have the confidence to make the changes required to achieve business goals, it is self-awareness that allows us to know that changes are required and how to make those changes. The greater our level of self-awareness, the more we understand that those changes we can make to our own thinking and our own behavior to get that way. Great leaders understand that how they interact with their staff can significantly impact and influence their levels of motivation, inspiration, satisfaction, commitment, and overall performance of work. These leaders are self-aware enough to also know how they can influence their own behavior in order to interact with their staff in a way that brings out the best in their team. Coaching leaders not only possess this level of self-awareness, they seek to foster it. In the self-awareness study mentioned above, an increase in staff competence assessment was not the only evidence that coaching improved the manager's performance. Levels of job satisfaction, organizational commitment, and turnover intention for both managers and staff were also measured. The results of the study showed levels of job satisfaction and organizational commitment were significantly higher for both managers and staff alike. For both cohorts, turnover intention was also significantly lower. When you stop and think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Coaching helps people solve problems, overcome challenges, and achieve goals. As humans, achieving goals and solving problems is inherently satisfying. If we're able to do this on a regular basis in our work, of course we're going to find work satisfying. So it's no wonder that the managers who were going to receive coaching and so achieving and solving experience greater job satisfaction. Additionally, satisfaction creates commitment. When we experience satisfaction, we also experience something akin to a sense of gratitude, which generally results in higher levels of commitment towards the source of the satisfaction. In this source of the satisfaction is work. Well, it's the organization who provides the work, and because of that, people begin to feel more commitment towards the organization that gave them those feelings. Job satisfaction and organizational commitment are both the result of and contributed to workplace performance of leaders and managers. Has these research shows that they are likely able to perform at a higher level at the same time if a leader's role is to achieve results through the performance of their team. Their own performance as a leader is contingent on their ability to create an environment that promotes these same high qualities in the same people that they lead. If they can do that, they create a healthy culture in the team and or organization. A healthy culture is something that people don't want to leave. Self-belief. Self-belief and trust also reduce turnover and tension. High levels of job satisfaction and commitment are the only indicators of healthy culture. Trust is also a significant factor and an important part of staff retention. Researchers Ledger and Giard studied the role of coaching in developing and self-belief. The study consisted of two groups of leaders in the teams. One group received a 6-month coaching program, while the second group acted as a control group. At the end of the 6-month coaching program, the level of self-belief of the leaders was significantly higher for leaders that received the coaching compared to leaders who did not. Importantly, the teams of the coaching cohort of leaders reported higher trust in their leaders and reduced intention to leave the organization. There are old adages that people don't leave companies, they leave managers. And in my experience, and as the research proves, this holds true. But the reciprocal result is true also. People stay at the company because of a good relationship with their manager or leader, not because of the company itself. In fact, it is sometimes surprisingly much more about employees will endure if they have a trusting relationship with their immediate super leader. Trust is a value of commodity. Just like satisfaction and commitment, trust is both a result and contribute to leadership performance. And just like satisfaction engenders commitment towards its source, so trust inspires loyalty. Leaders and become more important than ever because reading turnover has become more important than ever. In a world where the average organization tenure continues to drop and the ease which staff can find new important opportunities continues to increase, building healthy cultures that provide high trust, relationships, ensure job satisfaction, and inspire organizational commitment needs to be a priority for every workplace. Healthy work cultures not only keep staff from leaving, they also keep the engagement in their work. The concept of workplace engagement was big in the 90s, so much so that one of the biggest companies in HR analytics fields, Gallup, built their entire business around it. Gallup categorizes employees as engaged, not engaged, actively engaged. In fact, the technical term for being miserable at work is actively disengaged. On the other end, engaged employees are highly involved, enthusiastic about their work, and their psychological owners. The employees who drive performance, the innovation and move the organizational forward, sound good. This is what we want, right? Unfortunately, in their state, Global Workforce 2022 report Gallup reports that the percentage of engaged employees in Australia and New Zealand was dismally low, 17%. That is a 3-point drop since 2020, and the pandemic is only a small part of the problem, as pre-pandemic engagement levels were reportedly 22%. I do wonder what Nicaragua was doing with 63%. The lack of engagement was a real cost. In fact, Gallup estimates that the lack of engagement and the associated reduction in productivity to the global economy, $8.1 trillion a year. There is desperate need for good leaders who can unlock the potential in the workforce and bring out the best in their staff. These are the leaders who can create a healthy work culture that lead to engaged employees. Luckily, coaching helps there too. Research published in 2014 examines the effect of a coaching program across 2 Australian state police services. The coaching programs include both 360-degree and individual coaching sessions to 70 leaders. The study found the staff that worked directly for leaders who participated in the coaching program had higher perceptions of workplace support and strategic alignment, which in turn produced significantly higher levels of workplace engagement. I've seen this play out in my work of my own clients. One great example is a client in the disability support sector. As part of their work, they delivered mandatory clinical supervision sessions with support workers. The managers didn't even enjoy those sessions, but the managers didn't enjoy delivering these sessions and generally only conducted them out of obligation, and the support workers didn't enjoy attending them either. These coaching programs helped the organization managers transform these unloved mandatory sessions into coaching and mentoring sessions. And while it took a couple of sessions for the support workers to get used to the change and approach, gradually they became more and more engaged. It wasn't long before the managers were receiving comments and gratitude and expressions of how much their people were enjoying the sessions and even looking forward to them. I even had one manager who had to delay these sessions with their staff tell me how much he missed them. Interestingly, the turnover rate among the support workers also dropped during this time. It might be easy to look at the global engagement levels and become depressed. However, they also reflect the great opportunity currently available to leaders. Employee engagement could become a competitive advantage for your organization. Coaching leadership should be the key to unlocking that innovation. Innovation. To innovate. To innovate is to implement a new idea in order to make changes to something that is established. And while most people agree that you have to innovate to stay relevant in business, most people also don't like to make changes for the sake of change. In fact, they tend to stay like the status quo. Opportunity, and until they encounter a problem, when they do, then they look at how to innovate. So, for practical purposes, innovation is all about solving problems. Albert Einstein is famously quoted as saying, "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use to create them." Einstein said this originally, or the source is elsewhere. It doesn't change the fact that innovation is the way we change that thinking. Of course, the best way to shift our thinking is to ask different questions in describing our information can change our perceptions and therefore our thinking. English anthropologist and socialist scientist Gregory Beatson has said to have described a piece of information as a difference that makes a difference. There is an apt description of great questions, and they are in search of difference that makes a difference. They search for a different perspective that creates a difference in our thinking, which in turn results in us taking a different course of action. That action is innovation. Asking great questions is a core coaching skill and an excellent way to innovate. The coaching process helps people unlock and step away from their established ways of thinking about problems and explore different perspectives to identify new solutions. Whether they're aware of it or not, Great Innovators always use good coaching. In 2021, researchers in China studied the link between coaching, leadership, and innovation among employees. Examining 88 leaders and their 292 team members, they found that the more a leader coached during their team, the more likely the team was to both engage in innovation process within the company and display innovative behaviors such as generating and implementing new ideas. During my time as a part of the Air Force Leadership Coaching Program, I remember hearing a great example of how coaching improves innovation. Several years ago, there was a problem with the KC-30 multi-role tanker. This is the aircraft that the Australian, US, UK, and other air forces around the world use for air-to-air refueling. The problem had persisted for several years. One day, a young technician who just happened to be the most junior member in his squadron was complaining about the problem to his corporal. Corporal had just received coaching skills training, thought this might be an opportunity to develop the new skill set. He began to coach his junior member, challenging him to identify the problem, brainstorm potential solutions that might have the problem. Because of the conversation, the junior technician identified a real solution to a problem that had been going on for years. This was unfortunately sent up the chain and signed off by the Deputy Chief of Air Force. This is fantastic. An example of coaching leadership. In practice, the corporal was by no means an expert or coach, or even someone experienced in using coaching skills. Yet they had to go at it, using it, and then they were able to meaningfully innovate in a way that solved an organization-wide issue. Corporal was able to create an environment where innovation could take place, and he led the way in that and brought the best out of his team member. He did that using coaching skills. Peter Drucker once said, "The enterprise that does not innovate ages and declines. And in a period of rapid change such as the present, the decline will be fast." Well, those words may have been uttered in the 20th century. They are truer now than ever before. As a requirement for companies to innovate grows, so does their need for coaching skills. In one of my early versions of my coaching leader program, I was working with a leadership team who were all on the fast track to burnout. When I began working with the team, I had concerns about the well-being of each one of them. But by the end of the 6-month program, my concerns had evaporated. They were motivated, felt less stress and pressure, and were at work, and they were experiencing better health physically. All this despite an increase in workload due to the growth of the company and success they had made. In fact, while their workload increased, so did their well-being. Why? Well, the coaching process, despite being designed to teach them coaching skills and coach them to coach their people, also taught them resilience. And this new resilience meant they were better able to manage under stressful circumstances. Experience a boost in one's resilience as a byproduct of coaching is a phenomenal not unique to my own coaching programs. In fact, in 2005, study leaders were interviewed with 12 months of completed a coaching program. This result that the study indicated that leaders did perceive coaching to have affected their resilience, even if this was not defined objective for the coaching. There are 5 themes that emerge. 1, reclaiming self-belief. 2, learning. 3, seeing a wider perspective. 4, supporting relationships. 5, thinking space. Re-establish self-belief in one's ability to overcome challenges is an important factor to resilience, as is growth, development, and perceived progress that comes with learning. Adopting multiple perspectives in order to find a meaning in suffering and challenging, also continuing to resilience. As do meaningful and supporting relationships, thinking space allows one to develop plans, maintain a sense of control in times of challenge, which is also an important element of resilience. Another study that came out of the University of Sydney's Coaching Psychology Unit compared both the resilience and well-being of leaders who participated in a leadership coaching program with a control group of leaders who didn't receive coaching. Those that took part in the coaching experienced significant increases in resilience and well-being, with a corresponding reduction in depression score, as well as a higher level of goal attainment and achievement. There is also evidence to suggest that the well-being benefits of coaching are not limited to those leaders who receive coaching, but extend to them teams that lead as well. Another University of Sydney study used social network analysis to look at the effects of coaching experience by those who interacted with those being coached. But the research found that not only did the leaders who received coaching experience increased well-being, but so did those who worked closely to them. This study also demonstrates significant increase in goal attainment and transformational leadership in the leaders being coached. It is important to note that all of the coaching programs mentioned here before were not designed to target and develop resilience and well-being. Each of them was focused on developing leadership capability. However, there were significant improvements in resilience. Takeaway: organizational leadership looking to improve their leadership capability by providing coaching can be confident that those who both receive coaching and coaching their teams will receive these important additional benefits of increased resilience and well-being. Emotional intelligence is the ability of an individual to perceive, understand, and use emotional information. So someone with a high emotional intelligence has awareness of their own emotions and the ability to use that awareness to regulate their behavior when experiencing strong emotions. They're also able to perceive emotions in others and respond in a way that allows them to manage those relationships to achieve the outcome that they want. They're fairly self-evident that these are important abilities for any leader to cultivate. While many people seem to naturally develop emotional intelligence as they mature, others find it challenging, but it's a skill people can learn and develop. The former director of the University of Sydney's Coaching Psychology Unit, Anthony Grant, measured the levels of emotional intelligence developed in leaders in a 13-week coaching skills program. He compared the data against a comparison group who attended the only 2 days of workshop. The results: leaders who undertook the 13-week program experienced significant development in their levels of emotional intelligence can be developed through coaching. It also demonstrates that leaders who learn to coach become more emotionally intelligent and therefore better leaders. As Grant writes, coaching skills are inextricably related to emotional intelligence. The 2015 study referred to earlier identified thinking space as one of the benefits of coaching and contributed to resilience and well-being. Much of the reason this thinking space is so valuable because it is so rare. In 2016 survey, over 2016, 71% were interrupted frequently throughout their work day, and only 29% were able to actively block out distractions. If that was this case in 2016, then how much worse is it today given our increased connectivity? Most leaders fall prey to this busyness that comes as part of the parcel of roles as leaders. They're dealing with the back-to-back meetings, constant interruptions, overflowing inboxes, and never-ending to-do lists. They don't have the time or space to think, the space to problem solve or to reflect. When they're in the state, leaders often experience what I call the thought tornado. Because they are on the go all the time, their minds are constantly moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Their thoughts are spinning around in circles, so much that they can't identify which thoughts are beneficial and know what knowledge is useful. And we're in the thought tornado, and we also can't make the connections that lead the solutions. We need time to space. To do that, coaching provides the space. Dedication, coaching, and appointments provide uninterrupted time to slow down and focus on a particular issue. Even better, there's someone to help facilitate that reflection and thinking. The time and space is precious. It allows for necessary thinking required to solve root cause problems rather than applying band-aid solutions. It provides the opportunity to do the strategic work that allows leaders and teams to be proactive rather than reactive. It gives us the time to reflect on our experiences, to articulate the insights and lessons, and to be leaned on from them and consider how we might apply all these lessons. Doing all this with the coach or with the leader who coaches can make the use of this time and space much more meaningful. One of the favorite quotes, which has been attributed to many different people, thoughts and untangible themselves over the lips and through the fingertips. When we communicate our thoughts, whether speaking them or writing them down, we are forced to articulate our thoughts. It is this act of articulation that brings clarity. When we are being coached, we are asked questions that require us to think and then communicate our thoughts in order to answer the questions. Thus, the coaching community processes, clarifies our thinking. One of the key aims is coaching to encourage people to unlock from their current perspective in order to view the perspective circumstances and challenging the face in a different light. In generalization, as a generalization, when people think about the problem they are encountering, they will do as so using either their left or their right side brain. Left side brain is associated with reason, logic, and objectivity. It is where the processing of numbers and quantitative data happens. The right side of the brain is associated with emotional creativity and intuition. It is where feelings, experiences, qualitative data are processed. Developing their personality, training, and life experience will develop a preference for thinking about problems with either their left or their right side of the brain. In and of itself, such a preference is not a problem. It can even be of great benefit to review and contribute to the part of the individual's strengths and abilities, allowing them to excel in a particular field. However, as with any strength that is overplayed, it can derail us if we get stuck. When we encounter challenges and rely too much on a particular brain side, thinking style, we lock on to a particular perspective and set of data looking out of different view sets or types of data that may be relevant. Consider Kathy, an accountant who loves numbers, systems, and processes. She struggles to understand why her new office manager, Jess, doesn't want to implement a new customer relationship management tool that collates customer data. Kathy knows that Jess is a people person, which is why she's good at her job. They all have discussions, and the customer experiences is one of Jess's top priorities, which is why her resistance to the new CRM is so confusing for Kathy. Logically, the more data you have about the customers, the more information how you can provide them with a great experience. It just doesn't make sense. Kathy shares her frustration with Kevin, the business owner, who reminds Kathy about a recent team development day where Jess had shared that she had failed maths in school, and then she asked, how do you think the prospect of making decisions using numbers and percentages is likely to make Jess feel? Kathy has a light bulb moment as she considers how asking Jess to make decisions about the customers based on data is likely to make her feel inadequate. Kevin's question helped Kathy unlock her focus with the numbers, logic, and left brain thinking. She was able to think with the right side of the brain and consider the qualitative data of Jess's experience. Kathy was able to set up a traffic light system with the CRM suggesting how to interpret numbers in order to utilize the customer's data. The result was that Jess became her assistant and became a strong advocate for implementation of the CRM across the business. As leaders, we want our people to be able to figure out a way to overcome the challenges they face and to make informed decisions in the way that they do so. When our team brings us a problem, it is important to listen to how they are framing and problem identifying, what side of the brain they are thinking it with, and what type of data they are using to inform their perspective. For those focused on logic and reason, it can be useful to consider the emotional experiences involved. For those focusing on emotions and experiences, it can be useful to quantify those experiences so that they can be analyzed by asking questions that encourage them to use a different part of their brain and consider different types of information. We can often facilitate a flash of insight that will help them overcome their immediate challenges. Note, as a psychologist and professional, I feel bound to tell you that what I have just written is technically wrong. People do not think with either side of their brain at one time, nor are we left or right sides of our brains exclusively dedicated to logical, emotional processing. Respectively, people think by activating different systems and regions across their brain, and these systems often span brain hemisphere. However, neuroscience is complicated stuff, and I could talk to you about the peripheral cortex, the prefrontal cortex, the promotor cortex, the primary motor cortex, and the somatosensory cortex. And those aren't even all of the cortexes. I can be technically accurate in describing how it all works, but it wouldn't be confusing and there would be nothing gained. A friend of mine, a fellow psychologist, Dr. Justin Coulson, once gave me a piece of advice. It's better to be useful than to be right. With this in mind, I acknowledge that this passage is an oversimplification to the point of being technically inaccurate, but I hope it's a useful way for leaders to think about how to use coaching skills to help their people. When I left the military full-time, I was a patrol commander. I trained to lead on team combat missions. I employed the challenge of leadership and the opportunity to develop others and drive them towards achieving a common goal. So it wasn't long before I found myself in civilian leadership employment. The position involves heading up a new team of volunteers. We'll be running community events for people in our own age group. Working with my upline, we pulled together a dozen really good people to form the team. These were individuals with great abilities who were really good with people. As a student of leadership, I knew what I had to do. I had prepared a vision statement, set goals, outlined expectations, and developed a plan for the first few months. I felt I had done the work and I was ready. After all, how hard could it be? I was a trained to lead men in combat. A far more difficult scenario. Leading a bunch of civvies couldn't be that hard. I was about to learn a very difficult lesson. While the launch night didn't go as smoothly as I planned, I still came away feeling like a huge success. However, a month later, I hung up my phone after having a final remaining member say they no longer wanted to be a part of the team. It had taken me about 4 weeks to lose an entire team of 15 people. While the experience taught me a number of significant lessons, one of the biggest was the importance of bringing people together on the journey. I failed to do that with this team. Instead, I jumped straight into directing. This is what we were going to achieve, and this is how we're going to do it, and this is how we're going to do that. All the directing simply ended in disaster. Of course, this is not an unusual problem. After all, leaders spend much of their time thinking about setting direction and solving problems to enable their team to do what they need to do. The team members, on the other hand, they spend their day executing and doing the work. When it comes to directions, plans, or solutions, the leader has already gone, so sharing can often become an afterthought. But leaders need to be mindful that their team is yet to take them on the journey. If a leader wants to get their team to buy into their course of action and avoid resistance or losing their team, as I did, they need to take them on one same thought journey a day. By asking your team a series of strategic questions, you as a leader invite them to wrestle with the same considerations you did, hopefully arrive at the same conclusion, because they have now arrived at the same conclusions themselves. They will have greater understanding of ownership and investment in the direction that you want the team to travel in the moving direction. This is the difference between someone who is sharing their own journey of climbing Mount Everest compared to someone retelling the climber's journey. The person who has actually taken the journey to the top of the world and is going to be much more passionate and emotionally invested in the story. They will also be much more motivated to help others take the same journey. When leaders share directions, plans, solutions with their teams, they help their team to be motivated and own both the processes and the outcome. They also create the opportunity for their team to go, inspire their teams in the same way. Using coaching skills to facilitate the thought journey is one of the most effective ways a leader can achieve this. Coaching softens the hard edge. Similar to how taking people on a journey creates a more vulnerable and open team, coaching skills often the hard edges that driven, results-focused leaders often have. For many leaders, focus on results and getting things done has led to their initial success, and it's the thing that has allowed them to rise to a leadership position. However, these qualities often result in leaders being focused to the extent that they lose sight of the effects on people. As a result, their communication can become hard, short, sharp, blunt. These leaders are then failing to demonstrate their soft skills that are so important to effective leadership. This was a big part of my problem when I lost my team. Imagine hammering plastic 10 pegs into the ground using a metal hammer. What will the result be? I recently went camping by a lake, and because of the sandy soil, I had to use plastic pegs. And when setting up a campsite, as I was hammering these sand pegs and using this standard hammer with a metal head, I misjudged the angle. Rather than hitting the peg at just the right angle, I drove it into the ground. I hit the side of the peg head and resulted in bits of plastic chipping off and the pegs ultimately breaking completely. Eventually, I realized the problem, besides my poor aim, and I switched to the mallet with the softer rubber head. I damaged no more pegs after that. Switching from a metal hammer to a rubber mallet still allowed me to achieve the same goal, driving the peg into the ground. However, I did so without damaging the pegs in the same way, using coaching skills and asking questions, soften a leader's communications and leadership. It allows the leader to still pursue goals and achievement and performance in a way, but that doesn't damage people's relationship and culture. Let's look at some examples. When dealing with underperformance, that's not good enough. First, do you think that meets the expected standard? 2, when dealing with interruptions, go away. Now's not the time. First, when do you think the best time to discuss this would be? 3, when seeking process improvement, go and fix the process. Or, how could the team find ways to improve this process? 4, when holding people accountable. I saw you do this. First, what do you think? What do you think I observed? Or, you said you were going to do this. Verse, what was it I said you were going to do? As a leader, you need to drive performance and push your people to achieve results. You can't do that when you aren't a good leader. However, if you want to ensure your ability to achieve results through people sustainably and therefore perform as a leader over time, you need to be able to do that in a way that doesn't damage your relations you have with those who you need. Using coaching skills to ask strategic questions helps you to soften your communication to ensure both performance and relationships are maintained. Initiative and proactivity. One of the biggest frustrations I hear from leaders is the lack of initiative displayed by their staff. I just wish my people were more proactive. It's something I hear a lot. And that's because it is a common challenge. How traditional leadership approaches foster reliance on leaders and stifle initiative has been discussed earlier in this book, as has how the shift from telling to ask can break the cycle as a result in high levels of proactivities, and this is backed up by research as well. There was a study conducted in a large teaching hospital where a cohort of frontline nursing managers participated in a workplace coaching program. These programs included coaching seminars as well as a group of individual coaches. At the completion of the 6-month program, the nursing and managers demonstrated a significantly more proactive behaviors than prior to coaching program. There were also increase in core role performance, self-awareness, and well-being goal attainment. Some of you reading this may be thinking, I've read all these benefits, but I haven't seen anything about my primary purpose for which coaching is employed in the workplace. To improve performance, while performance is a multifaceted concept that can be hard to measure at times, there's plenty of evidence throughout the literature that both directly and indirectly demonstrates that coaching does improve performance. The direct evidence can be found in many studies. One published in 2021 studied the effects of coaching on 170 employees of small to medium-sized business. It found that coaching directly improved the performance of employees. It also found that coaching increased organizational citizenship behaviors, included being proactive and going above and beyond for the good of the company, which in turn also improved employee performance. In addition to the direct evidence, much of what you have read in this chapter provides indirect evidence of the relationship coaching has to both individual and organizational performance. Many of the studies included here have found increases in goal attainment due to coaching, and performance is often driven by measured against the attainment of goals. The qualities of self-efficacy and self-awareness are usually precursors that correlate to the leader's performance. The concepts of job satisfaction, organizational commitment, employee engagement, trust, well-being, and resilience are all qualities that high performance leaders is both experience and fostering in their teams, and leaders who cultivate these employees create environments that promote performance, that brings out the best in the people that they lead. If coaching contributes to and significantly improves each of these performance indicators, then the leader who coaches will significantly improve their performance and that of their team. While the scientific research supports all of the benefits listed in this chapter, there's no guarantee that a leader who either receives coaching or coaches their people will experience all or even some of them. In my experience, there is one factor that will determine whether or not coaching is beneficial. That factor is attitude. While I recall one coaching program where I was coaching several executives, while the majority of these executives actively engaged in the process, there was one who did not. He was willing to attend the discussed topics of concern, but he was not interested in engaging in the level of reflection that would provide insight and learning and result in expanding his self-awareness, nor was he willing to take the action required to make improvements to his leadership or the performance of his company. For this individual, there was no benefit derived from the coaching he received, and that came down to his attitude. Both the leader who is coaching and the individual being coached have to be willing to be engaged with the invest or the coaching process. If they are not, they won't get those benefits. This chapter started by referencing in meta-analysis of 52 coaching studies, and it is here I'd like to return as we bring this chapter to a close. One of the most important questions to ask any learning and development initiative is, will the benefits last? Once leaders stop receiving coaching, will the benefits they and their team receive disappear? After Looking at all the evidence in the literature and the results of the 52 studies included in the research, the authors of the meta-analysis arriving at a promising conclusion. While they identified the need for much more research on the long-term effects of coaching, they wrote that the majority of these findings have been positive and support long-term sustained influencing and coaching. Coaching is not just about helping individuals learn how to learn, but also how to learn. Helping individuals to learn, but also how to learn. It is about equipping individuals to achieve their goals, solve their problems, and overcome their challenges using their own abilities. Coaching also helps individuals see their learning in one area of work and life can be applied in other areas. In effect, coaching is as much about individuals learning the coaching process as it is about them achieving results from the coaching process. Once they learn the process, they're able to apply the processes repeatedly with themselves and with other people as required in the future. And that way, the benefits of coaching can not only be sustained in individuals who receive coaching, but replicated in those who coach. Chapter 4. What is a coaching leader? I could recommend 15 minutes a day. The rest of my time was coaching. It would be simple to assume that the term coaching leader is simply the combination of the two elements, coach and leader, and surmise that a coaching leader is simply a leader that coaches. While in a very limited sense that is true, a coaching leader is actually someone so much more. To fully understand all that lies behind the title of coaching leader, it is important to understand what is wrapped up in those two components. The first 3 components of this book should give you the high-level understanding of what coaching is. First, let's take a bit of a look at what really is behind the concept of leader. And leadership, but all of them in some way boil down to a version 1 of the following. Leadership is influencing a group of people towards a common goal. Leadership is change. At the heart of leadership is concept change. Let's consider the most basic leadership task, leading a person from point A to point B. For a leader to successfully complete that task, there are important changes that need to happen. First, the individual must have a change or change behavior. That's second, they must have a change location. The individual being led started at point A and they changed location to end up at point B. The individual started out as stationary and was required to move in some way in order to change their location. So that first change is behavioral, and it is necessary to achieve the outcome. Once the behavioral change is underway, the person moving, then the second change can occur, the location, and this achieves the ultimate outcome. If you think of any leadership task, it is always about creating change in order to get a positive outcome. This is the crux of the difference between leadership management and management. While leadership is constantly pursuing change, management seeks to provide stability. Every organization needs structures, systems, and processes in order to support its people and achieve its mission, purpose, and vision. So there needs to be a stable foundation upon which and within which people can operate in order to perform at their best. If things are constantly changing without structure and without some stability, they eventually collapse. It is the role of the management team to provide the stability and support by maintaining the structure and the system, and then within the stable structure, leaders can pursue the change, what will drive better outcomes for staff, teams, and the organization as a whole. The functions of leadership and management are different, but both are needed in a successful organization, and good leaders also need good management skills, While good managers also need to have the ability to influence, then the difference between leadership styles simply comes down to how leaders choose to influence their people. This could be transactional leadership, transformational leadership, authentic leadership, situational leadership, servant leadership, ethical leadership, or even coaching leadership. Each of these require a specific set of skills and characteristics that the leader will use in order to influence their people and desired change. The coaching leader uses leadership style that relies heavily on the coaching skills as a primary method for influencing change. This style of leadership sits under the broader style of transformational leadership. Transformational leadership and the coaching leader. Transformational leadership is identified as a process that transforms people. It is concerned with emotions, values, ethics, standards, and long-term goals. It includes assessing followers' motives, satisfying their needs, and treating them as full human beings. Transformational leadership involves an exceptional form of influence that moves followers to accomplish more than what is usually expected of them. So, transformational leadership, in a nutshell, is leading a coaching way that transforms people into better versions of themselves. Coaching is a skill set inherent in all transformational leadership leaders because it is vital and of helping others to improve and to continue to improve themselves over time. It also articulated as one of the core skills of transformational leadership models. For example, the full range of leadership model, the coaching leader is one that is intentional about using coaching as a primary mechanism to lead and influence their people to make the changes required to achieve results, growing and developing them in the process. Becoming a coaching leader who meets both the criteria of being able to coach their team and helping the team learn to coach others means going through a journey of 5 stages. 1. The lost leader. The journey of a coaching leader begins with the lack of awareness, and leaders who lack awareness are lost. There are two types of lost leaders. First, there is those who are so focused on themselves they disregard opportunities to develop others. Second, there are those that want to help others develop but just don't know how. Lost leaders type 1. The first type of lost leader, those who focus on their own abilities and disregard opportunities to develop others, are generally aren't even aware of the negative impact this has on the team. Instead, they're overconfident and over-reliant on their ability to, and often fall prey to the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge and competence in an area greatly overestimate their own abilities in that area. One study in a leading software engineering company showed that 42% of developers self-estimated their own performance as being in the top 5% of the company. Of course, this is a statistic impossibility, but the type of overestimation of ability is typically lost leaders. As Charles Darwin put it, ignorance more frequently begets confidence than does knowledge. Type 1 lost leaders are often ignorant not only of what good leadership looks like, but also of the reality of the quality or lack thereof of their leadership is this way. They aren't that different from the old story of the frog in the well. The frog who lives at the bottom of the well sees the round patch of sky above the well and believes that this is the whole world. It knows nothing of the mountains, the oceans, or the world beyond. And because it has everything it needs at the bottom of the well for the time being, like bugs to eat and water to drink and stay cool, it never needs to seek beyond the obvious. These lost leaders are the same. They can't see what's beyond their limited view and are often not even aware of the need for development. Sometimes they aren't even aware of what coaching is. They believe they already have everything they need, and so they fail to see the opportunities to coach others. The second type of lost leaders are those that went to develop others but don't know how. They inadvertently reinforce reliance rather than foster independence, initiative, and interaction. This isn't down to a lack of awareness or a lack of desire or even a lack of ability. Instead, they are simply perpetuating the poor leadership that was role model to them. So when they do try to help the people, they stymied. It is a lack of they're trying to remove a speck from someone else's eye when they have a log sticking out of their own. The reality is, in both cases, lost leaders often do more harm than good. They create poor experience for the people they lead and fail to create an environment that brings out the best in best people. Their teams stagnate and people languish as they struggle to produce their desired levels of performance without a leader who can show them the way to do so. Ultimately, this results in driving people away from the company. These leaders fail to provide value to the company and end up detracting from its overall performance. Let's go back to our little frog in the well story. Imagine how that well dries up. The bugs leave, and the frog, who is very hungry and thirsty, realizes that it will need to do something if it wants to survive. It realizes that it will need to hop to the top of the well to see what it can do. When he does so, he looks over the top of the well and realizes there's a whole world out there with trees, flowers, marshes, ponds, and more. In the same way, once a leader realizes their own gaps, they'll become aware of their own need for development. External feedback new becomes vital in order to raise awareness about themselves and their leadership. What they cannot see in order to access the world, they need to be willing to be coached themselves. It will open them up to seeing something larger than the world that is available to them. Once a leader can see the areas that need to work, they can be intentional about working on these areas. Their performance improves as they learn to be more proactive in solving their own problems and by practicing their leadership skills developed during their own coaching. I remember in my first semester of university, I did a subject on interpersonal communication. As part of that subject, we had to receive feedback on how we communicate, and as a result of the feedback, I became aware that I had a habit of finishing people's sentences because I was already formulating my first response because they even finished speaking. Combine this with my direct communication style, and this meant that I often came across as overconfident and sometimes arrogant. I realized this wasn't truly listening to people. Simon Sinek says hearing is listening to what is said, listening is hearing what isn't said. I was hearing, but I wasn't listening because I was listening to respond rather than listening to understand. Every once, Even once I became aware of this habit, it was something that took me several years and a lot of hard work to intentional effort to break. To this day, I'm conscious and intentional of letting people finish what they have to say before I respond to a conversation. By being coached and developing their own leadership skills, leadership will begin to do more good than harm. They will also increase their own performance, effectiveness, and ultimately the value generated for the organization as a whole. Being coached teachers and leaders both how to develop themselves and the value of coaching in general. So once they have developed realistic confidence in their own abilities, they can begin to shift as the developmental focus on for themselves to others. The shift is not dissimilar to going from studying education to stepping into the classroom, the teaching for the first time. As a leader, you have to go to being coach to being the coach. But the key to success at this stage is just as much about what you don't do as it is about what you do. As John Whitmore said, As I and so many others have found, learning to coach is easy. It's giving up old habits that is harder to do. My tendency is to begin formulating my response in my head while another person was still speaking was one of those bad habits. Successful coaching is just as much about overcoming bad habits that inhibit good coaching as it is about learning how to use good coaching skills and habits. This stage is often the longest on a coaching leader's journey and requires the hardest work and many efforts. In many ways, we are effectively rewiring our brain. That takes time, effort, and intentionality. But it is something to move through this stage more quickly. In fact, there are 2 steps leaders can take to speed up to their development. Step 1. The first is to be preparing to coach. This involves sitting down daily and identifying what opportunities to coach exist throughout the day. Once you have identified each opportunity, determine the key coaching skills required and some of the questions that might want to be relevant. Step 2. The second step to reflect on this coaching experience you've had, as John C. Maxwell says, reflection is the process that turns experience into insight by reflecting on how you have been coached and you are not better able to identify and articulate what worked and perhaps that didn't, and fast infuse this into your own coaching capabilities. This also helps you consistently improve so you can make changes next time. Being disciplined with this approach is step 1, preparing to coach. Step 2, reflecting on your coaching experiences in itself an application of coaching skills. It is a form of self-coaching that will expedite your personal growth and development. Level 4, coaching others to coach. Once a leader has successfully learned to coach others, the next level of progression is to make the transition to coaching others to coach. This typically occurs when leaders are leading the other leaders, but it's not always the case. When this occurs, the coaching leader is now equipping the leaders with the skills necessary to develop those they lead. This is where they benefit of coaching, and so the benefits of your team and organization begin to multiply. Consider while a single teacher can teach a class of 20 students, equipping 10 teachers to be able to teach their own class of 20 students results in 200 students being taught. The same is true for your team. Force multiplier. Once a leader is coaching the others to coach, coaching skills become a force multiplier. Within the organization, in the military, a force multiplier is something that it has the ability to multiply an effect during operations. For example, a soldier with a rifle can only fire 30 rounds at the enemy before they are required to reload. A machine gun, however, has a faster rate of fire with the ability to link hundreds of rounds together, allowing continual fire. In this case, the machine gun is a force multiplier because multiply the amount of force one individual can employ against one enemy. Another example is the air-to-air refueling capability provided by Air Force KC-30 aircraft. The ability to refuel jets mid-air multiplies the distance of those jets can travel and the time that can stay in the air before having to return to refuel. When a coaching leader is able to equip their team and coaching skills, they create a team of coaching leaders, and a team of coaching leaders are able to lead more effectively and develop organizational capability organically, and in effect multiply leaders within the organization. The focus and this level has shifted from the development and the practice and the coaching skills and to embed it within the site, their leaders, their culture, and their ways of working within the team. Do you recall my client in the disability sector that changes the nature of their clinical supervisions sessions and the coaching sessions? Their return from coaching programs was incredible. The managers took these skills, applied them enthusiastically and successfully, drastically changed the way they interacted with the frontline staff. They even changed the name of their one-on-one supervising sessions to coaching and mentoring sessions. But the change wasn't just seen in the name of the session, and the success wasn't just at the organizational level. The organization also uses these coaching tactics proactively within their recruitment process, an integral part of the onboarding and training of new junior supervisors and by their middle managers, who was the use of coaching skills. This means that as new supervisors interact with frontline staff, they were doing so using a coaching approach developed people while ensuring a quality of service, and it was a great success. Today, layers of leaders continue to be developed organically. The pinnacle of the coaching leader's journey is when they get to inspire coaching cultures. This goes beyond coaching others to coach. It expands to encompass the culture as a whole. At the level, coaching leaders are not just thinking about how they improve their own skill sets or even how they develop and embed that skill set within the team. These leaders are combining coaching skills with strategic thinking and considering how to unlock potential across the organization. Kaizen. The focus here is really applying the concept of Kaizen. The concept of Kaizen was popularized by the 2011 book, The Toyota Way to Learn Leadership, written by Jeffrey Licker and Gary Converse. In this book, the authors outline many of the concepts and principles that led to Toyota's sustained success in the automobile industry. One of the concepts was the philosophy of Kaizen. Kaizen is the philosophy of continuous improvement through personal development. However, the philosophy goes beyond this concept. True Kaizen involves influence beyond borders and boundaries. A coaching leader champions about both coaching and the use of coaching skills by leaders across the organization. They do not seek to continually improve the skill set and performance within their team and department, but will also look for opportunities to have the same influence across the life of the company as a whole. While not looking to override the leadership of other teams, they will be mindful of creating and leveraging opportunities to collaborate and interact with other teams, encourage people to use coaching skills to enhance a collaboration and reinforce a coaching culture. An example of a coaching leader is Group Captain Simon Sewer. Simon was a successful military commander in the Air Force before discharging and taking a role several years as CEO of the service organization Mates and Mates. Simon now spends a significant amount of his time as a reservist, actively sharing his wisdom, developing capability in a number of different areas across the Air Force. Simon first came across coaching when he participated in the Air Force Leadership Coaching Program. It was there that he was trained in the use of coaching skills as a leader of the coaching process. This resonated with him so much that he became an accredited coach. Today, I sought after a mentor who coaches many new commanding officers and other senior military commanders. But Simon's work goes beyond just to the individuals that he works with. He continues to operate across a wide variety of units within the Air Force that are there. Many commanders who would attribute their ability to successfully navigate leadership challenges and lead in more effective manner to the coaching they received from Simon. But more telling is that as a result of working with Simon, many of these commanders regularly seek out coaching skills training for their personnel as well. They understand the value that it holds on both a personal and organizational level, and after working with Simon, each of these leaders are not only more adept at developing people, but also at encouraging the personnel they lead to use their coaching skills on a daily basis. It's easy to think that in order for a coaching leader to coach others well, they need to be in a senior executive role. That allows them to operate across multiple parts of the business, while often them to operate across multiple parts. Leaders who champion coaching do find themselves in such roles. It is not prerequisites to operate at that level. It is the same way that middle managers aren't limited from using coaching methods within their role requirements. In fact, they may also have the opportunity to influence and inspire coaching cultures outside of their own teams if they are intentional about creating and leveraging opportunities to do so. Satar Bawani, a master executive coach and expert leadership development and transition, writes, a coaching culture all starts with the leadership's willingness to engage in the coaching relationship and undertake reflection in order to develop themselves and others. All it takes is one passionate coaching leader achieving results in their own patch. The makeup. So what makes a coaching leader? What is it that makes them different from the typical coach or the typical leader? As the model below shows, being a coaching leader consists of three primary components: the coaching mindset, coaching skill set, and the coaching practice. In this chapter, we provide a brief summary, and then subsequent chapters will delve into each detail. The coaching mindset. The coaching mindset incorporates more than just a good understanding of what coaching is and how it can be used effectively. It includes cultivating a growth mindset, a belief in people, their potential, and their ability to make a difference. People are more brilliant than they realize. Sometimes they just need help to realize it. The coaching skill set is the suite of tools, methods, and skills to enable a leader to coach. The more advanced a leader's skill can get, the more enhanced their approach and the broader the range circumstances can get. The coaching practice refers to the leader's application of coaching in the workplace. It refers to the discipline, development, and of their expertise in using coaching to enhance their leadership. Together, these three elements allow leaders to identify opportunities to coach and to self-coach in a way that consistently enables them to continue their own personal development and eventually master their use of the coaching leader. In any Venn diagram, I always get interested in the intersections. The intersections of this model produce opportunities, self-development, and mastery. When leaders have a coaching mindset and application and approach their leaders as a practice, they become aware of the opportunities that are available to coach. When they have the right mindset and a coaching skill set, they are continually self-coaching and growing themselves. Self-development is the result. So when leaders continually practice applying these coaching skill set to their development, new levels of mastery are attained. You are not an executive coach. It's important to remember that in the pursuit of becoming a coaching leader, you are not aiming to become an executive coach. Executive coaches prioritize developing people over everything else. They spend hours dedicated to large numbers of people's time, effort, and attention in order to hone their ability and develop expertise into building people. This is only their goal. As a leader, you cannot be this type of coach. The pressures of organizational leadership requires your attention and focus to energy to be spread across a large number of areas, including developing our people. You will also need to drive performance and execute strategy. You will also need to create and meet KPIs and much more. So as a leader, you will have competing priorities to balance, and part of this balance is the development of your people. And against these requirements of the organization, you simply cannot dedicate the time and energy to honing your coaching skills to the same degree as an executive coach. You cannot think of it like this. A surgeon who becomes the head of the medical school is rarely the most skilled surgeon in the hospital. Given their role as a teacher, they must attend those teaching responsibilities. They have to prepare for lessons and answer these questions and even have office hours. Because of this, they spend less time operating on patients and maintaining and developing those skill sets and expertise. These are the executive coaches. On the other hand, there are many teaching surgeons who do this as a part-time their role, but not their whole role. These are those that are in the operating room with residents and who are overseeing the correcting and their technique and helping them to increase their skills. Their job is to solely focus on creating another surgeon, but to help those surgeons within their reach to become better surgeons. These are the coaching leaders. Coaching leaders aren't always expert coaches, but they are coaching skills in order to develop capabilities and become expert coaches. Chapter 5, Mindset. Each person holds so much power within themselves that it just needs to be let out. Sometimes they just need a little nudge, a little direction, a little support, a little coaching, and the greatest things can happen. One of the most beautiful things about Paris and the surrounding French countryside are the long avenues of trees along many of the roads throughout France. The story goes that Napoleon wanted the trees painted along the road of his troops would be able to suggest march in the shade throughout France. When he initially suggested the idea, that one of his officers challenged him. He's saying it would take decades before any of the trees would be large enough to provide a shade. To which Napoleon reportedly replied, "Then we have no time to lose. We must plant today." In many ways, cultivating a coaching mindset is like growing a tree. A tree is strong and fruitful, but it takes a while to grow. There are many aspects that, like roots, provide a strong foundation for thinking and There are key beliefs that like branches and spread out to connect to each leaf. Long-term focus. The reality is that just like growing cheese, coaching is a long-term investment. As with all learning and growth and development, the most significant benefits occur over time. In so many ways, the modern world is orientated towards short-term. There are many contributing factors, such as the advancement of technology and the speed with which life is now occurs. We no longer have to wait for a dial-up connection to access the internet, cooking with microwaves in a matter of minutes, streaming your favorite TV shows available 24 hours a day, and in the business world, daily trading on the stock market gives real-time visibility and reporting stock prices. Each of these and our world in general promotes thinking about the short term rather than the long term, even when it comes to impacts as organizational health, performance, and sustainability. Such an orientation towards short-term thinking is in part why so many leaders rely on telling, because it's quick and easy, and in most cases, coaching is like gardening. I consider myself a bit of a gardener and enjoy spending time in my veggie patch. It's one of the things that helps me relax and detach from my work and weekends. But gardening takes time. A gardener has to prepare to have the soil and now the seed, and they need to tend to the patch, waiting, watering, fertilizing. There is no immediate reward for the work a gardener does on any given day. They do not plant the seeds uh, and eat the vegetables on the same day. It takes many more weeks and months for the crops to grow and be ready for harvest. And yet, the reward is great. There is something incredibly satisfying about picking fruit up and vegetables from your own garden and eating them for the dinner of that night. The feeling is satisfying. The feeling is similar, but as much better when it comes to coaching your team as a leader. You'll feel a huge amount of satisfaction when you see the other people who lead grow, develop, and achieve new levels of performance as a result of your investment in them, and you'll reap the benefits over the long term as well. Of course, coaching leaders don't just think about the long term. No, of course, coaching leaders don't just think about the long-term benefits of coaching. They are also acutely aware of the long-term impacts of failing to address underlying issues at the root cause. When leaders and their teams encounter problems in the workplace, so often the easy solution and the quick reward of resolving the surface problem doesn't deal with underlying issues. It simply kicks these issues down the road a little bit further. Most people realize that the most valuable things in life take time to form. Diamonds are some of those most valuable substances on Earth. But Planet and most sources believe that it takes millions, if not billions, of times to form. Similar timeframes are suggested that the formation of oil and many other of the world's most valuable substances. Consider your most valued relationship. For the majority of people, these relationships have lasted years, if not decades, and are valuable because of the trust that is being built and the experience that is shared over the time. For coaching leaders, they believe their people are the most valuable asset in the organization, and just as the things of value are in the natural world take time to form, so does the most valuable capabilities within the organization, those of its people. Research shows that leaders who have developed long-term perspectives have better insights into the future. They can better anticipate developmental opportunities and changes, and are better equipped to guide their organization through a modern changeable landscape. It's important to look to your long-term relationships and coaching to develop these relationships for the benefit of the individuals and your organization as a whole. One of the most important things you can do as a leadership coach is adopt and become a proponent of the growth mindset. When a person wants to grow and develop themselves in any part of their lives, research shows that they'll do a far better job and accomplish far more if they can adopt something called the growth mindset. The idea of a growth mindset, as opposed to a fixed mindset, was popularized by Carol Dweck in her book, Mindset, The New Psychology to Success. The book shares her research, much of which was initially conducted in schools with children, but which has wider applications to anybody wanting to develop in any part of their lives. So what did Dweck do? Find during her years of work working with school children? Well, she found that there were two distinct mindsets. The first she described as a fixed mindset. A child with a fixed mindset believed that there was a level of intelligence or skills and talents or irrevocably fixed, and there is really nothing that they can do to change that. In other words, that they either believe that they are born smart or good in a particular thing, or they believe that they aren't, and a fixed mindset can apply in both directions. In contrast, Dweck identifies the other students who demonstrated a different, more flexible way of thinking. This was characterized by the recognition that while they might not be good at something, yet they could develop of intelligence about a subject or other specific talents and abilities with international effort and hard work. In other words, they could get better with effort. The mindset she labeled the growth mindset. The difference between students and people who have a growth versus fixed mindset is sizable and is easily shown in the way that an individual approaches a problem. Researchers have conducted brain scans on children who are working on a difficult problem. While working on a problem, all of the children experience some values. Those children with a fixed mindset show very little activity across areas of the brain associated with learning, and when viewing problems that elicited mistakes in their brain, attempted to solve them. On the other hand, the scans of the children with the growth mindset showed a flurry of activity, and as they sought to reevaluate their answers and solve the problem in a different way, rather than give up because they failed, these children saw their failures as stepping stones to eventual success. In a growth mindset, challenges are exciting rather than threatening. So rather than thinking, oh, I'm going to reveal my weakness, you say, wow, here's a chance to grow. Carol Dweck. We can simplistically view the fixed mindset as the ego mindset. For those with a fixed mindset, encountering challenges and difficulties is threatening. It takes risks, exposing the limits of their intelligence or abilities. It risks exposing them as an inadequate. A fixed mindset response to failure, and I'm not good enough. Growth mindset is a vulnerable, open mindset. Those with the growth mindset see problems as an exciting challenge to overcome. They see it as an opportunity to learn and to grow and to get better, and because they aren't limited by their own fear of being exposed as not good enough. They lean into problems rather than running away from them. As a result, those who possess growth mindset are much more likely to set ambitious goals and work harder to achieve them, despite any challenges that doing so might present. That's because they believe these challenges will make the outcomes better, and they will. Dweck's research in school translates beautifully into the corporate workplace and has been widely applied to the environment. In fact, when I Googled growth mindset, I got more than 13 million results, an incredible outcome. This mindset has proved to be important on both individual and a corporate level. Individuals who have a growth mindset are better able to focus on their personal professional development. They embrace opportunities to learn new skills and gain new abilities and individual performance. Even better, individuals who possess a growth mindset have a greater sense of self-efficacy, the belief that they can influence the world around them. So, for example, when they encounter conflict, they are more likely to take responsibility for improving the relationship, brainstorm ways to make things better, ways to improve the experience across the entire workplace. A person with a fixed mindset in a similar situation is more likely to resign themselves to the status quo, believing it is what it is and I can't change. Growth mindset is also important at an organizational level. Research shows that in organizations where a growth mindset is more predominant across the board, 47% of employees are more likely to see their colleagues as trustworthy. 34% are more likely to demonstrate strong ownership and commitment towards a company. 65% are more likely to suggest a company supports risk-taking, and 49% are more likely to perceive the company as innovative. Coaching is all about the growth and development of people, and as we've seen, for people to develop, Well, they need to develop a growth mindset. It's important that a coaching leader adopts a growth mindset. In fact, a growth mindset lays the foundation for a coaching mindset. And as Warren Bennis and Bert Nennis write, it is the capacity to develop and improve their skills and distinguishes leaders from followers. For a coaching leader, the growth mindset is vital. Without there is no belief the coaching program will make any difference to outcomes and performance. Truly, an attempt to use coaching skills without a developed growth mindset is likely to come across as inauthentic and achieve lackluster results. A leader without growth mindset will look at their team and simply shrug their shoulders, thinking what their team's current abilities and level of performance is all they work will ever be capable of achieving. That thinking leaves little room or motivation for any type of coaching which they would believe will ultimately fail. A coaching leader with a growth mindset, however, looks at the team and sees what they could do. They understand that with enough intentional effort, their hard working, achieved high performance is possible. For these leaders, it is impossible to look at large piece of raw marble. The fixed mindset will see only a rock that cannot change. All right, guys, I'm going to have a 5 minute break. That's Clifford Morgan's book, Illuminating Consulting, and they're in the comments today. Thank you so much for that book. We're going to do a 4-hour session after this. Tonight's the big one. I see it as the center of gravity. If we can stay up tonight, I'm going to get the record. So I'm feeling confident, feeling good. Thanks, everybody, for your support. Keep sharing it. Tag David Goggins, a coward. Where's Goggins? Where's Brockman? Hey? Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. We're just making a new Instagram fundraiser because it ran out of time on the thing. Feel free to, I think the thing that helps is like subscribing to the YouTube channel and like just sharing it around. All the likes help as well. So thanks so much, guys. Fostering a growth mindset in others. Coaching leaders not only have to believe that getting better is possible for their own development as leaders, they also must believe the same is true for others. Further, they must believe that can influence their people, that they can facilitate the growth and development. There are many ways to foster a growth mindset in others, not least of which the coaching process itself. These include teaching the growth mindset concept and encouragement its adaptation. People can be intentional about adopting particular mindset or way of thinking that they can first clearly articulate what that mindset is teaching. Teaching the concept of growth mindset, encouraging your team to use it and create a positive environment that increases their chances to adopt it. It is an excellent way to foster its implementation. Role model the use of the growth mindset. It's important for you as a leader to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. So if you want your people to adopt growth mindset, you need to demonstrate the same style of thinking and approach. Don't be afraid to share with your team the areas that you are working on developing. Talk to them about how you are seeking to grow in those areas, or better yet, show them. And when appropriate, even share your frustrations and struggles whilst doing so. When your team can see you striving to grow and develop, leaning into challenges and working hard to become better, they are much more likely to replicate your approach and do the same. Praise the reward the process. The growth mindset is much more about the process rather than the results. Of course, both are still important and big wins should be celebrated, but it's just as important or even more so to celebrate your team's positive growth behaviors and move along the process, hard work and effort in their own growth, learning and developing their ability to perform should be rewarded even if the desired results aren't achieved. After all, it is hard work and effort, and that will produce results over time, and the failure to acknowledge, praise, and reward such efforts could potentially undermine a growth mindset and all the successes that it could ultimately get. While a growth mindset is the foundation of coaching leader, the foundations of a coaching leader's coaching, there are other key beliefs that inform the approach to both life and leadership. There are some common core beliefs that are often shared by leaders that adopt a coaching approach. I can have a water bottle. In this section, I'll cover 3 things. People matter. People have the ability to overcome themselves. An empowerment workforce is a good thing. An important part of coaching leaders' mindset is the belief that people matter and that investing in people is worth it. I recently worked with an organization while they were going through a senior leadership transition. The first leader had been incredibly people-oriented. He possessed a very relational and consultative leadership style, and people considerations were always front and center in his decision-making. However, when this leader left the organization, he was replaced by a very different individual. This new individual was an engineer by trade. He very quickly made a number of structural changes to the organization. And his approach was clearly towards the engineering organizational system that produced results rather than the one that was set to lead the teams of people to do the same. Ultimately, this process failed because while an organization can have the best strategy and systems in place in the world, if there is no investment in people, it won't succeed over time. Imagine you've invested the design of a machine but failed to invest in quality parts to ensure that you're performing all the necessary maintenance. Ultimately, the machine will fail, and in the end, because no matter how intricate and beautiful the design may be, when parts break or become worn, the machine stops working. Well, people are the parts of the organizational machine without investments. In the people, the organizational machine either underperforms or eventually stops working altogether. Research backs up this theory as well. In fact, findings show that factors of human capital investments, training, knowledge, and skills have a significant impact on an organization's performance, and the higher the investment in training, the more the organization's performance is enhanced. Interestingly, the education of employees didn't have any impact on performance. Robert Greenleaf is one of the seminal authors on the concept of servant leadership, points out that it's easy to lead and perfect people if only there were people to lead. So since we don't have access to perfect people, we need to continually invest in the development and growth of our people as well as in our abilities to lead. Good leaders know that investing in the human capital will pay dividends and unlocking extra discretionary effort that results in greater performance that you can even anticipate. As the capabilities of each member of your team increases, it's likely like replacing a regular piece of your machine with high quality version. Over time, the performance of the machine will be greater, and even when its original design, people have the ability to and the resources to solve their own problems and overcome their own challenges. Sometimes they just need some help to lock and adapt a different perspective, and the coaching leader helps do just that. So often, when people encounter problems, they get locked onto these problems. In fact, they are so focused on the problem in front of them that they are simply unable to see any potential solutions. They lose awareness of what resources are available to them and past experiences that could inform future solutions. This often causes people to become frustrated, so they stop where they are and look for somebody else who can come in and solve the problem rather than find solutions for themselves. But if they were able to unlock their problem, take a step back from the problem within broader context of their work is life, the higher level perspective could reveal the actions they might take to overcome the challenge they face. They would be able to see the solutions for themselves and be able to remedy the problems. Often people know what they need to do to remedy a problem. They might see that they are struggling with a lack of knowledge, that they can identify where to find the information or the problem might be capacity, and they are able to see how that they might delegate tasks to people who are able to help. But often it's a case of people knowing what they could or should do and yet still not taking the necessary action. I experienced this myself while writing this book. As I became so focused on writing the book, I prioritized it over other activities that contributed to my well-being. There were no significant events immediately, but several months into the process, I found I was having trouble sleeping, struggling to concentrate, and easily losing focus. I was becoming more easily discouraged, more easily frustrated at my kids, and was struggling to maintain motivation. I know intellectually the source of the problem was a lack of exercise and healthy routines, and yet I hadn't become so focused to process writing action. It was until I engaged in myself from the situation I could become those healthy habits and practices. As my long-term mentor and good friend Dr. Mike Allen often says, people help to realize that the statements really capture the essence of the core belief that the coaching leader can unlock brilliance and harness the potential and innate ability to overcome. That was my personal experience, and it's been my experience working with coaching leaders ever since. There is a theory in psychology known as the piglimation effect. This theory explores the idea that the way one person treats another can transform how that person sees themselves. So, our beliefs, perceptions, and expectations as the people we lead influence our own self-perception and therefore their performance is about people do better when we expect them to. Once our people understand that we perceive them as capable of solving their own problems and expect them to do so, it increases the likelihood that they'll also be able to, that they can believe that they can. This understanding can put them on the journey of seeking to meet new expectations, and this creates a self-fulfilling prophecy that results in increased performance. The Pygmalion effect was first brought to prominence by Robert Rosenthal for Leonore Jacobson in the book Pygmalion. in his classroom, teaches expectations of pupils and intellectual development, which outline the research in California's school study. In this study, students were given a disguised test of intelligence. A selection of students were assigned to a random group of teachers for a year of tuition. Teachers were told that these students were specifically chosen because they showed promising results on the intelligence test. The hypothesis was that with this knowledge, teachers would have a greater expectations of their students and therefore treat them differently. At the end of the year, those students showed significantly higher grades than the rest of their cohort, despite the fact that they were randomly chosen with no systemic selection based on intelligence. Of course, the Pygmalion effect doesn't just apply to students in schools. It also has been shown to be prevalent within the workplace. A meta-analysis reviewed 13 different studies show that leaders' beliefs and expectations have a significant effect on their staff's performance. Where leaders demonstrate greater expectation, staff have more engagement in learning activities and increasing learning outcomes. The belief that people have the ability to overcome their own challenges and solve their own problems is essential to the mindset of a coaching leader. R.R. Parsagian, an American footballer, player, and a coach who guided the American University of Notre Dame to national championships in 66 and 73, once said, "A good coach will make his players see what they can be rather than what they are." There are leaders who, like controls, they are motivated by status and power, and leadership for them is all about satisfying their ego. These kinds of leaders give lip service to the concept of empowering their workforce and developing their people. But in reality, they derive their sense of value from ensuring their team and organization are reliant on them in order to achieve outcomes. This kind of thinking is the opposite of coaching leaders' mindset. A coaching leader embraces an empowering workforce. An empowering workforce is one where staff are given the ability and the opportunity to make decisions. They are allowed to use their skills and ability to plan and deliver projects and initiatives without continual direction and micromanagement of their leader. An empowered workforce is one that has a significant contribution in determining what work gets done, when it gets done, and how it gets done. Ultimately, an empowered workforce is the end of all coaching. In the military, a force is always made up of a number of tactical teams that are often spread out across the battlefield. Each team and its leader will be briefed on its mission and know the battle plan. However, as Prussian military commander Helmuth von Mott famously once said, "No battle plan survives contact with the enemy." In battle, the enemy often does unexpected things, and circumstances change so quickly. The tactical leaders don't have time to relay circumstances back to the force's commander and what the fresh order is telling them what to do. The doctrine of decentralized command dictates that tactical leaders are allowed to make decisions quickly on the ground that enables their teams to both survive and achieve the mission. In many ways, the dynamic and fast-paced world that we live in today is much like a battlefield. The pace of change is constant, and competitors are continuously doing the unexpected and disrupting the market. The amount of information that needs to be analyzed and the market speed of delivery requires is greater than ever before. In many industries, the only way that companies can maintain a competitive advantage is by developing their staff and empowering their workforce. This decentralized decision-making speeds up the process, which allows organizations to remain agile, and it is also the only way to fully leverage the benefits of technology bring. 3 elements of empowered workforce. Developing an empowered workforce requires 3 things. 1. Organizational clarity. The first is organizational clarity. The workforce needs to fully focus and understand on the mission, strategy, goals, and objectives of the organization. Teams need to be clear not only when they do what they do, but when they do it. Only when this reality will the decision and team leaders make the plans that develop a line and direction of the organization. The second thing required for an empowered workforce is technical competence. This requires teams and individuals to understand both their roles and in their industry and what good decision making looks like within their organization. Without technical competency, any good decision team leaders make are likely to be due to luck rather than a result of reliable capability. The final thing an empowered workforce requires is for the leaders to have a secured sense of identity. If a leader gains the value of security from being in control of their work of their team, being reliant and on them, then an empowerment workforce it will be perceived as a threat to their identity, and a leader who gains a sense of value by developing and empowering others to operate, work without them believes an empowered workforce is a good thing, and they will seek to create one every chance that they can, that they can. Andrew Carnegie once said, "It makes a big step in your development when you come to realize that other people can help you do a better job than you can do alone." That realization is the necessary catalyst for a leader to start passionately developing people at work. Once a leader has experienced this realization, then they can begin experience the benefit that flow from empowering their own team. These benefits include spreading the workload and reducing their own stress levels and those of other high-performing individuals within teams. These teams will also be more proactive, demonstrate more initiative, and operate more independently. Empowering these teams and their managers to make decisions increases the speed and agility of performance, which is great because of the organization, but it's also great for the individual working in such organization environments. But they will find their work more meaningful and feel like they are making more valuable contributions to the organization, and they will ultimately increase their own intrinsic motivation. An important workforce provides so much benefit to an organization. In fact, research shows that empowered workers have more depth of ideas, more opportunities to provide input, and greater growth of both interpersonal guidance skills, which brings advantages to both the individuals and the organizations as a whole. Understanding the benefits that an empowered workforce brings to the organization, however, is a central part of a coaching leader's mindset. It informs their intention to use coaching skills in order to enhance organizational clarity and development technical competence skills that they can decentralize decision making and empowering their teams, me first, then others. An important part of the coaching leader's mindset is the belief that they need to apply coaching in their own life and in their own work before they can expect to coach others. If the leader's ultimate aim is when coaching their people is not to just develop them, but also to foster their own capacity to self-coach, the leader must first recognize the value of self-coaching, and that means recognizing it in themselves. The coaching leader must be intentional about developing their ability to use coaching skills both with others and in their own work, as well as being intentional about using coaching processes to solve problems. Be proactive to demonstrate initiative. Eventually, the use of these skills becomes so natural that they are infused into the way that they think and operate and lead. An important foundational principle that applies to every leader is that a leader should never be willing to ask others to do something that they themselves aren't willing to do. It speaks as the notion of the leader's integrity and credibility. John C. Maxwell writes, "Credibility is a leader's currency. With it, leaders are solvent. Without it, they're bankrupt." For leaders seeking to introduce new behaviors or influence culture, it's the simplest process is to demonstrate the behavior, teach it explicitly, and then reinforce it over time. Leaders can't teach or reinforce behavior with credibility. if they haven't first demonstrated it. It's a bit like trying to provide financial advice when you're bankrupt, or perhaps you're trying to provide nutritional advice when you're morbidly obese. Is anyone likely to listen? Same is true of leaders trying to encourage their people to coach and be coached. Leaders need to lead by example, not only coaching themselves, but also intentionally demonstrating coaching behaviors in conversations, during meetings, while managing projects, and in the day-to-day leadership of their people. That includes being open to coaching up from below. Many leaders have thought of themselves as a role model for their people. Yet, this is an important part of their leadership. Being seen as a role model is something that effective leaders need to become comfortable with. In my own master's research, I investigated the kinds of leaders that were more likely to be seen as role models and by the people they led to. What I found was that leaders who engage in behaviors intended to inspire and develop their people, such as coaching, were significantly more likely to be chosen as role models within their organizations. In many ways, coaching leads to leadership. On the other hand, trying to teach coaching skills to encourage people to engage in coaching without role modeling a coaching mindset and coaching behaviors will only undermine the credibility or authenticity rather than building up trust and authority, you'll be doing the opposite, decreasing your ability to influence and ultimately eroding your ultimate influence. Leadership. John Zenger and Joseph Fogman, in their book, The Extraordinary Leader, write, leaders are only willing to be as effective as those who in turn lead them. When it comes to coaching, your team will only ever become effective at using coaching skills and the degree that you, the leader, become effective at using those same skills. One of the greatest ways for a leader to demonstrate the value of a particular concept is to embody the change the concept brings in their own world. Becoming effective at the use of coaching skills and applying coaching processes in your own work and leadership will allow you to see the change in your experience and benefits. People will watch what you do more than they will listen to what you say. They may echo what they hear, but they will replicate what they see. Become the role model you want your team to replicate. Allow coaching to transform your world and inspire them to undertake their own transformation. Chapter 6, Skill Set. Once you have learned to ask questions, relevant and appropriate and substantial questions, you have learned how to learn, and no one can keep you from learning whatever you want or need to know. Professor Neil Postman. When I was a boy, I loved Lego. Let's be real, I still love Lego. There is something about the colorful bricks and the building of masterpiece that captivated my attention. To this day, you can follow the instructions or construct your own creations, and your ability to create was limited only by your imagination. Once you had an idea, you just needed to choose the right Lego bricks and pieces to bring that idea to life. It can be useful to think of a coaching leader's skill set as a box of Lego. Each skill is like a different Lego piece that can be selected and used to not feature or hidden depending on what the leader is trying to achieve in a given situation. While every Lego creation is made up of many selected Lego pieces, each outcome the leader achieves, the influence they exercise, and the growth they enable, the result of the application of a selection of coaching skills. There are many coaching skills and techniques that don't exist, almost as many as there are different Lego pieces. Don't worry, I haven't listed them all. However, I have dedicated the next 3 chapters to the coaching leader's skill set. Coaching specific skills, and you can use to enhance your leadership and developing skills as well. Listening. Listening is one of the first skills that a leader needs to have because it's listening that lays the foundations of leadership. And while listening may be one of the most basic skills in communication, it's also one of the hardest to do well. Studies show that people tend to inflate their own ability to communicate. In one study I read, 8,000 staff were all asked about the level of listening across the organization. Almost every single one of them put down that they were better listeners than their colleagues. But the reality is that the vast majority of us listeners at only 25% effectiveness. Listening lays the foundation for coaching. This is an issue. In the workplace, ineffective listening increases the frequency of interpersonal conflicts and the likelihood that conflicts will arise. But this isn't only a problem with the staff, it also is a problem at all levels of leadership. Another study done in LinkedIn recently, 14,000 people across the world needed soft skills, including the level of listening. Of those 14,000, only 8% indicated that mid to senior level leaders in their organization listen well. Our leaders will struggle if we aren't able to listen well because it decreases our ability to understand those around us. When we weren't able to understand what our staff value and what drives them, we aren't able to motivate them either. So really good listening, the ability to listen and listen well is actually a really rare thing, especially in leadership. But when we do it well, it is so valuable for people. Listening drives self-belief. Carl Rogers, the famous psychologist, writes in his book, A Way of Being. We think we listen, but we very rarely do. We listen with real understanding, true empathy. Yet, listening of this very special kind is one of the most potent forces for change that I know. And the reason that this is a good and that this is that good listening done properly values the person that being listened to. When we listen well to others, we are showing them what we consider, what we think, and what they say. As important, we are showing them that they are worth listening to. And when people understand that, when people have a sense that we value what they think and what they have to say and what we value them as a person, that builds up their self-belief. And as I've previously spoken to about, one of the key focuses of coaching is to build up that self-belief in people. It's this self-belief that allows them to make changes that are worthwhile, that can allow them to solve their own problems and eventually become great leaders themselves. Listening establishes trust. Psychology teaches us that the therapeutic relationship, that is the relationship between the therapist and the client, is as powerful, if not more powerful, than any other particular treatment that the therapist might be using. The relationship drives outcomes, but you cannot have a healthy, supportive relationship, whether your therapist is a coach or a leader, if you do not have trust. Listening establishes trust, and it's this trust that lays the groundwork for the relationship between the leader and the team. On the other hand, when staff come to having a discussion with their leader and they aren't listened to it, it can be listened to. It can be tremendously discouraging. It's kind of like cooking a meal, cleaning the house and opening a nice bottle of wine, all in preparation for someone to come to dinner. But they just don't show up. You've done the work, you've prepared, and you're ready to share another meal with the person who simply just isn't there. That level of disappointment and frustration is the feeling that our staff experience when we fail to show up in a conversation. When we fail to listen to them or actually engage with them, disappointing, discouragement, frustration is demotivation. Part of the reason why listening is so hard is because the majority of people, they listen to respond, but rather than listen to understand. Most of us start out well, but after the first couple of weeks of words, we are already anticipating the thinking about what we are going to say in response. Because of that, we aren't actually understanding the speaker anymore. As leaders, we can truly help our people if we don't understand them, and when we are working in a coaching capacity, we can't help them be aware of what's really going on. If we aren't understanding what they are saying, we can't help them foster responsibilities, and we don't understand the person, that what they need, what they are facing, and what responsibilities we need to take. The art of listening. When it comes to listening, Shannon Adler, who is a therapist and an author, is quoted as saying, the most important thing in communication is hearing. It's what is not said. The art of speaking, the art of reading between the lines is a lifelong quest. of the wise. Simon Sinek echoes this sentiment when he describes the differences between hearing and listening. Hearing, he says, is listening to what is being said, whereas listening is hearing to what isn't said. So, our role as coaches, as leaders who coach, to put more precisely, is quite often to help our people unpack their thinking or identity. What's going on underneath, and what looks like in a practical sense, is listening to what they're saying, and importantly, identifying what is not being said. The kind of listening is an active process. It takes intention and conscious effort to do well. And while much of this listening is fairly basic, the difference between being exceptional at anything, including listening, and what's being average is often the degree to which we execute the basics. So, how do we do that when it comes to coaching as a leader? Eye contact. Eye contact is important, but it is also must be appropriate. Staring at someone, or watching them too intently can make them uncomfortable. But if we're not making eye contact enough, people will feel like we are distracted or not engaged in the process. So make sure you have good amount of eye contact, but with natural breaks. Body language. Body language is also something that is really important to consider. Research undertaken by Albert Mehrabian and Susan Ferris in the 1960s, and long held to be true, is that only 7% of our community is actually done by the spoken word. The other 93% is non-verbal. 38% based on how we use those words, and then the tone, speed, volume, and pitch of our voice. 55% occurring through our body language. So, making sure that we are intentional about our body language when we are engaging with our staff is really important. We want to be as open and as relaxed. We don't want to have crossed arms or crossed legs or slouch in the chair. And we don't want to be angled away from the audience, individual we're speaking to. The best example of great body language, I believe, is Andrew Denton, the interviewer from Enough Rope. He is a master of body language when it comes to communication, and you can see it when he sits down. It's that open, relaxed style. And you're ready to listen. Utilize encourages. Encourages are those little things that we might say in order to show that we are engaged. These are the yeps, keep going. These sorts of little words and phrases encourage the conversation to continue. They take minimal input from us, but show the speaker that we're still engaged in the conversation. Check for understanding. Active listening means understanding, and that means checking ourselves. These are the things like paraphrasing or summarizing what's been said. If we haven't even quite got it, it's right. And asking clarifying questions. Questions bring the unsaid to the surface. They help you read between the lines when you explore that you not only communicate better, but you also help the speaker become aware of these things and that they might be thinking or feeling that they can't even be aware of themselves. Physical barriers create psychological barriers, and neither is good for a coaching leader. When you are coaching, try and remove all barriers between yourself and the persons you're coaching. Research shows that while you're sitting behind a big, especially elevated desk, it is one way to assert your power. It will have an inverse impact on your ability to communicate on a level to your staff. In fact, it is so important to open two-way communication that you'll never see a table on a desk in between a client and a psychologist in their office. In the same way, a leader who is coaching should not at all sit behind the desk. If there is a desk between you, it creates an incredible power differentiation which can inhibit thoughts and ideas and will negatively influence the relationship and the rapport. Once you've moved out from behind your desk, you then need to actively remove any other physical distractions. I remember when I was a young consultant, I walked into the office of a CEO who is now a vice president of a global company. At this point in time, she was CEO of an Australian company that had a global reach and did business with companies like IBM, the ADF, so she held a pretty significant position. As I walked into the office, she turned and smiled and said, "Hey, Clive," and then she locked her computer, turned her monitor off, and came out from behind her desk and gave me her full attention. Now, you can imagine how that made me feel as a young consultant. She wasn't just giving me her attention, she was removing all of the other possible physical disruptions. She was taking active steps to ensure that she wasn't disrupted, and it made me feel so valuable, that she was willing to do that. Actively taking steps to remove distractions demonstrate to our people that we believe that we are worthy of our full dedication attention. And it's such a simple act to turn your phone on silent or turn your computer off. But the reality is that listening, despite being one of the most basic skills of communication, is one of the hardest things to do. That's because it's not passive but requires intentional effort. We need to do conscious of our behaviors and our attentions, but it's also important to be clear on the things to avoid. Uh, Try not to identify the next question in your head. Remember, most people listen to respond, not understand. In the coaching space, we often feel that it's reliant on us to have all these great questions, and once one is dealt with, we feel pressure to be prepared to move immediately onto the next. So, as a person with coaching is talking and answering their questions, the temptation is for us to start to work out what the next question is going to be, rather than really listening well. As you know, for me, when I learned to coach, this was the hardest thing that I had to overcome. I'd asked a couple of coaches a question, and after the first 3 or 4 words of their answer, I was already starting to predict where the answer was going, where they were going with their answer. And I would be thinking, oh, that'll be a great question, or I could ask this, or I've been wanting to try that, or particular coaching technique. That series of questions, this will be a great opportunity to do that. My motivation was good. I wanted to improve my coaching and the outcomes for my staff. But by focusing on my own questions rather than my really listening, I was no longer paying attention to what the other person was saying, and I became so focused on trying to figure out what my next question was that I was actually missing some of the most vital information that my coach was giving me. I've obviously improved this aspect of my coaching immensely, but it's still something that requires conscious effort for me. I have to be quiet down my own inner voice and give my full attention to listening and to trying to understand what the other person is trying and importantly about what is not being said. Person is saying and importantly about what is not being said. One of the other aspects of listening can involve taking notes and writing things down. This can be really useful when you want to check back for understanding in facts. I'll often write down specific phrases of things that the coachee has said so that I can reflect their language back to them and clarify what they have said. However, if you don't want to take too many notes, you don't want to spend the whole time writing things down, because otherwise the individual may feel like it's interrogation or like you gathered evidence. And that's when they may even feel that the evidence might potentially be used against them or at some point in the future. One of the tricks that I have used in the past when something really significant comes up is to ask a clarifying question around a particular insight or issue. Then I'll just encourage the leader I'm coaching to actually write that down. So again, it's a balance of using note taking and writing things down as an active part of engaging in the process, but not letting overtake the process, not letting it impede and thinking and the communicating that is occurring. When it comes to listening, it's one of the things that we often believe that we can do well, but in reality, we often don't. And this is what led Carl Rogers to write. We think we listen, but we do very rarely. Do we listen with real understanding, true empathy? Yet listening of this very special kind is one of the most potent forces for change that I know. And that is the reality, that listening lays the foundation not just for the dynamics in relationship, but the foundation of powerful change. When it comes to coaching, questioning is a big part of the process. As a coach, I use questions as a way to get to the bottom of what a leader needs, wants, or is trying to achieve. But to do that, we have to be able to ask good questions. So what constitutes a good question? I'm going to answer that question with one of the most annoying answers I could ever give. It depends. In reality, when it comes to what a good question is in coaching, context is everything. It depends on the topic, the relationship, and the rapport between coach and coachee, the stage of the coaching conversation, and many other things. What might be an excellent question for one person may not get any results for another. The same question might elicit two different responses with the same individual depending on when you ask it. Before you begin to think that this is simply too hard and time-consuming, there are some key principles that can help you ask good questions, and you can generally achieve the outcome you're after in almost any circumstance. And then learn variations of these questions and when you might be the best time to use them. At the end of the day, all questions encourage our people to think. Our aim is coaching leaders is to ask questions, enough questions that our people begin to ask themselves those questions, and in doing so, begin to think more for themselves. So I encourage you to trust this process. Coaching is a process that is built around dialogue. At its core, a conversation when one party is asking strategic questions to raise the awareness, the responsibility, and self-belief of another person in order for this process to work. The conversation needs to flow, and the leader who is coaching needs to be able to ask questions that will facilitate the conversation and keep it going, keep it flowing. Thus, in coaching, the general principle is that we prefer open questions rather than closed. So what is the difference? Well, closed questions are those that can be answered with a yes or a no word answer. Take a look at the following example. Leader, do you think your strategy will work? Coach, no. Do you think if we had additional resources, it might be possible? Coachee, maybe. Leader, are you a difficult employee with a fixed mindset and a negative attitude? As you can see, the conversation isn't going anywhere. It's not flowing at all. Even in cases where a leader is dealing with employees who have a positive attitude, closed questions don't promote good conversation. In this case, the leader is doing all the work to keep the conversation going. Ideally, in a coaching conversation, the person being coached should be doing all the work, the majority of the thinking, and the vast majority of the talking. Open questions, on the other hand, cannot be answered with single word answers. They require much longer answers and because of that, help the conversation to keep flowing and moving. And take a look at the following questions. What do you think are the chances of this strategy succeeding? How do you think things will play out if we pursue the strategy? Where do you think end up if we sought to implement the strategy? What would it take to make this strategy work? When would be the right time to pursue this strategy? How would you answer any of those questions? While it is possible to answer them with one word or very short answers, you have to work hard to do so. The chances are you are likely to answer these questions with much more detail, and that's why these open-ended questions facilitate the conversation rather than stall it. When I was in primary school, I remember learning about the 5 W's and H. These are the who, what, when, why, and I was taught that the key to understanding a particular topic is asking questions with one of these words in coaching, and a leader is trying to facilitate coaching to understand both for themselves and their coachee. Therefore, good open coaching questions will usually start with one of the following: who, what, where, when, why. You will notice that I left out the why out in the last sentence. Why is why left out? Why is an interesting word, which invokes a particular reaction from the psyche. When I'm teaching the art of questioning in my workshops, once they share, is to tell me a goal or aspiration that they have. Once they share this with me, I will ask them straight back, okay, why do you want to do that? The reaction is invariably the same. Muscles around the eyes, jaws tighten, eyebrows raise slightly. Often they will break eye contact and begin to shift in their chair. Sometimes they even turn their body away from me. As they quickly try to come up with an answer, it's clear that they are uncomfortable. When I'm faced with a question beginning with why, people automatically feel like they need to justify themselves. When we reveal why we do what we do or why we want a particular outcome, what we are revealing our internal thoughts, desires, motivations, and this is a deeper part of ourselves that require a level of vulnerability that is beyond where we feel comfortable, particularly in workplace relationships. As discussed earlier, in this book, whenever we are vulnerable and share our inner thoughts and feelings, we take a risk. We risk being judged and criticized. The result is that people become defensive walls, begin to go up, and their psychological defense is activated as they try to retreat by returning the conversation to a more surface level discussion that feels safe. Unfortunately, surface level conversations rarely result in insight, activate change, or facilitate personal growth. Why questions make people feel like they are being interrogated. This activates the amygdala and the threat response system in our brains. This is the system responsible for the fight, flight, or freeze response. Once activated, this system begins to take control and inhibits another important system in our brains that is crucial to successful coaching. That is a system called the behavioral activation system. This behavioral activation system is located in our prefrontal cortex, where our executive functioning and logic and reason take place. This system is what allows us to select a behavior that will be rewarded. It is this behavioral reaction system that helps us project forward and evaluate the best course of action we might take in order to get the results we desire. If coaching is all about helping people identify what they want and how to get it, the last thing we want to do is to inhibit this crucial cognitive system. And yet, that is exactly what why questions do. Feeling dreaded is the last thing a coaching leader wants the staff to experience. When being coached, the intent is always to help the individual grow. However, growth is unlikely when people feel threatened. What I encourage leaders to do when they are learning to coach is to avoid asking questions that start with why. We can elicit the same piece of information without using the why, simply by asking another open question, starting with who, what, where, when, or how. Instead of asking why, consider what was the reason you made that decision? What was the thought process behind that course of action? How did you expect that to play out? Where did you think that choice would lead? Who did you expect to benefit from that? With a little bit of intentionality, you can usually get the same information by asking one or two other questions without making a coachee feel defensive. Focus on the specific. Another strike against why-type questions is that while why is very direct and to the point, it's also very generic. Asking a why is asking for the broad brush reasons behind an issue. If you ask generic, broad questions, you will get the same generic, broad brush answers. One of my mantras is, the more specific you are, the more meaningful you become. This applies to the questions you ask. The more specific your questions, the more meaningful the answers you will elicit from your team. Often asking questions starting with who, what, where, when, and why, force how to be more specific, intentional with your questions. Who, what, when, where, and how force you to become more specific and intentional with your questions. Consider the question beginning listed above. Instead of asking generic why, they specifically target reasoning, thought, process, expectations, and choices. The specificity of these questions is likely to result in more meaningful reactions and lead to greater insights for the coachee. When to use why. You may be thinking you should be scrubbing why from your vocabulary completely. This is unrealistic and unnecessary. There is a place for why. However, it is not as uncommon as you may think. Let's look at when as a leader might get away with asking a why question when trust is high. In relationships where trust is extremely high and individuals are approaching the total rapport status we are talking about earlier in the book, individuals are much less likely to become defensive and ask questions. In these relationships, the parties are familiar and comfortable with being vulnerable with each other, having done so many times before. There is a track record of sharing your inner thoughts and feelings without being judged, and therefore individuals feel safe to do so again. The result is that when directly pushed to be vulnerable again by a why question, they feel comfortable to go. This is also the case in high trust teams where team individuals are used to being asked direct questions and having hard conversations. In this, teams are high levels of trust between individuals and high levels of commitment collectively. Because of the team, it's important and its goal and its performance and its goals. Everyone understands that time is the essence of having the hard conversations quickly with the purpose of moving things forward and holding each other accountable. It's part of each team member's responsibility. In these environments, using why will not be accepted but expected. However, even in these high trust scenarios where asking why may not make people initially defensive, overusing it will. Imagine that every relationship has a relationship bank account where trust is the currency. Then every interaction we have is either depositing or trust into an account or making a withdrawal. So each time you ask a why question, it's like making a withdrawal from the trust account. It doesn't cause too many dramas if your account is full. However, too many withdrawals will start to cause problems. In the same way, too many why questions will start to put a strain on any relationship. When the issue is external, many times we are coaching members of our teams, particularly around areas of personal development. The issues can be quite personal, whether it's around ways of thinking, choices that have made, or behavioral they have displayed. That's not always the case, though. There are times when we might be coaching them around issues that are external. These might be around systems and process improvements. It might be around other people. It might be around something that's happening in the marketplace outside of the company, because the issue is external to the individual and not personal. Asking why doesn't automatically trigger the threat response. That being said, it can be very easy for a why question to be interpreted as a personal, even when its intended target is an external issue. For example, might be coaching one of their team around how they might improve a process they use within the company. The focus of the conversation is a process. It's external to the team member and should be an objective conversation. Yet, consider the following two questions. The leader might ask, why is that the next step? Versus, why do you do that next? Both questions are exploring the reason behind the next step in the process. But while the first one keeps the conversation external and objective, the second one makes it personal. The second question has the potential, therefore, to trigger the threat response. While it is possible to ask why questions in a safe way when coaching around external issues, it is very easy for a leader, particularly when they are learning to coach, to inadvertently Make the conversation personal. Therefore, I recommend leaders stick to asking who, what, where, when, and how questions, even when tackling external issues. I'm often challenged by leaders who say, but what about the 5 whys? It's so effective. I always agree with them. It can be very effective, but there is a specific way to use it when coaching. The 5 whys technique was developed by Sakishi Toyota, a Japanese industrialist who made a significant contribution to the development of the lean, just-in-time philosophy, made popular by books like The Toyota Way, which made public its use across the Toyota organization. This method is a form of root cause analysis. It seeks to uncover the root cause of a problem, asking why. Usually by the time why is asked the 5th time, the root cause has been identified. The following example is indicative of how this technique might be used with software development team using agile methodology. Problem: the client wasn't happy with the development team's performance and delivered negative feedback. Why? The team didn't deliver everything that was promised over the last 2-week work block. The workload was too high. The team overpromised that what they could complete in the sprint. Why? The team didn't factor in time for debugging code and addressing unexpected problems. Why? The team decision-making protocols weren't allowed to be followed during the sprint planning. Why? The team rushed sprint planning to get to the company social event. This can be an extremely powerful tool for leaders to use, and it definitely has its place. The place, however, is rarely with an individual in a coaching or professional development context. The best use of the 5 whys technique is in group settings, looking at a collective or a systemic problem. When a leader uses it with an individual, it is very easy for that individual to feel like they're being interrogated, because they are. The 5 whys technique is designed to interrogate a problem, but when that problem sits with a person, that person is also being interrogated. They will feel threatened. Their amygdala will kick in, and their defenses will go up, and your coaching will go out the window. That being said, I've successfully used the 5 whys technique when coaching individuals. It does, however, take intentional framing to limit activation of the threat response system. In other words, you need to explain the method to the coachee, as well as how you are expected to use it and the reason for its use. In this way, they know what to expect and they're mentally prepared for it. In these situations, I might say something like the following. So you have a real problem here. Doesn't seem like you really understand what's causing it. There's a technique called the 5 whys. It's a form of root cause analysis where we ask the question, why? Over and over. Usually, by about the 5th time we ask it, we have identified what the root cause of the problem might be. I'm wondering if it might be a helpful tool to help you identify what the cause of your problem might be. Would you be willing to give it a try? By framing it this way, completely transparent with what you're about to be doing and how you are using the technique, the individual being coached knows what you're doing and the reason why you're doing it. They have agreed to participate in the process and expect the repeated why questions. In this way, the coaching leader can neutralize the threat response as they tackle the problem head on. While why can be used safely when we are intentional, it is very easy for leaders to misjudge and its use inadvertently make people defensive. So it's still my recommendation that leaders who are learning to coach avoid asking with why. There is another reason to avoid asking why questions when you're learning to coach, and that's about forming good habits. Whenever we want to know the reason behind something, it's human nature to ask why. This seems to be part of our genetic blueprint, and I'm sure any parent can attest. From our earliest ages, one of the first and most questions children begin to ask is why. I'm convinced that Takashi Toyota didn't come up with the 5 whys, it was his children. But because it's so built into our nature, learning to stop automatically asking why is hard. It takes intentional and effort over time to retrain ourselves to ask different, richer, more specific questions. After reading this, you may start to notice how often you ask why. You will be mid-conversation and kick yourself internally for asking another one. Even now, after coaching formally for over a decade, I will teach this principle in a workshop and pull myself up later in that workshop for asking a why question. That's okay. You can write a neural pathways in your brain overnight, and they have had a lifetime of reinforcement over time by focusing on the better questions of what, when, where, and how. It will become easier to support the more neutral response to curiosity, to default response to curiosity. Another type of question is called a scaling question. A scaling question is where the leader will ask a coachee to rate something on a scale of 10, usually from 1 to 10. I love scaling questions because they're so versatile, and I use them with all sorts of clients, in all sorts of scenarios, and for all sorts of purposes. Here is an example of a typical scaling question. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is absolutely terrible and 10 is awesome, how would you rate your ability to have a difficult conversation? Well, asking a question like this causes the individual in front of you to stop and think in a different way in order to answer it. They have to evaluate the situation so they can quantify it. This is not something that most people naturally do. It requires a deeper level of thinking. This can be especially effective for those who are thinking more emotively, right side of the brain, and might benefit from thinking more objectively or logically from the left side of the brain. The following are just a few ways you might use scaling questions when coaching members of your team. Identifying how difficult something is. Evaluating current skills and abilities. Quantifying the effort required for a task. Articulating the impact of a behavior or situation. Evaluating the quality of a piece of work. Rating the priority of a particular item. Quantifying confidence levels. Identifying levels of commitment. Scaling questions can be useful in several different contexts. A goal setting. Scaling questions help us to quantify aspects of the situation. At a given point in time, it assists us to understand where we are currently and provide a reference point for our goal future and determining where we want to be in the future. Getting back to our example around difficult conversations. If one of your leaders had rated their current ability, then follow up with a question such as, now if you're a 6 now, where would you like to be in 3 months' time? Note that the use of the time frame in this question. Remember, the more specific you make the questions, the more meaningful, targeted they become. This will encourage a greater level of focus for your team. Even if your leader responds by indicating that they want to be an 8, you can then ask what they need to do in order to get there. You may also break it down and ask what they need to do in order to move from a 6 to a 7 to an 8. This approach easily allows people to identify what they need to do in order to move from where they are currently to where they want to be. Often, they can easily articulate their own action plan as a result. In addition to using scaling questions to set goals, they can be They can also be useful to measure progress towards a goal. The rating given in a response to a scaling question is able to be used in a baseline data. Repeated use of the same questions can be used periodically to assess changes over time and measure progress, ultimately determining the success and goal achievement. You can also use these versatile questions to explore issues in order to create a greater level of understanding for both you and your team. Following up a scaling question by asking a team member why they chose the rating they did is a great way to explore the issues at hand. This will encourage them to think more deeply about critically about specific details of the situations. And handy tip using this approach, it is always to ask questions why they didn't choose a number of lower than their original rating rather than their higher. This is because asking them why they didn't choose a higher number will have them focusing on why they're not ready to get where they want to be, or why they don't believe they can do it. It might even see them arguing against the change that they're actually seeking. Asking them why they didn't choose a lower number makes them step up and argues for change. Of course, the information elicited from scaling question is a self-reported data, subjective and likely to vary from person to person, but we're essentially asking individuals to quantify their own perception of the situation, and people's perception will vary. It's important to remember that the purpose of these questions is to encourage people to think differently and to facilitate the program. People need to perceive a change in the situation in order for their perception of the situation to change. The conversation inspired by scaling a question is designed for individuals to identify what those desired changes might be and what they can do to make those changes. When it comes to scaling questions, progress is more important than accuracy. Scaling questions are also a great tool for leaders to use in a group setting with their teams. You can simply calculate the average of all of the team members' ratings and produce a collective rating. Additionally, comparing the different ratings between individuals within the team may provide useful insights for the team leaders. Significant differences between the ratings of individuals, team members, and may highlight the need to take steps to increase alignment among the team. The miracle question. In line with Stephen R. Covey's begin with the end in mind principle from his best-selling book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, the miracle question encourages the coachee to think about the desired end state that they're hoping to achieve. Here's an example of a miracle question I might ask. Now, I want you to imagine that when you go to sleep at night, a miracle occurs and your problem is completely solved. When you walk into work tomorrow morning, what will be different? How will you know that the problem is solved? What will you see that's different? What will you hear people saying about that it is different? What will others be thinking and feeling that it's different? What will you be thinking and feeling that it is different? By asking these follow-up questions, we are getting the coachee to articulate the detail in outcome that they want, the clarity they have around desired outcome, the easier it is for them to figure out a plan on the outcome. The miracle question is a creative way of asking, what do you want? It never ceases to amaze me how many people struggle to answer that simple question. From a psychological perspective, we know that human beings have a negative bias. We focus more quickly and often on the negative things in our world. Well, this is inbuilt bias mechanism designed to keep us safe by alerting us to threats. It means that often we have a problem, we focus on the problems we face and how to remove the problem, rather than working about that the most beneficial outcome would be moving forward. While the two might not be mutually beneficial, exclusive, they rarely say the same thing. When people describe the outcome they don't really want, they'll usually describe the situation where the problem doesn't exist. However, never simply describe current environment without the problem. It's always much more. They describe the benefit, the solution to the big problem brings. The power of the miracle question is that it encourages individuals to think about the benefits and outcomes rather than problems. This is that they're trying to identify potential solutions that can focus on developing the option that will produce the desired benefits as a result. The strategies or action plans people come up with are more likely to not only solve the problems, but do so in a way that also improves the workplace in other ways. By articulating the desired outcomes and benefits of the solution, many people will be able to come up with a plan and achieve those. However, sometimes problems are particularly complex and it can be hard to find a way forward. The benefit of using the miracle question to paint a really specific picture of the end state is that in these situations, you have the opportunity to reverse engineer potential solutions. You can have multiple single details in the end state of the picture and figure out ways to achieve these. These results in a series of plans to attack the program from multiple angles. A classic example I've encountered multiple times now is a low team morale. It's a complex phenomenon and problem no leader wants to face. Those who do will realize there's usually no solution, particularly when the root cause can be found in systemic issues within a large organization. In these situations, I'll use the miracle questions to get leaders to paint a picture of the desired outcome and what high morale looks like amidst the broader description of what they would like to see there. Are often specific details I take notice. They often say things like, the team would enjoy coming to work more. There would be more laughter and fun in the office. There would be more connection, and people would eat lunch together rather than at their desks. I then focus on one or two of these details. How could we make being in the office more fun? What would it take for there to be more laughter around the office? How can we encourage people to eat lunch together? How could we focus a great sense of connection amongst the team, encouraging more laughter, fostering greater connection, are much smaller, easier problems to solve than the complexity of poor morale. However, the combined impact of these will have the positive effect on the morale of the team. Silence, one of the most enlightening coaching sessions. I was coaching a leader who was responsible for an organization with several hundred members. Maybe I was a particular problem and was struggling to articulate exactly what the core of the problem was. As I was coaching him, I was trying to be intentional about listening to understand rather than listening to respond. As a result, when he finished answering a question like that, I'd asked, and I didn't have another question immediately lined up to ask him. I paused, giving him myself a moment to think about what the next most valuable question might be, what he had just said. The pause was probably only about 4 or 5 seconds, but that was enough of a gap for the leader to start speaking again when he made an insightful comment that revealed another element and perspective of the problem we were tackling. Aware that the progress was being made without any prompting from me, once he had finished speaking again, I remained quiet. I hoped the process might be repeated. He looked at me. I looked back. He broke eye contact as he continued to think about what he had just said. After another 10 seconds of silence between us, he started to speak again. After only 10 or 3 words, he stopped. Oh, that's what the problem is. For the rest of the session, he proceeded to outline what he needed to do, address the issue with very little input from me. he'd had a light bulb moment that sparked a fresh flash of clarity, which allowed him to see and articulate the way forward. And all I did was nothing, stayed silent. Sometimes as leaders who coach, we can get caught in the trap of thinking that the quality of the coach moment is totally reliant on the questions we ask. While there is some truth to this, we need to remember that coaching isn't about us. Coaching is always about the person we're coaching. Their development essentially comes from their own thinking, reflecting, and exploring the articulating process. We can facilitate the process that they need to do the hard work. Great coaching outcomes don't result from first-rate coaching and questions from the leader and second-rate thinking of those being coached. Great coaching leadership comes from my first-rate thinking from our people, even if it's prompted by the most basic coaching and questions. Sometimes what's required for first-rate thinking is for us to stay silent and give our people the space to think. People often find silence awkward and uncomfortable, and research shows that there are strong reasons why first silence can indicate non-compliance or confrontation, known as disaffiliative disfluences, and second silence that can be viewed as a social way of excluding others. The silent treatment, on the other hand, controversial flow, is associated with positive performance, feelings of belonging, control, self-esteem, and social validation, and perceived consensus. To illustrate this point, during workshops, I'll often stand at the front of the room and just stop speaking after about 3 seconds. All eyes are focused on me. And then people start to avert their eyes, shuffle in their seats, fiddle with their pens, and periodically look back at me. They are uncomfortable. It's all the same behavior as you'd expect to see. If you were describing someone who is nervous, some people start to smile and giggle, not knowing what else to do. Eventually, someone has to break the silence. Whether it's a question or a joke, the discomfort becomes strong enough that someone feels the need to fill the silence. In a coaching scenario, leaders can use this discomfort to their advantage. When we remain silent, the individual we're coaching will feel the need to fill the silence, to keep this conversation flow going. By virtue, being in the middle of a coaching conversation, previous question will already have this individual exercise their thinking muscle. Therefore, the need to fill the silence encourages them to think deeper about what's being discussed in order to elaborate on their last answer and have something meaningful to fill the silence with. Often, when we ask questions, we are encouraging people to think literally. We ask questions that encourage people to think in a different way or take a different perspective. This is often hugely beneficial and can provide profound moments of insight. However, sometimes we don't need our people to think differently. We just need them to think deeper and to follow same lines thought right through to the end rather than to stopping halfway. This allows them to discover the next step in the process or to understand the second, third, or fourth order effects of a particular course of action. In these moments, silence and simply providing space to think about deeper is often more beneficial than additional questions. The key to using silence as a coaching tactic. At the same time, we don't want to leave our people feeling with rejection. So the key to using silence as a coaching tactic is to stay engaged. The person you're coaching needs to know everything. You're fully engaged with them, even though you aren't saying anything. During my undergraduate psychology studies, I spent my time volunteering at Lifeline, the telephone crisis counsel center with service. I vividly remember a call one night where I overused silence while I was intently engaging. The call, she couldn't see that. The call ended with her yelling at me through the phone, believing I didn't care. I did care, but she couldn't see that. She thought I checked out of the conversation. And communicating that you're engaged is virtually much easier when you're face to face, whether in the room or virtually. Maintaining eye contact and demonstrate your focus is on the individual in front of you is a key. The use of minimal encouragers can also be important. A simple or keep going encourages people to continue thinking deeper. Without complete silence becomes so awkward, it detracts from the process. This becomes more important in scenarios over the phone where there are no visual cues. For example, I could and should have used more minimal encouragers on my lifeline to communicate my engagement with the caller. Another important coaching skill to leaders is to learn that the ability to reframe questions. Many of you will be familiar with the concept of above and below. The line where above the line is positive, characterized by qualities such as ownership, accountability, responsibility, and below the line is negative, demonstrated by blame, excuses, difference, and denial. The above and below the line concept really captured a wide audience. After being explained in the book Walking the Talk by organization cultural expert Carolyn Tyler. In that book, she mentioned learning about the idea from her friend Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. Today, the concept is used in organizational programs by the largest consulting firms in the world. Implementing it involves helping teams elicit behavioral expectations, listening what behaviors they expect to be demonstrated by team members above the line, and what behaviors they do not expect below the line. This is a great activity I often take teams through as it's another example of clearly articulating expectations to team members can be collectively intentionally about how they behave. The above and below the line analogy can also be used in the context of mindset. An above the line mindset is characterized by the qualities of ownership, accountability, responsibility. Blame, excuses, and denial are evidence of below the line thinking. Ideally, we want our team to stay above the line and maintain a positive mindset. However, anyone who has been in leadership for more than 5 minutes has encountered the negative thinking of people below the line. Reframing is an important tool to use to shift that. Reframing starts with the language people use. What people say provides us with insight into their mindset and thinking. People who are trapped in a negative mindset will use negative language. They often say things like, "This is too hard," or "We can't do this," or "That will never work." Simply telling people to stop having a negative attitude and to be positive rarely works. Instead, they just become super defensive, believing that the leader doesn't understand or support them. Leaders need to be able to challenge people's negative thinking and help them adopt and maintain positive mindset without triggering their defense mechanisms. The technique of reframing is to take the phrase or sentence that indicates the negative thinking, identify the negative word, reverse it to make it positive, then frame the sentence in a question. So, for example, when reframing "this is too hard," the negative word is hard. The reverse or opposite of how hard is easy. So when you reframe it in a question, it becomes how do you make it easy? When you encounter "why can't you do this? We can't do this," you might respond with "how could you do this?" When you hear "that will never work," try countering it with "what will make it work?" Reframing works because it takes the conversation and thinking of the problem focus to a solution focus. The technique involves a question. In order to answer the question, people have to think about the answer. If the question comes from a positive perspective and is a solution focus, people need to think in a positive way to provide a solution-oriented answer. In this way, a leader can help facilitate thinking and a mindset shift from below the line to above the line. There are always multiple ways to reframe a statement. If you are looking for an inspiration to look to the 5 W's and H, you can reframe any statement using who, what, where, and how. Again, I recommend avoiding the why when reframing. Why gives people an opportunity to just justify the negative statement. Such justifications usually turn into an excuse. We want reframes to be open questions questions that require positive thinking and solutions to orientated questions. Have a look at the table below. Have a go at providing additional reframing questions for the statement and the left column. One of the reasons why this technique is so powerful is that it starts with the language and the thinking of the person in front of us. This is meeting the person where they are. It implicitly acknowledges the individual's experiences and demonstrates a level of understanding from the leader. There is a subtle level of empathy and connection that occurs. This can be accentuated by explicitly acknowledging the experience immediately prior to asking the reframing question. An example might be, I know this situation is really hard. How do you make it easier? There is a temptation when doing this to use the word but in between the acknowledgement and the reframe. But be careful not to do this. This invalidates the acknowledgement you've just made and therefore the experience of the leader in front of you. More on this later. All reframing begins with a validation of a person's experience. It doesn't leave them there. It challenges them in a way that positions them to move them forward. Once people shift into the above-the-line mindset, they are more able to identify different options, articulate solutions, and develop action plans in order to implement these solutions. Reframing is also a highly versatile technique. It can be used both in one-on-one and in team environments, and it can become a powerful team tool for accountability. There was one team I worked with for whom the concept of reframing really resonated. They had all received coaching skills, training, were familiar with the above and below the line concept and reframing as a technique. Whenever someone would make a negative comment around their office, the other members in the team would throw something at them and get it in their face saying, that was below the line. We're not letting you go until you reframe that comment. 3 different ways. It was all done with lots of laughter and everyone was on board with it. They used reframing as a mechanism to keep each other accountable. To maintain a positive mindset around the office, as you can imagine, this team had a very healthy culture and it was a fun environment to work in. For leaders and other important use of this tool is to reframe our thoughts. Leadership is hard and often lonely, and we carry the pressure of the responsibility for the support, development, and performance of our people, our teams, and the organization as a whole, just as we need our people to be able to stay above the line. We need to be able to think positively and maintain a solution focused on mindset ourselves. I remember speaking to a friend of mine one day. She'd had a pretty tough day. She identified that her own negative thinking in response to her work circumstance was part of the problem. I shared with her this concept and technique of reframing. She went to work the next day and was intentional about continually reframing her own thoughts. She came home at the end of the next day and reflected on how good the day had been. The next day, she forgot to reframe and things didn't go so well. That evening, she questioned why the day before had been so good and that the day was so bad. She realized that the difference had been for her using reframing. She was intentional about reframing the rest of the week, and when I saw her that weekend, she reported finishing the week on a really positive note. Now, that was a really important skill for this individual. Considering she was a podiatrist, oncology nurse. Being surrounded by kids, cancer each day was immensely challenging. If she was to care for them and help them to stay positive, she had to stay positive herself. For us as leaders, learning to reframe our own thoughts is often more important than reframing other people's thinking. Reframing is a great technique for leaders to have in their back pockets. Once a leader has this technique in use, whatever they encounter negative thinking, they can gently challenge that thinking in the moment. It might be in a meeting, during a one-on-one team member, or casually over lunch with a peer from another department. As the leader goes about their day with a reframe and a reframe there, they're continually lifting people's thinking, helping to find solutions, and maintaining a positive mindset across the organization. Mm, mm. And people love it. Reframing makes people feel good. Thinking positively and identifying solutions in order to make progress feel good. If you are continually reframing and helping people do these things, you are continually, they will walk away from your interactions feeling good about you and your leadership. That develops trust and leadership capital over time. A leading question is one that implicitly directs or prompts a person towards a particular predetermined answer. Generally, a leading questions are a type of closed question that can be answered with either a yes or a no one-word answer. As previously mentioned, we already want to avoid closed questioning in a coaching conversation in order to keep the conversation flowing. However, there's another reason you want to avoid leading questions because they are generally at odds with what we are trying to achieve when we coach. When we ask a leading question, we are implicitly directing our staff towards the answer that we want. We become the ones who are doing the thinking and solving the problem. We are then simply communicating the solution using a question. We may as well be telling our staff what to do. The whole purpose of coaching is to encourage our staff to think more deeply, to engage our brains in critical thinking and creatively in order to solve their own problems and find their own solutions. When we ask leading questions, what we are doing the thinking for our staff and giving them the questions. In doing this, we fail to foster self-belief in our staff and their ability to come up with valuable solutions. We fail to inspire ownership and of those solutions we process and implement and the ultimate outcome. Asking leading questions is tempting for leaders who are learning to coach because you get all the benefits of telling your staff what to do. It's quicker and you get the solution done this way you want to. While feeling like you are coaching and empowering your staff, the reality is, however, in asking these types of questions, you're maintaining your staff's reliance on you as a leader and not empowering themselves to think critically, creatively, independently, and with initiative. Another word to avoid is using the word but. Removing but from your vocabulary doesn't just apply to coaching, it will be good for you or leadership in general. The word but is a conjunction. It is used to connect two thoughts or sentences together. However, when we use the word but, we invalidate or devaluate the thought that comes before it. This is known as invalidation, and research shows that this can cause significant damage to a person's psychological health and well-being. When someone feels invalidated, they believe that their emotional experience and responses are insignificant and unreasonable or unacceptable. Consider a leader making the following statement. You've made some really great progress but you still haven't met this quarter's target. The implicit message that this statement communicates is that the leader is not really interested in the great process that's been made. They're only interested in whether or not the quarter target has been met. Diminishing the value of the progress that has been made could be really deflating for team members who have put in a significant effort to get this far. Rather than using but, I encourage leaders to use and instead and in another conjunction. While it performs the same linguistic function as but, it communicates a greater equality between the thoughts it connects. This simple swapping of words can have a significant impact on the message we communicate and the people we lead. Consider the following. You've made a really great progress, but at the same time, you haven't met this quarter target. Versus, you've made some really great progress, and at the same time, you haven't met this quarter target. Take a moment to think about how the difference between the two statements, do they make you feel different? Did you read the sentence with a different tone inside your head? The first statement feels like a rap over the knuckles, while the second is much more encouraging without diminishing the fact that a performance gap still needs to be addressed. Here's another example. I know you had a positive intent, but you really offended your colleague. I know you had a positive intent, and at the same time, you really offended your colleague. The first statement disregards the fact the individual had a positive intent and was trying to do the right thing. The focus is solely on the offense that was caused, and this can cause those awful feelings of invalidation. The second statement, however, balances the focus. It acknowledges the positive intent while still acknowledging the need for a better delivery and execution. Avoiding the use of but is another hard habit to break. However, with a few more ands and a little more intention with the language and we use, the payoff will be felt in the relationships, rapport, and trust we build with those we lead. Chapter 7. Goal setting. No one ever accomplishes anything of consequence without a goal. Goal setting is the strongest human force for self-motivation. Paul Meyer. Goal setting sits at the center of coaching. It is an essential skill, and there is so much to write on the topic that it gets its own chapter. Whether the focus of coaching is set to achieve a certain task, result, or solve a problem, the most effective starting point is always articulating the desired end state and outcome you are working towards. In other words, the goal. As a coaching leader, the ability to effectively set goals is crucial for your own practice as leaders, as this is our ability to coach others at the same time. SMART goals. When it comes to developing goals, many people are familiar with the SMART goal formula, which was introduced by George Doran in the November 1981 issue of Management Review. As you can see, it's been around a long time. However, whenever I teach a goal setting, I am constantly surprised by how many people and leaders have not learned this method. I'm even more surprised by the number of leaders who have learned it but don't use it in their work lives and in general. SMART is an acronym. Each of the considerations required for a clear, concise, and actionable goal. Here's how it works. Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, timeline, time-bound. To make SMART goals even more powerful, I'd like to add two further considerations, positive and purpose. Let's take a clear look at each step. Specifics. The difference between an aspiration and a goal lies in specifically aspirations in general. Goals are specific. Consider the following statements. I want to be a good leader. I want to develop a high-performing team. I want to be better at a particular task. Let's explore them. The leader. What is a good leader? Most would say a good leader is someone that inspires trust in those that they lead. If you have the complete trust of your team, but they consistently fail to achieve results, are you a good leader? 2. I want to develop a high-performing team. If your sales team is consistently makes budget early each quarter, are they a high-performing team? What if the team also has a toxic culture, is full of conflict, and everyone wants to leave? I want to be better at a particular task. Similarly, what does being better mean? If you want to be better at a particular task, does it mean doing it faster? If you increase the speed at which you complete the task but make more mistakes, are you being better at the task? Hopefully you will see that the general nature of these statements indicates a lack of focus. If we don't know exactly what we want to achieve, if we can't work out what we need to do, or know when we have to actually achieve the desired outcome. On the other hand, when we get specific and identify details, we bring clarity to what we want to achieve. And when we are clear about what we want to achieve, we are much more capable of working out what we need to do in order to achieve it. So, for example, improving communication when I delegate tasks is building trusting relationships with team members is much clearer than just wanting to be a better leader. Understanding this is required to foster a culture of psychological safety and implement effective peer accountability systems. It's better than simply wanting to create a high-performing team and being able to produce a board member in under 3 hours without having it sent back for corrections by the CEO has much greater clarity than either of the previous tasks. Being able to identify and focus on the actions required to make them happen is the best way to get the outcomes we want. Goals need to be measurable for two reasons. First, primarily, we need to know whether or not we have achieved our goal, and if we cannot measure our performance, how do we know when we have achieved it? How specific is our goal? How much detail and which details we include will often determine the measure of success. Taking the I want to be better leader example, if we simply say I want to build trusting relationships, how do you know if you've achieved that goal? If, however, we make it a goal to see an increase in the trust scale on the next organizational engagement review, we can very clearly measure our success. Either the scale rating increases or it does not. The second reason goals need to be measurable is that we need to be able to measure our process so we can determine when new or different steps should be taken. If we are trying to gain 50 new clients by cold calling after 3 months when we've only made 1 new client, we may need to look at digital marketing or different forms of networking to meet our goal. On the other hand, if our goals are not measurable, we will never know if our strategy for achieving them is working. If we can see no progress being made, we need to try something else. Otherwise, we become discouraged and give up. But when we do see programs, we feel good at what we have achieved so far and become motivated to continue. As a result, the process of achieving our goals becomes more enjoyable and more satisfying. If our goals are not achievable, we will never accomplish what we set out to do. And if we set goals that are not achievable, this can cause areas or aspects of our lives. This can cause us to become disenchanted with those areas or aspects of our lives. As a young boy, all I ever wanted to do was become a fighter pilot, following in the footsteps of my grandfather who flew in World War II. But the reality is that I was born with imperfect vision. As a result, I could never pass the medical assessment required to enter the Air Force as a pilot. If I had held on to this dream and related goals, I was doomed to fail. From the beginning, likewise, I wanted to be president of the USA. Such a goal is impossible because I was not born in that country, so I'm prohibited from holding that office by the US Constitution. If we repeatedly set unachievable goals, we begin to question not only our own ability, but our self-worth as well. The result is many people give up on achievement, personal growth, and development of any sort, resigned to live an aimless life of mediocrity. I don't want you to be one of those poor souls. So if the goal is unachievable, why are you wasting your time and effort trying to achieve it? The achievement of goals. 2 points of note about the achievability of goals. First is that we need to be aware that often what determines whether goals are achievable or not lies outside of our sphere of influence. In this example, I had no influence over the physical entry standards set by the Air Force. The decision was made by the broader system, which was against me. The same can be said of the requirements of the presidential candidacy. Be careful setting goals that rely too heavily on the actions and decisions of others. To achieve the desired outcome, you can only control your own behavior. You can control others, where possible, set your goals, where you are solely responsible for and in control of the outcome. The second point to note is that just because something has never been achieved before doesn't mean you cannot achieve it in the future. If the achievability of a goal was limited to what someone has already been accomplished, innovation would be dead, and the progress of both society and the individual would be non-existent. 20. Whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. You may just have to set and achieve some slightly more possible goals first to achieve a platform from which to spring forth into the impossible. Realistic. One of the biggest killers of goal achievement is unrealistic goals. People trying to achieve too much too quickly often experience burnout and discouragement rather than reassess and adjust their goal to be more realistic, and they inevitably give up. If I was overweight and I had never participated in endurance sport before, it would be unrealistic to set a goal to qualify for the Hawaiian Ironman. It is conceivably achievable, but someone with the right focus and training to do so, yes, but it is likely that an ordinary person will make such a radical lifestyle transformation and make it to Kona? Probably not. Making goals realistic should not disqualify your big dreams that require large amounts of achievement, but your goals should focus on your actions, on what you can realistically do to achieve your dreams. For example, when Australian cyclist Anna Moraes first arrived at the Australian Institute of Sport as a teenager and decided to her new coach, her goal was Olympic gold. He told her it was unrealistic, unachievable for her. Same time, she walked away in tears, shattered. But together, she and her coach focused first on the World Championship, and the following year, after she achieved success at the World Championships, her coach set her down, okay, Olympic gold is on the table. By the end of her career, with a total of 6 Olympic medals, 2 of which were gold, and is the most decorated female track cyclist in history. But had she kept her aim too high, too early, she may have never achieved that. Time frame. In addition to the size of our goals, 2 other factors often determine whether goals are realistic or not. These are frequency and time frame. One of the most common level fitness related goals is to go to the gym and exercise every day, 5 days a week. For many people, this is unrealistic. Most start off well enough, but by week 3, if they last that long, they're too tired, become too busy and stop. Those that aim for twice a week then increase it to 3 times a week after a month or 2, and they're much more likely to continue. Similarly, trying to increase trust levels, change team culture, or make $1 million in 1 month are all equally unrealistic for most leaders. When setting realistic goals, it is important to ask yourself, do I have enough time? Is it sustainable? If yes, then you need to move on to the next step and set a deadline. It's all well and good to set up a clear and concise goal that is measurable and achievable and realistic. But if you stop there, the question becomes, when will you actually achieve it? You don't set a time frame and decide on a deadline, then you'll put it off to tomorrow, and tomorrow you'll put it off until the next day. As the old adage goes, tomorrow never comes. However, when you put time limits on the achievement of your goal, you make it a priority. Think about it. Whether at school or university, what happened the night before an exam? Everything else we set aside so you could study. Preparation for the exam became top priority. The same principle applies to our goals. When we set time frames and deadlines, we make achieving the goal a priority. This spurs us into action. Time frames should not be too short, or they'll make the goal unrealistic, but they shouldn't be too far into the distant future. When we allow too much time for achievement of our goals, It doesn't require action right away, and there's no impetus for us to start. We're liable to think we have plenty of time. I'll start tomorrow. So we put off starting and usually forget about our goal, only to remember the time too close for the deadline for the goal to be realistically achievable. Another danger of extended timeframes is that the challenge of achievement is not great enough to keep our interest. If it's too big and easy, it just won't hold our attention. So, part of the art of goal setting is picking up the right time frame in which to achieve our goals. Positive is the first P that I added to the SMART goal formula. This is talking about framing and goal positive way, in a goal positive way. But what does this mean? Well, what I mean is that we want the goal to be something we want to take positive action to move towards, not something we want to stop doing. What we can learn from psychology is that we move towards what we focus on. When we hear goal setting, the subject of the goal is what we are focusing on and what we will move towards. If our goal is stop doing X, the subject of the goal or what we are focused on is still X. Because we are focusing on X, we are still likely to keep doing X. Psychologists often use this principle when working with one of their clients who wants to change their behavior. For example, let's say your goal is to quit smoking, so you attempt to do so by constantly thinking, I'm not going to smoke, I'm not going to smoke. Every time you feel the urge, where is the focus? It's on smoking. As a result, most people will continue to smoke. On the other hand, if we reframe our goal to have a clean, healthy eating and healthy lungs, by establishing a healthy habit of eating fruit and drinking water when the urge to smoke comes, our focus is now establishing healthy habits. Because our focus is now healthy habits and not smoking, you are more likely to engage in those habits and less likely to smoke. Remember, we move towards what we focus on. When we set goals that are positively framed and focus on what we want to do and achieve rather than what we want to stop doing, we are much more likely to be successful. If you want to be happy, set a goal that commands your thoughts, liberates your energy, and inspires your hope. Andrew Carnegie. To take the process of one step further and increase the importance to be placed on achieving our goals, we add the second P. The P is for purpose, and with it, we are asking ourselves, what is the purpose of achieving this goal? At this stage, it's about being able to clearly articulate how this goal contributes to your personal vision, and when you clarify why you want to achieve a goal and link it to your purpose in life, your values, or contribution to a cause bigger than life itself, you inherently increase its impossible. It also helps to motivate you when you face obstacles or are struggling to maintain the consistency needed to achieve your goals. I will establish a healthy habit of eating fruit and drinking water by 30th of June so I can have clean and healthy lungs to allow me to be more active with my children. It's a much more purposeful and motivating goal than I just want to stop smoking. Likewise, a motivating goal for a coaching leader might be I will invite feedback at each weekly meeting to help foster psychological safety so people feel able to raise issues. SMART PP goals add an extra layer of motivation that instills commitment and reinforces the importance of our success. Goals are not tethered to your purpose, a wild goose chase with SMART PP. Goals is a fantastic awaiting regret. Boosting goal achievement. There are several ways actions that leaders and their teams can take to increase their level of motivation towards achieving goals. The first is asking 2 questions. How important is achieving the goal for me right now? What am I willing to sacrifice? How important is achieving this goal for me? The best way to answer this question is to actually put a number to ask yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not important and 10 being our top priority, how important is it? Let's say we score a goal of 7 out of 10 on importance. When we can then ask ourselves, what is the difference between a 7 and an 8? What could I do to make this goal more important to me? The rule of thumb is that we score a goal any less than 7, it is not likely to be important enough for us to give it the priority it needs to be achieved. Therefore, if you are honest and score and score a goal, a 6 is really a goal we should be investing our time and resources into achieving? Or should we be pursuing more important things in life if we decide that the goal is worthy of our investment? And how do we get it from a 6 to at least a 7, if not higher? What am I willing to sacrifice? This is a great question because it helps us determine where this goal sits in our priorities. Most people live busy lives full of different activities that take up our time. As a result, for us to dedicate time towards achieving our goal, we have to take that time from somewhere else. To do what is required to achieve a goal, we need to stop doing or do less something else. We must sacrifice something less important to us. So what are you willing to sacrifice? Answering this question prioritizes your goal amongst other commitments, interests, and habits. It clarifies how important the goal is for you. So what are you willing to sacrifice? Now that you have got your goal and you need to take that next critical step, write it down. Tell someone this is a simple step, and yet it is powerful enough that it is worth a specific mention. What is it about the simple act of writing? It brings clarity. Remember this quote: thoughts untangle themselves over the lips and through your fingertips. Writing forces us to articulate your thoughts. Articulation brings clarity. Clarity can allow us to aim accurately. For anyone who has fired a rifle, you will know you cannot hit a target if you cannot see it clearly. Gail Matthews from California's Dominican University has studied goal setting and goal achievement in detail. Her research found that goal achievement is significantly increased when we write our goals down. However, there's two other activities that further increase the likelihood of success. First, sharing your goal, making it public, and making a public commitment. The other is measuring and sharing our progress reports to others. When we tell someone we are going to do something, they expect us to do it. So when we share our goal with others, there is an expectation we will take action towards it. The next time we see them, they're likely to ask us how we're going with our goal. Even if we haven't even taken any action, we've failed to live up to their expectations, let alone our own. This leads to an uncomfortable conversation as we try to justify to ourselves as much as it is to them why we fail to meet their expectations. At a deeper level, we fear disappointing other people. Psychologically, fear is a powerful force behind much of our behavior. By sharing our goal, we are leveraging the subconscious fear to motivate ourselves towards positive action. One of the most common reasons people don't achieve their goals is that they forget about them. The busyness of life takes over, and the urgent takes our attention away from the important. Even those who set smart PP goals are susceptible. Before we realize it, months have passed, we haven't taken any action. It's now unrealistic for us to achieve what we had initially set out to intended. This is the single biggest reason I have not achieved goals in the past. Big achievements are the result of accumulated small achievements. These are produced by small actions taken regularly. Even if we do not remember to do these small things regularly, achievement requires large effort less frequently. For most of this is much harder. So, how regularly should we be reviewing our goals? If the busyness of life and the urgent demands intrude our daily basis, then we should remind ourselves of our priorities and therefore our goals with the same frequency, in other words, daily. Yes, it takes discipline to take the time to review our goals every single day, but remember, we invest our time in what we value. If we are committed to achieving our goals, we must remind ourselves of them every single day, or we risk losing them in other demands of our life. Measuring your progress towards a goal has multiple benefits. First, it tells you whether you are pursuing the right strategy. I spoke about this earlier when I outlined why goals need to be measurable. Second, it keeps you motivated. Progress is the small achievements that accumulate to big achievements. When we see progress we have achieved, something this success really hits a dopamine in our brains, which makes us feel good. Our belief in our own ability is reinforced. Our self-esteem increases. We experience positive emotions. As a result, we want more of what feels good. Our motivation kicks in so we can do more of what we want. That makes us feel good. I have seen many people with long lists of goals, sometimes more than 20, declaring that they are going to have the most successful year ever, invariably to focus their efforts on any one thing because they are trying to achieve everything. This goes against the very nature of setting goals, which implies that it is important and want to give priority to it over other areas of my life. We cannot give priority to everything. So, what is the right number of goals? How many is too many? There is no right answer to these questions. Everyone's capabilities are different. I suggest to my clients that led from our brains, research shows that our brains are only capable of being aware of 7 plus or minus 2 pieces of information at any one time. In other words, short-term memory can store between 5 and 9 pieces of information that it has only been exposed to briefly. This is a good guide to use for the goal setting. Focus on around 5 to 7 goals at a time. More than 7 runs the risk of being too many. Remember, however, that the less goals we have, the more focused we can be in the allocation and investment of resources towards achieving that goal. Some may think that having only one goal and pouring all of our resources into it is the best approach. I don't believe this to be the case for 2 reasons. First, it limits our growth and potential. If you are passionate about developing your personal capacity and fulfilling your potential, then you should be growing and achieving it in as many areas of life as you can without impeding your performance. Second, only having one goal has the potential to unbalance our work life. This is the same result as only developing in one area of life, while neglecting others that are important as well. Family, friends. For those just starting out on this journey, I recommend starting 3 goals in 3 different areas of life. Once you become effective in your goal settings and achievements, try increasing the number and see what works for you. Chapter 8. The Grow Model. You need to be a catalyst to push individuals to stretch and grow and then provide safe opportunities for them to refine their skills. Patrick McKenna and David Maister. Up until now, we've been exploring the skill set of a coaching leader. We've looked at listening as laying the foundation for the relationship. We've looked at questions as the mechanics of coaching. We've looked at reframing and how we can ask specific types of questions in order to shift mindsets and make people more solution-focused and goal-oriented. We've also looked at goal setting and getting super clear on what we want to achieve and the power of that clarity. But how do we actually apply these skills and move through them in an effective order? The answer is the Grow Model. The Grow Model was first published by Sir John Whitmore in his book Coaching for Performance. When coaching made its debut in the corporate world, while there are many other models that are out there, more modern and more comprehensive, my aim here is not to produce high-quality executive coaches. My aim is to equip leaders to use coaching skills, so to keep it simple and effective, the Grow Model is an excellent choice. The reality is that I still use the Grow Model more than any other. When it comes to coaching conversations, it's the simplest model out there and therefore the best when it comes to equipping leaders with coaching skills. G is for goal. Step 1 is to ask what your coach's goal is. Ask them, what are you trying to achieve? What outcomes do you want? These are simple questions to ask, but often they're the hardest to answer. I've lost count at the number of times I've asked the CEO what it is that they actually want, and their answer is a blank stare. They've been so focused on the problem that they haven't actually thought about what it is that they want out of the situation. So step 1 is to help them get really clear on what this situation is and what they want to achieve. This is, again, the principle of slowing it down at the front end in order to speed it up. At the back end, slowing the coaching conversation down and taking your time to get crystal clear about what the goal is will speed up the back end of strategizing the solution. It can be really hard to develop strategies for a plan and a vague goal if you're not super clear about what it is that you want to achieve. Ask plenty of questions and try to achieve the clarity. But it's more than just a result. Knowing the desired result is vital, but there are two other things that our coaches must get really clear on, and that's what the impact on people is and the impact on ourselves. One, impact on people. How do they want their people to feel as a result of what's being achieved? There's no point setting high quality targets, then driving your team hard to meet them. If you then have broken and burnout people. Our team members who no longer trust the leadership of the organization. Too often, we focus on the result and not on how we want people to feel at the end of the journey. And once we say, hey, we want to get this result, but we want people to feel satisfied, fulfilled, inspired at the end of it, then we're going to get about it in a very different way. Two, impact on themselves. The other thing to explore here is how achieving their goal will actually make our coaches feel. What will it do for them? It is going to make them feel inspired. Is it going to make them feel satisfied? Is it going to relieve a whole lot of negative emotion, stress, frustration, and anger, what they're currently experiencing? The value of exploring the emotional experience that's attached to the goal in itself is that it can be a really motivating factor. So when things get hard, they'll think, remember, it's going to relieve this negative emotion, or it's going to provide this positive emotion. We're attaching an emotional hook to the goal, which can actually be really motivating. The second step of the growing model is to consider the reality your coaches is working in. R is for reality. What's the environment like? What's going on? What are all the factors contributing to this current situation? What are all the constraints within which they have to operate? What are the considerations they have to take into account as they formulate their plan? The goal is where they want to go, while the reality is where they currently are. Until they understand where they are, they won't be able to formulate a plan to move on. Once they can look at where they want to go and how to get there, that's the next stage of the conversation. The third step is where we brainstorm and generate options to help the coaches get from where they are currently going to where they want to be, so they can actually achieve their goal. Generally, when we ask people, what are the options that you've got to achieve the goal? They can come up with three relatively easy, that's their easy thinking. But the role of a coach and a coaching leader is to push people and encourage them to do the hard or critical thinking. Research shows that critical thinking is an active process that uses subtle perception, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation of information collected or derived from observation, experience, reflection, reasoning, or communication. But most importantly, it's thinking that leads to action. So critical thinking is not just thinking more deeply about a subject or possible options, it's also about feeling committed and taking those thoughts and turning them into active steps. In order to bring about this critical thinking, when I'm coaching someone, I push them to move past the easy 3 solutions and get them to write 7 down. These are 7 different options that they could take, and so often it's the 6th or the 7th idea that they come up with that's actually the best one. The reality is that the first idea they come up with, which is rarely the best, but it's never going to be their last. So pushing people to keep their thinking is really important. Of course, with this, many ideas don't expect every one of them to be great. At this stage, I encourage people to put down any idea that comes to them. Whether it's the ridiculous or realistic, achievable or not, by putting it down, they're stimulating their creative juices. Don't do any thinking for them. When I say it's stimulating their creative juices, I do mean their. Your role is to coach, not to come up with the ideas or to do the thinking for them. As I've said before, part of coaching is to build up self-belief in people. If you're coaching one of your team and you're the one coming up with the options, what's in it for them? even if your ideas do succeed. On the other hand, if you coach leaders to come up with their own options, they'll be more motivated to implement them, and if their options ultimately succeed, they'll be the ones that'll get all the credit. And nothing builds self-belief like taking your own ideas to a successful, celebrated conclusion. W. W is for way forward. The final step is to develop the way forward. An action plan and critical thinking will help to lead this naturally. We evaluate different options and we share which one is the best. And then we come up with specific actions in order to implement these options. Remember my mantra, the more specific you are, the more meaningful you become. In this case, the more specific the action steps are, the more likely the leader is to go away and actually execute. So when I'm coaching a leader and I get to the stage of the conversation, I'll ask, okay, what are you going to do? Get really specific. When they do, they get the tick in the box. That action item is off the list. And then they get the small dopamine hit. So it's a win under the belt and it feels good. They want another one. So they think, what's next? Well, now they have at least 3 or 4 action items in their action plan. So they don't need to think about it the next time it comes up. It's already written down. They already have a specific action item ready and waiting for a specific date and time. So they pick one, implement it, and then they get back to tick it off. Another small success, another dopamine hit. More good feelings, they want it again. So they repeat the process, and all of a sudden, they build momentum, and momentum is a powerful thing. Even though it's slightly simplistic, the GROW model is powerful. It's a great way to coach people. As you saw in our GROW model image, that it is depicted in a circle. That's because while there are 4 stages of the model, do you follow them on each other? It's rarely a strictly linear process. You will jump between them at different stages and the model at different times of the coaching process. You and your coachee may spend time clarifying what the goal is. You then come down and start talking about the reality, but you realize as you talk that they saw as a core problem, it's not really the main issue. So you'll circle back, you'll change the goal itself. This time you no longer need to discuss the reality because you've already done that. So you jump down to the options generation phase of the conversation. Or you may be working on options and realize that there are, in fact, no options available. Your coachee just can't do anything to solve them. Everything is outside of their control. So you may need to figure out whether or not this is the goal they should be working on and whether there is something else within their control that they can focus on to try and achieve. The GROW model is also incredibly useful because of its flexibility. There are so many different ways to use it. To this point, I've spoken about it in the context of a formal one-on-one coaching scenario where you as the leader are speaking with one of your team, but it can be used in so many other different ways. For example, the GROW model is great as a collective problem-solving tool. You can get together with your team, tackle a problem, and go through each of the stages, just as you would in a one-on-one. But you're doing it as a team, putting your combined brain power together to collaborate and come up with a workable action plan to solve the problem. I know teams that use GROW model during the planning phase of different projects. Teams will ask themselves, what is the goal? What is the mission that we've got to achieve? What are the constraints in the environment that we're operating in? And what are the options that we've got to achieve that mission? What are we actually going to do? It's a really great effective planning tool. Other teams use it as a tool for debriefing and reflections. At number 2 flight training school at RAF Base Pierce, where all the Air Force pilots go as part of their training, they use the GROW model to debrief after mission sorties. They sit the pilots down and ask, was the mission okay? What actually happened? What options do we have for doing things differently? What could we have done differently this time? And what will we do differently next time in the future? What's the lesson that we're going to take and apply here? Others use the grow model to help run their meetings. I've worked with a number of teams who are finding their meetings a waste of time, walking out frustrated. Nothing was achieved despite people talking the entire time. The grow model can bring a great structure to your meetings. That the goal of the meeting is to come up with decision A, B, C. So what the reality around decision A, what's your current environment and the context, the constraints, the considerations. All right, what options do we have? What is the best option? What are we going to do about it to implement it? And now that we have the process, who's going to be doing what? Okay, let's repeat this process for decision B and C. So the grow model is a great model for coaching conversations. It works really well as a framework when we are helping individuals, but it's also applicable in so many situations outside of individual coaching. Chapter 9, Practice. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while staring brightly. So that is a place that shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Teddy Roosevelt. I want to invite you to think about your leadership as a practice. The word practice can be either a verb or a noun, and both are applicable to leadership. Practice as a verb. Let's start with practice as a verb. Any action it applies to leadership, because leadership is a set of skills that can be learned. Historical research tells us that approximately 70% of leadership is developmental. While this 70-20-10 model has been widely debunked, it is only the percentage that is up for debate. There is no dispute by researchers that learning occurs in leaders. Of course, there are also some characteristics such as personality and genetics that makes people naturally charismatic, but this is only a portion, regardless of the percentage of what makes up a leader's ability to influence. The rest is made up of skills and behaviors that can be learned, and when something is learned, it must be practiced. As General Dwight D. Eisenhower famously said, the one quality that can be developed by studio, reflection, and practice is the leadership of men. Practice is also a professional pursuit. Doctors, lawyers, and psychologists also operate a practice rather than a business. What's the difference? Well, these are what we call professional industries. And as professionals, these are individuals who are applying their expertise and for the benefit of others. So if a doctor or a lawyer were to move and begin working on the other side of the country, they take their practice with them. In the same way, as leaders, we have a level of expertise and experience that we apply for the benefit of those we lead, and leaders also take their leadership expertise and experience with them when they change roles and or organizations. In the field of psychology, individuals are trained using what is known as the scientist practitioner model. This involves training as both scientists who can use scientific methods to conduct research, as practitioners who can practice the application of science in the real world, while there are some who spend their careers straddling both research and practice, most specialized, becoming either a research and academic or a practitioner. I am a practitioner of psychology. I don't just think about it, I study it, I write it full time, I practice it, and I embrace leadership in the same way. I am a practitioner of leadership, and I practice it every day. 3 elements of leadership practice. To operate a leadership practice, there are 3 things you need to do. 1. Take action. 2. Pursue money. 3. Join the profession. Take action. When you Google the word practice, the following definitions appear. The actual application or use of an idea, belief, or method as opposed to the theories relating to it. The customary, habitual, or expected procedure or way of doing something. Repeated exercise in performance of an activity, skill, or as to acquire or maintain proficiency in it. I also love how the Cambridge Dictionary defines practice simply as action rather than thoughts or ideas. You can see the theme that emerges from these definitions. It is one of action and application. Leadership is not about theorizing how to influence people and achieve goals, while theorizing, reflecting, and conceptualizing what effective leadership looks like is an important part of the learning process. Real leadership is about actually taking action and achieving results. I love Peter Drucker's, one of the most widely known and influential thinkers in management, perspective on this when he said, effective leadership is not about making speeches or being liked. Leadership is defined by results, not by attributes. Leadership is practiced not so much in words as in attitudes and actions. The next step in leadership is to pursue mastery. A practitioner is someone who always seeks to develop or even master a practice. To do this, they are continually learning, honing their skills, and seeking to enhance their abilities. They are intentional about their practice and monitoring and reflecting on their performance, learning from mistakes, identifying improvements, and seeking to apply these insights at the next opportunity. Max D. Creed, who is CEO of Herman Miller Inc., took the small family-run Facebook to one of the most profitable Fortune 500 companies in the world, famously described leadership as an art. With our early definition of leadership is about influencing people, you might say that leadership is the art of influencing them. Mastery of the art of leadership is not only the development and use of leadership skills, it is also knowing which skills to use when and being able to tailor these skills. Their applications to the context in which you are leading, just as a master painter would choose different brushes, paints, and color combinations to achieve the desired effect in the painting. A great leader will always choose to demonstrate different behaviors, communicate different ways, and adopt different approaches according to the individual's teams they wish to influence. This third element is all about shifting your mindset and bringing your level of professionalism to your leadership. According to the Professional Standards Council, a profession positions itself as processing special knowledge and skills, is prepared to apply this knowledge and exercise these skills for the interests of others. A profession is also made up of professionals. A professional is someone who's paid for their skills and expertise in a particular area. If you were reading this and you have a supervisory, managerial, or leadership responsibilities as part of your employment, you meet this definition. You are being paid to lead. You are a professional leader. The question is, are you being professional about your leadership? Most people adopt a professional identity that is an industry-centric. They consider themselves a nurse, an accountant, an engineer, or an IT professional first, who has leadership responsibilities second. But the world needs more professional leaders who see themselves as leaders first, who then operate in their chosen industries. While you may not belong to a formal professional group such as the Institute of Managers and Leaders of the National Society of Leadership and Success, yes, there is such a thing. Well, thinking of yourself as part of the broader leadership profession will help bring yourself as part of a broader will help bring a level of professional to your leadership practice and set you apart from others in your industry. And if you are not yet paid for your leadership contributions, adopting the mindset and practice of professional is more important. Embodying the qualities and practice of a professional will eventually result in someone providing you with the opportunity to generate income as a leader. The coaching leader is a practitioner of leadership first and foremost, even before their industry profession. At the same time, they are practitioners of coaching well. Their leadership practice is built around coaching those that lead. They seek to practice the use of coaching skills, developing a level of expertise without trying to become an expert executive coach. In their application, as they lead and develop their people, in doing so, they truly become professional leaders and developers of individuals and organizational capability. There may be and should be times when you formally coach your staff, no one-on-one. However, if this is the only scenario where you are seeking to apply coaching skills, you are limiting yourself and your effectiveness. As you go about the day-to-day practice of leadership, you will, if you are looking for them, identify plenty of opportunities to apply coaching skills as a coaching leader. However, if this is the only scenario where you are seeking to apply coaching skills, you are limiting yourself and your effectiveness. As you go about the day-to-day practice of leadership, you will, if you are looking for them, identify plenty of opportunities to apply coaching skills as a coaching leader. You should be using your coaching leadership skills in many of your daily interactions with your team, and in fact, very few leadership activities that can be enhanced using coaching skills, whether that is self-coaching in preparation for the task or by using coaching skills to develop and engage with people. However, it is always helpful to understand the key opportunities where you may apply coaching to your leadership. And while the below is not exhaustive, there are opportunities that I have found while working that leaders that have provided some of the greatest benefits to coaching. There are many different opportunities for a leader to coach their people. Listed here are a number of key examples of where a leader might employ coaching skills with their people. Where possible, it's good practice for leaders and managers to be meeting one-on-one regularly with their direct reports. While different workplaces and working arrangements will determine the nature and frequency of these meetings, it should be no less than a monthly and ideally more frequently. These one-on-ones are a great opportunity for formal coaching to occur. You can address challenges or specific projects, brainstorm how an individual might shift their performance from good to great, or even help staff achieve further career aspirations, whatever the subject matter. These are the prime opportunities to formally coach for personnel and professional development. While formal coaching can be incorporated into the regular battle rhythm of your team, there are also times when it can be used to great effect to deal with the short-term issues. Over the years in various leadership roles, I've held coaching and mentoring sessions with members of my team to deal with the seasonal workload and stress conflict with colleagues, challenges relating to current programs, and many other specific issues. Usually only 1 to 3 sessions are needed on top of business as usual to support team members. I've conducted and received coaching in longer-term coaching arrangements. This could be a bi-monthly or quarterly arrangement to aid in personal growth and progression towards long-term ambitions. In such arrangements, often it can be beneficial for individuals to gain an external perspective. This could mean receiving coaching from a competent leader from another team or department within your organization. Level 4 or Level 5 coaching leader, or with an external professional. The more intentional you are about coaching your people, the more you'll find a coaching approach begins to creep into your day-to-day interactions with your staff. I remember a conversation in the car park I had as I arrived. I passed a woman I knew as she was leaving the car. As she was leaving, we said hello, and I inquired about her day. She expressed some frustrations with it about it not being as productive as she would have liked. So I asked her what would have made it more productive for her. She stopped, and I thought about it for a moment before answering. As she did, I could see she had the light bulb go on inside, that look when the penny drops and insight is gained. I love that look, so I followed up by asking her what she thought she could do the next day. She rattled off a couple of things. We said goodbye, and I went our separate ways. The whole conversation took less than 5 minutes, but she walked away with a whole new approach to her day. And I walked away smiling, knowing I had just coached her, and she didn't even know it. Whether making a cup of coffee over lunch or returning to your desk from a meeting, you will find plenty of opportunities to informally coach people if you were looking for them. Meetings are another opportunity for leaders to regularly coach and coaching skills. Whether it's planning a project meeting, or regular team meetings, there are plenty of opportunities within a meeting for a leader to use coaching skills to enhance the outcome of the meeting. And because the entire team benefits, coaching during meetings also provides a great ROI. So how does coaching look in the meeting environment? First, coaching is in a meeting begins with having clearly defined outcomes. This is then followed by good strategic outcomes, which help facilitate collaborative conversation and collective insights to those in outcomes. In a meeting, a coaching leader will also need to be intentional about coaching for learning. One of the key characteristics of high-performing teams is that they are teams that learn. A good leader will make a habit of facilitating reflections and review of the team's performance to identify the lessons from activities or full-time periods so that they can be articulated and implemented in the future. Coaching leaders aren't only intentional about doing this themselves, they are also intentional about teaching and coaching team members how to both run meetings and facilitate teams learning. In this way, they are coaching others to coach in a meeting setting and being intentional about developing this capability across the team. Decision making. One thing that leaders need to do regularly is to make decisions, but many leaders erroneously think that decision making process is up to them and them alone. This is not practice or place a whole lot of pressure on the leader to come up with the best decision. It also limits the amount of work input that they can put into the decision. Additionally, leaders who lock themselves in their office and make decisions by themselves fail to develop people and capability within the organization. A coaching leader is likely to take a different approach. They understand that the decision-making process can be enhanced by coaching and that having coaching skills, the ability to self-coach, is a vital part of making better decisions. So, when we're faced with a decision that needs to be made or a plan that needs to be developed, their default position leads them to invite one or two of their people into their office and include them in the process. After explaining the scenario and the decision that needs to be made, they might ask, "What would you do?" The team member then begins to outline the approach that they take. This then becomes an opportunity to coach them through the decision-making process. They might ask questions like, what is the end outcome we really want to achieve? What are the key considerations? What are the different options available? Which one do you think is the best option? What are the implications for the team? What are the implications for the broader organization? What would your decision be? At the end of the conversation, the leader thanks their team member, and once they leave, sits down to finalize their decision. Let's consider the benefits to this approach. It helps inform the leader's decision-making process. The leader is now getting another person's input and perspective into the situation. They are using two brains rather than just their own. Often this will bring additional information or highlight alternate perspectives not initially considered by the leader. It clarifies the leader's thinking. Coaching leaders understand that clarity around an issue comes not only from being coached, but also by coaching others on the same issue. By helping others articulate their thoughts in the process, find clarity, the leader's own thoughts and thought processes are clarified. It builds trust and respect, includes people in allowing them to contribute decision making, something traditionally seen as the responsibility of leaders makes people feel special. To be trusted enough to contribute to leadership and decisions inspires reciprocal in return, including people in the decision making process is not something insecure leaders would do. Doing so demonstrates a level of security in the leader's identity and role, which will generate respect. It provides insights into the operating at the next level. When individuals are included in the decision-making process and planning conducted by their leaders, they gain a greater appreciation of what is required to operate at the next level. This process them with an insight into what the leaders think, that considerations they need to take into account, and a greater understanding of their leaders' priority. This insight itself has a number of benefits. It helps develop the team members' strategic thinking and decision-making capability. It helps the individual involved accept support and explain the member's decision with other team making because they have the insight into the decision-making journey. It helps team members understand how they can support their leaders and understand some of the complexity and pressure of their leaders facing. It helps individuals be more motivated and intentional about how they can develop their own capability to be able to operate at the next level and progress in their career. It helps the leader get to know their people, further helps them understand how they think, what their decision-making processes are, and what also level of leadership capability they have. This also allows the leadership to identify development needs for their people. This includes this inclusion of people in the decision-making process by leaders is a form of one-up training. One-up training is the practice of being trained and gaining experience by operating in a role that is one up from your current position. This is a current practice within military organizations where there is a requirement for individuals to be able to step up and lead under pressure at a moment's notice should a leader be lost on the battlefield. However, there doesn't need to be the threat of leaders being killed suddenly to adopt this approach, regardless of this industry or organization. You find in this approach as an informal but excellent method of talent management and succession planning. Should a leader be promoted, take a leave, or move on, this practice ensures there are team members already to fill the role, providing a level of consistency for the organization, reducing recruiting and onboarding costs and decreasing loss opportunity costs associated with new leaders getting up to speed. One of the great ways that leaders using coaching skills to enhance the way they lead to apply these skills is to deliver feedback to their staff. There are three main benefits from doing so. The first is that you engage them in the process. The second is that you increase your empathy. The third is that you increase their ownership. Before we jump into the benefits of using coaching skills to deliver feedback, a couple of notes on delivering effective feedback. In general, when most leaders deliver feedback, it goes something like this. This is what you did wrong, and this is what you need to do to improve the future. When I teach leaders to deliver effective feedback, I offer them a four-step formula. This is where we ask for permission to deliver the feedback. It's a simple statement, but hey, can I give you feedback can I give you a piece of feedback? But it's an important initial step because it communicates respect, which can diffuse defenses, laying an important foundation for delivering. If people are not in the right mindset or mental space to receive feedback, trying to push it forward and deliver it at the time is more likely to just damage than good. If feedback simply won't achieve the intent, development, individuals, so asking in order to communicate, respect, and make sure they're ready for the feedback is the first step. Step 2, observation. Provide any observation. This must be a cool, concise, objective statement. What has observed without emotion or judgment. For an example, you might say, John, I've noticed over the past 3 weeks you've been consistently late to the meeting. The third step is discussing the impact of the behavior, situation, or whatever the subject of the feedback is. This is the part of the feedback process that is the most often skipped by leaders, but it's actually the most important part, and that's because this is where we discuss the why behind the change that's needed. When people understand the why behind the change, they are much more likely to be proactive in engaging with and making the change. The final step, then, is to conceptualize the solutions. Here we are asking what is the solutions of change that can remedy the specific scenario that we are addressing. Now let's explore what happens when we use the coaching questions when delivering feedback. Benefits of using coaching questions when delivering feedback. Engaging them in the process. When you fail to engage a team in the coaching process, then you are simply doing to versus with them. This is the sibling of telling versus asking. Unfortunately, this approach occurs all too often with leaders delivering feedback by pointing out to you, this is what you've done wrong. This is what you need to do. However, when we deliver feedback in a directive or telling manner, how staff are passive, they're simply sitting there listening to what is being said and having feedback delivered to them. On the other hand, by asking strategic questions and applying coaching skills throughout the feedback process, we can actually get to our staff to engage their brains and take action. They become collaborators and co-creators in the feedback process. Our coaching questions encourage them to participate and actively think about and engage with the content of the feedback in the moment. This makes the process so much more effective and increases the likelihood of our staff getting much more valuable insights and connecting with lessons that they can apply in the future. The second benefit of using coaching skills is when delivering feedback is its ability to increase empathy. Empathy is essentially the ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, to imagine and identify with the experience of others. When we ask questions at each stage of the feedback during process, it helps us to develop empathy. During the observation stage, we might ask, what do you think I observed? What do you think others saw during this circumstance? In asking these questions, we're encouraging people to reflect from the perspective of others. In the impact stage of feedback, we might ask questions like, what do you think the impact for this particular person is? How do you think that person behavior made that person feel? Or what do you think the thought process of the individual involved might have been? These kinds of questions encourage our people to adopt or to actively think about the experience of others in response to their own behavior. In doing so, they are developing the empathy muscle. The final benefit of using coaching skills and strategic questions when delivering feedback is that it increases ownership over the individual's behavior. The outcomes from that behavior and also the future solutions and changing that needs to be made. When we are exploring what changes might be made to our solutions implemented, and we coach people to identify these solutions other than tell them what needs to be done. This is for more likely to increase ownership, and that has the additional result of increasing the implementation of any action plans delivered. A number of years ago, I was telling a team where there was some conflict between two of my team members. I distinctly remembered having a conversation with one of them where I was providing feedback during their contribution to conflict. During the conversation, I asked a series of questions to get her to consider things from the other party's perspective, taking into account the level of experience of the other person involved. I followed these questions up with asking about the impacts of her behavior and how her behavior might be perceived by the other person. I asked how she thought they might feel and whether or not that was conducive to an effective relationship. I remember seeing the look on her face as she had that light bulb moment and gained the insight I was hoping she would find. As a result of that conversation, she was probably able to identify what she needed to do in order to repair that relationship and facilitate effective collaboration. Using coaching skills when delivering feedback powerfully increases the effectiveness of leaders across the variety of industries. One 2019 study showed coaching by supervisors before delivery of performance feedback not only boosted work engagement among staff but also decreased turnover. These findings were supported by another study in the manufacturing industry where 20 managers took part in a 360-degree feedback process. That those that received coaching with their feedback were shown to have a decrease in rating discrepancies between their self-assessment and the assessment of others. The analysis of this study was able to show that decrease in rating discrepancy was due to an increase of the performance ratings of others and not a decrease in their own self-ratings due to an increase in self-awareness. In other words, others viewed the managers in a better light. The associated benefits in this study demonstrated an increase in staff satisfaction, increased organizational commitment amongst team members, and again, a decrease in turnover intention. The results of both studies show how important coaching skills are when delivering performance feedback. They increase the effectiveness of that feedback, and they also identify and articulate how the use of coaching skills by leaders addresses the very real problem they face with the war for talent and keeping and retaining the people that will make their teams and companies successful in today's world. When it comes to feedback, we need to be giving it constantly. A small change early is often to make, but the longer a behavior or habit is allowed to continue, the more entrenched it becomes and the harder it is to change. And this can then lead to a normalized deviation. The normalization of deviance was first introduced by sociologist Diane Vaughan in response to the US Challenger disaster. In reviewing that event, Vaughan found that the root cause of the disaster was due to the fact that NASA officials continued to fly the space shuttle despite a design flaw with the O-rings. Because they made that repeated choice, it became normal. The team simply undertook the deviant practice as an acceptable choice. The longer deviant behaviors are left unaddressed in any attempt, the further the deviation from what is expected and the more normalized it becomes. Once this happens, it requires significantly more time, energy, and effort to change in the workplace. This sucks a significant amount of attention away from core performance activities, both on the part of the individual who must make the change, but also the leader who has to keep the individual. In many ways, it's like the skillful driving a car. When you first learn to drive, You learn to continually make small adjustments to the steering wheel and avoid big jerks and turns to get you where you want to go. In the same way, if we are having a small feedback conversation all the time with our people, then we will be consistently making small corrections to stay aligned with our expectations. And just like in a car, the faster you go, the more important continual smaller corrections become. A small deviance at 50 k's an hour may take 15 to 20 seconds before the car leaves the road. The same deviation at 100 kilometers an hour may result in a crash in only 3 seconds. In the fast-paced world where we live, the requirement for regular feedback has never been greater. A series of small changes are not only easier for our staff to make, they are also easier for leaders to instigate. It's much easier to have a 2-minute feedback conversation than to have a lengthy discussion about significant changes that are required. The longer we wait to provide feedback, the harder it is to become. When issues are left unaddressed and significant behavioral deviations uncorrected, eventually the impact begins to substantially affect the performance of the individual and team. At this point, leaders are forced to intervene, resulting in difficult conversations, and sometimes formal performance management is required. Small corrections prevent large deviations that result in conflict and difficult conversations. In the vast majority of cases, performance management can be avoided by early and regular feedback. However, the reality is that at some stage, every leader is going to be required to performance manage their staff. When we do, coaching skills can once again enhance the process. As with any process, it's always important to start with the purpose in order to figure out the best way to conduct it. The purpose of performance management is to provide underperforming staff with the opportunity to lift their game and meet the minimum standard requirements in the workplace. The optimal outcome for any performance management conversation is that the individual team member involved walks away with absolute clarity. Clarity about the standards they are required to meet, the behaviors they are required to display, and what they need to do improve their performance. They also should leave the conversation with clarity about the consequences of not performing. Ideally, they would walk away with a sense of ownership about their plan and responsibility about their performance. As a coaching leader, we are looking to develop our people in everything that they do. Because of that, we cannot approach these scenarios from a punitive perspective. We cannot use the process to threaten our staff into performing. Instead, we have to view performance management as another opportunity to develop an underperforming staff member, albeit in a more formal, serious manner. Preparation. One of the keys to successful performance management is preparation. As James Baker, former Secretary of the State, said, proper preparation prevents poor performance. The preparation of performance management conversations as an opportunity for leaders to self-coach. A great place to start would be to consider what questions you would ask a leader in your team if you are going to coach them through performance, managing one of their own team members. Write those down and answer those yourself. Having coached many leaders through this process, I recommend considering the following questions. What do I want the outcome of this conversation to be? What do I want them to understand? What do I want them to do at the end of the conversation? How do I want them to feel at the end of the conversation? How do I have the conversation in a way that ensures they understand what they need to do? Understanding the outcome you want is an important part of determining how to conduct the rest of the conversation. In this case, where the underperforming individual is a good person, has plenty of potential, the desired outcome is that they respond positively, improve their performance, continue being a valuable team member. In that case, you want them to walk away with a clear action plan, feeling valued, supported, and motivated to improve. Identifying this up front allows you to plan how you will frame the conversation and decide what language you will use to achieve this outcome. To think this is the case every time, however, is naive and unrealistic. There are times when you will find yourself leading people who are not conducive to building a high-performance team and good culture. These people might be lazy, they may be unethical, or they may be good people who simply do not have what it takes to perform in their current role. In some rare cases, they may be truly malevolent individuals. Whatever the reason, keeping underperforming individuals in the workplace will not only hamper team performance, it will destroy the motivation of others and erode trust in your leadership. Research also shows that it impacts on your other employees' stress level and creates more turnover. As Perry Belcher writes, nothing will kill a great employee faster than watching you tolerate a bad one. A good leader, whether they coach or not, will always seek to manage those individuals conducive to high performance and healthy cultures out of the organization. Coaching leaders are not afraid of doing so. They are just likely to use questioning as a part of the process of doing it. The best way for leaders to have a performance management conversation is highly dependent on the context. This includes organizational requirements, that individuals involved, and the issues at hand. As a leader, if you're looking for some advice regarding how to best conduct these conversations, I recommend seeking guidance from your leadership, your HR function, or a mentor familiar with your context. However, you seek to approach it, coaching skills can help. Remember that coaching is fundamentally about inspiring change, and the purpose of the performance management is to provide opportunity for an individual to lift their performance at the end of the conversation. You want them to walk away, change their approach to work. So, as you have the conversation, consider what the individual needs to become aware of the change, their behavior and performance. How can you use coaching skills to raise the individual's awareness? Do they need to become aware of their impact or of their lack of performance on others? The team and the company, do they need to become aware of the perception others have of them? Or do they need to become aware of the consequences of not changing? Additionally, consider what needs to happen to raise the level of responsibility in the individual. Does the individual need to take responsibility for aspects of the role previously unattended to? Do you have the conversation to increase the chance that they'll take responsibility for the action plans and that will result from the conversation? While considering these questions may form part of your preparation, asking strategic questions will help raise awareness and responsibility throughout the conversation and will help enhance the engagement throughout. Another coaching technique that is often useful in these scenarios is having the individual repeat back key insights, the action plan, and the conversation as the conversation draws to a close. This is something that many coaches do in coaching sessions to summarize the session and ensure that both the coach and the coachee are on the same page regarding what will happen, both moving forward for the same person, same reason. It's good practice to help wrap up performance management conversations. Performance management is never just a single conversation. It's a process that requires multiple touch points and discussions and performance reviews. Using coaching skills to help facilitate reflection by the individual in question on their own performance helps keep them engaged in the process and helps model the process they should ideally be conducting themselves on a regular basis. Having them ideally where they are and how they can improve further, as well as asking them to develop their own action plans to meet and exceed the required performance standards, will increase the likelihood they will feel empowered during the process. Even better, it will motivate them to own the outcome of the process. Remember that the key outcome for a successful performance management conversation is the individual walking away with absolute clarity regarding what is required from them to meet the required standards. Leaders need to be mindful not to sacrifice this outcome for the sake of coaching. If you're still learning how to coach or are inexperienced, having these conversations, relying on telling rather than asking, may help you achieve the clarity required. If this is the case, that's okay. At the same time, by inserting strategic questions throughout your performance management conversations, you have the ability to get the outcome you want in a way that develops awareness, responsibility, and self-belief. This increases the likelihood that the individual will make positive changes that which will support the development of future capability and performance. After reading everything in this book so far, you might be thinking that I see coaching as the be-all and end-all. You might think that I believe leaders should be coaching in every circumstance. That's definitely not the case. There are times when coaching is simply not appropriate. Here are 4 situations where coaching is not the most effective approach. Situation 1, where there is low knowledge, skills, and experience. For coaching to be successful, it requires a baseline level of skills, knowledge, and experience. Coaching leverages the knowledge and skills an individual already has in order to grow their capabilities further. Without baseline knowledge or skills, there is nothing to leverage. As a weapons instructor, if I was working with a new recruit who was handling a weapon for the very first time and who had no knowledge of how to handle a weapon in a safe manner, trying to coach them would not only be ineffective, it would be dangerous. When I was learning to, situation 2, when there is imminent danger. When I was learning to drive as a teenager, I took lessons with the driving instructor whose vehicle had dual controls. While there was still only one steering wheel located in the driver's seat, the passenger seat of this vehicle had a clutch and a brake and accelerator pedals. This allowed the instructor to demonstrate effective pedal operation and also take control of the vehicle in an emergency. During my first lesson, the car in front of us slammed on its brakes. Suddenly, I responded more slowly than I should have, resulting in the instructor slamming on the brakes and stopping the car himself. If instead he had stopped to ask me if I was responding quickly enough or if I should be braking harder, we would have had an accident. Instead, he simply took control to ensure that we were safe. In situations where there is imminent danger, it can be irresponsible for leaders to try to coach. It is far more appropriate for them to take control and give direction. The reality is that coaching does take time. There is an investment required to slow down, ask questions, and draw the answers out of people. However, there are times when deadlines are looming, and the consequences of not meeting those deadlines may be severe. In those situations, the short-term consequences may outweigh the long-term benefits of making the time investment required for coaching. In such scenarios, reverting to directing may provide faster results and thereby greater benefit to the team. And while I readily acknowledge the existence of these scenarios, I would argue that they are much rarer than leaders realize. Most leaders have much more time than they think. Situation 4, when people aren't in the right headspace. The very nature of asking questions and trying to get people to think increases the cognitive load or the amount of mental work the people have to do. But individuals under high amounts of stress and pressure are already experiencing significant cognitive load. Under such levels of pressure, an individual's executive function in the brain is reduced and their ability to think clearly and to learn is diminished. Coaching in these scenarios has the potential to cause greater levels of frustration and increase feelings of futility as people struggle to come up with sufficient answers to the questions that they are being asked. This reduces their level of self-belief and has the potential to increase their mental strain and create negative consequences for their well-being. It also has the opportunity of damaging their relationship with the leader, eroding trust rather than building on it. But coaching reigns supreme. That being said, outside of those four scenarios, a coaching approach is the best default approach for leaders to adopt. If the primary objectives of a leader are to achieve results from those that they lead and also develop capability within those they lead, adopting an approach that achieves both objectives simultaneously is more effective, efficient than pursuing each in isolation. Coaching is an approach that does this and delivers all those benefits, so it stands to reason that this approach should be the leader's default, and deviating from it should occur only by exception. It's not uncommon for me to have leaders turn around and say, "Cliff, this sounds great, and I want to be able to do this, but I just don't have the time. If I take the time to coach my people, I won't get all my work done." It's true. Leaders these days are under incredible pressure with higher workloads. However, trying to achieve as much as you can, as fast as you can, without trying to reduce the workload over time is a recipe for burnout and eventual failure. Leaders who take this approach end up trapped in the tyranny of the urgent, failing to focus on the important things that sustain success. They become so focused on solving the short-term problems in front of them that they lose sight of the benefits of pursuing the long-term rewards of developing people and capability. This short-sighted view keeps them focused on removing the present pain, but at the expense of pursuing the future gain. Author James Clear writes, "In the long run, prioritization beats efficiency. This is a lesson I learned in my 20s. When I sat down with the leader I was working under and asked him how he carried so much responsibility. Given the number of portfolios he oversaw, I was keen to learn how he did it all. He indicated that he sat down each week and asked himself the question, what can I do today that is going to give me more time in 6 weeks? Answering that question helped him to focus on what was most important in achieving long-term sustainable success, rather than having reactive approaches where he was just tackling the latest email in his inbox. He was taking steps to reduce his future workload so he could pursue more important things. The leader also told me that often the answer to that question is something inconvenient and required sacrifice from him. So often is the case. Taking the time to coach can be inconvenient, can slow things down. However, the rewards over time speed things up and provide us with more time in the future. My first business coach, Wes Hone, taught me that when you slow it down at the end, you speed it up. At the back end, while he taught this principle primarily in the context of sales and customer experience, it's a principle that applies in leadership and developing people as well. When a leader takes the time to slow down and make the investment in coaching their people, the result is increased capability, initiative, motivation, autonomy. That eventually speeds up their performance and gives the leader more time. In the early days of my involvement with the Air Force Leadership Coaching Program, I was running a workshop training leaders in the use of coaching skills. That's when I met two sergeants who together managed a warehouse full of aircraft technicians. As it happens, this particular group of aircraft technicians were quite a junior workforce, and the sergeant found themselves constantly being asked what to do, how to solve problems. The result was that they were spending the majority of their day responding to queries of their staff rather than doing the specific management work that was required of them. They were often stuck working after hours or taking work home with them in order to get all their tasks done. And this was leading them on the road to burnout. After sitting in on the training I had run, they both decided intentionally to apply a coaching approach with their staff instead of just answering the questions of the junior technicians they began coaching and responding with questions of their own. After a number of weeks, the technicians began to wonder about the different approach. They asked Sarge, how come you never give us the answers anymore? All you do is ask us these questions. The sergeants brought everybody together and explained what coaching was and what they were trying to achieve. Once the technicians understood the process, they willingly and intentionally engaged with it. Within 6 weeks, the entire environment within the workshop had turned around, morale was higher, maintenance turnaround times were faster, and the other performance metrics had increased. The greatest benefit for the sergeants, however, was that they now had time to complete their own work during their workday. So when I encountered leaders who tell me that they don't have time to coach, my response is always, how do you have time not to coach? Hopefully, this chapter has inspired you to consider how you might be able to use coaching to enhance your leadership practice. The key is to being intentional about keeping the concept of coaching in front of your mind, especially as you get sucked in to a vortex of your work. If you are just starting out, consider planning out your week. Sit down at the start of your week and consider what opportunities you may have come up in the weeks ahead where you could coach your people. Pick 2 or 3 and focus your efforts. Or you might want to pick one opportunity each day and make it a daily practice. The more you do it, the more you will naturally and instinctively begin to identify opportunities to coach in the moment. If you are a seasoned leader who has been coaching for a while, encourage you to take the time to consider the additional opportunities you might have to coach those you lead. That might involve reaching them a coaching skill or 2 and providing an opportunity to use it. Doing so will help you continue to progress to the next level on your journey as a coaching leader. Chapter 10. Coaching your boss or other leaders beyond that can be tricky business. You cannot become a true change agent until you develop this capability. John Verdoni, in his book, Lead Your Boss, the boss needs someone who can think through what is happening and what is not happening. It's a mindset that leaders can learn to develop themselves and in others. Taking time to think before acting prevents going down blind alleys. A good leader loves to have the support of those who they lead. They recognize that they cannot do everything themselves, and if they had to, the result would never be as good as they did it with the support of those they lead. Great leaders need to be surrounded by competent, proactive individuals who think through situations, identify solutions, and develop action plans independently. Those who shoulder the burden of leadership and to reduce the workload of their leader. At the same time, leaders are very rarely like to be told what to do by those they lead. They are often confident and competent in their own ability, which are the same traits that make them good leaders. But it's also these qualities that can result in negative reactions from the leader when they are challenged by their staff. The coaching leaders practice is about the opportunities that they have to apply coaching in their leadership. Coaching up is one of those opportunities. Coaching up is using the learning and methods from coaching and communication skills to promote productive relationships with leaders who can influence our future success. And like the name indicates, it's the process of a team member using coaching skills with their leaders. Coaching up can be a bit like an early warning detection system on a ship. When the system radar picks up danger ahead, it doesn't automatically change the course of the ship. Instead, it alerts the captain to the potential danger ahead, following captain to change course. In this scenario, the captain maintains control of the ship, but the early warning system influences the course of the ship and gives input that informs the captain's decision. The end result is that the captain and the ship are able to avoid disaster. The art of coaching up works in much the same way. It influences a leader's decision making while still allowing them to maintain control and authority. It's guiding light rather than an overshadowing one, helping leaders to see the way to becoming more effective and better leaders overall. Research shows that great leaders are the ones that incorporate diverse views while supporting skillful conversation and open dialogue with their teams and those that they lead. Those great leaders are embracing the process of coaching up. Coaching up can be a very effective process for both leaders and staff. A story I read in Success in live chat from leader and editor Brandon Heffernan demonstrates this very well. My first and probably biggest mistake is that I assumed my leadership style worked for everyone on my team and that they would have to adjust to my style because I was in charge. This obviously couldn't have been further from the truth, as I now know. We were organized a jobs boot camp once. Around 10 job seekers and 20 potential employers were. The goal was to coordinate a networking event to surround these recent college grads with ideal companies to network with. While I organized this event, I had to manage my team through multiple stages of the process and realized quickly that everyone didn't flow the same. My approach is very no nonsense, and if I see someone joking around, I immediately think they aren't taking the task seriously. One person on the team is not that way and jokes a lot, so much so that I had to address her early in the project and was met with resistance. She didn't think the project had to be as serious as I was making it out to be, and eventually I realized that she was right and I was wrong. She worked with our business through the process and realized that if she had her head down and acted as no nonsense as me, she wouldn't have as good a relationship with her contacts, thus making it harder for us to find good companies to participate. While this began as a conflict situation, Brendan was able to take the team members' ideas and situation on board to make changes that ultimately benefited the entire company. Of course, we don't want to start out our coaching up with a conflict if it can be helped. Choosing our moments and our scenarios work for coaching up is an important part of the process because it allows you and your leader to be prepared for change. There are two main scenarios where I find coaching up to be the most important and effective. The first is where a leader needs to gain clarity and alignment. The second is where a leader needs to change a problematic course of action. Scenario 1, gaining clarity and alignment. It's not uncommon for leaders to delegate tasks and initiatives, believing that they've been super clear in their communication about what it is needed and expected, when in reality, they've left those team members receiving the instruction confused or with questions. The use of coaching skills by the team members can be an effective way of gaining both clarity and alignment moving forward. Just as coaching helps individuals to see themselves more clearly, coaching up helps leaders see themselves and their leadership more clearly. It provides a method for them to receive feedback that encourages reflection, learning, and growth. It also helps them to see how and where they spend their time and how this may or may not diverge from their values or goals for the team and organization. So, the process of coaching up can bring clarity to both the team member who now understands their tasks or responsibilities better and the leader who now understands themselves and their leadership skills better. Team members who find themselves in a situation of coaching up to gain more clarity from their leader might consider the following 4 questions. Style 1. Hey boss, thanks for that. I just want to ask a couple of questions to ensure we are both on the same page moving forward. Based on what you just said, the goal of the new initiative is that right? Style 2. Given that the current environment, I would expect that major considerations when developing a plan would be, are there any others that I have missed? Style 3. I came up with a number of options that I thought were viable. The best ones were, are there any others I haven't thought of? In my view, the best option is, and the first steps I would take to implement that course of action are you happy with that plan? At this stage, you will likely recognize that these 4 questions are designed around the GROW model. In asking them, you have clarified the goal of the initiative, the current reality of the relevant considerations surrounding the initiative, the number of options, and a way forward. In taking this approach, you become crystal clear on what your boss wants, and they become clear on what your intended course of action is, and these give you the highly desirable outcome that you're both 100% on the same page. As an added benefit, in the process also allows you to demonstrate your ability to think through the scenario and develop an appropriate plan that meets your boss's intentions and goals. That demonstrates your own competence and inspire a great level of confidence and trust in you. This in turn is likely to result in them providing you a greater level of freedom, autonomy, and responsibility as you go about your work. Scenario 2. Changing a problematic course of action. When consideration the problematic course of action scenario, what we are really talking about is changing your boss's mind. It's not uncommon for leaders to make decisions based on strategic intent without consideration or being aware of the tactical implications felt by the workers on the ground. And that means that it's equally common for team members to feel that the course of action the leader suggesting is just not feasible. In this situation, it is both appropriate and advisable for the team members of the ground to try to respectfully challenge the course of action. Of course, those team members might find this hard to do, but when there's a culture of coaching, it will certainly be easier, and it's important to try and make them aware of the implications so they're better able to make a more informed decision. When it comes to changing your boss's mind, both coaching skills and asking strategic questions are a great way to start challenging decisions and raise awareness when used in the right way. These tactics can help you interact with your boss and even shift their priorities in a way that comes across as both respectful and helpful in these scenarios. 5 suggested tactics. Plan your conversation. Consider your plan, which questions we're going to ask, and consider what your leader's response to those questions may be. Discuss your possible future with no change. This allows the leader to discuss through articulate the problem outcomes associated with the current course of action. 3. Ask them to consider an alternative future that results from a different course of action. You will be able to accomplish this most effectively if you frame it as a contribution to the priorities of the leader 4. Brainstorm possible solutions and alternative options together. This collaborative approach allows your leader to be involved and retain a sense of ownership over the outcome, which allowing you to also influence is the process. 5. Act with care. Above all, with each of the above steps, you must always remain respectful. Don't try to overstep your coaching up techniques. Remember, you can't change your leader's mind. Regardless of how boneheaded or misguided we think our leaders are, it's important to remember that no matter how good you are, how right you are, you cannot change people's mind, even when we are coaching up. As a coach and a good friend of mine, David Neal, regularly reminds me, we cannot change someone's mind. All we can do is provide additional information which might lead them to a different conclusion. While it's a good thing for team members and workers to respectfully influence those that lead them, it's often the case that the senior leaders have more information about the current situation, experience past situations. Chances are that they can be right even when those they lead think they are wrong. In these situations, challenging senior leaders in the wrong way can make you look like a fool. When you use coaching skills and strategic questions, however, you are not viewed as disruptively challenging, but instead collaboratively challenging. And this difference presents you as a simply curious and willing to learn, even when you've missed the mark. Having curiosity and a willingness to learn are both fantastic traits that your leader will be happy to see nurture in you. On the other hand, if you are right, your leader's trust, confidence, and respect for you will be greatly increased, and you'll find that the leader begins to turn to you for input and collaboration more and more often. So whether you're right or you're wrong, as long as your techniques are done respectfully, coaching up always has a positive outcome. Chapter 11. Creating coaching leaders. Coaching culture is about everyone having the necessary skills and commitment to coach upwards, sidewards, every which way. Heather Jane Gray. Becoming a coaching leader doesn't just happen. It requires the intentional investment of time, energy, and resources, particularly if an organization is seeking to take leadership teams on this journey. There are 4 key phases that leaders and teams go through. Phase 1, establish the foundation. Phase 2, experience the difference. Phase 3, encourage the evolution. Phase 4, embed the transformation. Phase 1, establish the foundation. Just as with learning any new skill set or becoming a practitioner of any discipline or art form, the first step is training. If you consider the analogy of a pilot, a cadet begins their training in the classroom. They are taught the introductory theory of flight, the basic physics of lift, and how the aircraft stays in the air. They are introduced to the instrument in the cockpit and the parts of the aircraft while they are still in the classroom. We take the same approach when a leader learns to coach. They must first learn exactly what coaching is, understand the process conceptually, and consider the outcome they are trying to achieve. They will also need training in coaching skills. While some may think these are everyday conversation skills, the intentionality of how they are used to create a specific effect is not always intuitive. A past client and I were about to deliver the coaching leader program to the senior leaders of his firm when he made the following statement: "We've all been around good coaches, good teachers, good leaders. We know it when we see it, But we've never been taught how to do it well. These leaders were passionate about developing young talent in their business and were taking good steps to do so. However, they recognized they weren't being as effective as they could be in this area. What they couldn't do with confidence was articulate how they were developing their people and what they needed to do to achieve the outcome. During the first training session of the program, there were a number of light bulb moments for many of the leaders in the room as they began to understand what coaching was and how it differentiated their current approach and what they could do differently. At the end of that first training workshop, these leaders were able to clearly articulate an approach to coach and develop their people, which meant that they could be intentional about doing so. Ideally, this training is done in a cohort, whether that be as a team or with colleagues from across the organization. This allows the leaders involved to take the journey towards becoming a coaching leader together. While the formal training provides a shared experience for them to bond around, it also provides a common language with which they can reflect and discuss their experiences. Sharing is an important element of the learning journey. Again, we reminded that John Maxwell says reflection turns experience into insight. Sharing the insights with colleagues speed up the development process for both parties and clarifies the leaders' learning for themselves. As we've discussed earlier, when we communicate our thoughts, we are forced to articulate them. This act of articulation brings clarity. The more we share our experiences, the clearer our personal insights become. Taking this opportunity together provides a safe space for leaders to practice their coaching skills with each other, laying the foundation for informal coaching. As leaders are intentional about using a coaching approach to support each other, the training program, they also begin to develop a habit of supporting one another. After the formal program concludes, conducting coaching skills training as a cohort and encouraging supportive coaching infused interactions throughout the program also helps foster a coaching culture. As a coach and an educator, my focus for those I'm training is the depth and quality for their learning. I want leaders to be able to apply these lessons and insights they learn from me long after the training is ended. I also want those leaders to teach those same lessons to others. But in such a fast-paced world, often the focus for many leaders and organizations is how they can learn these lessons as fast as possible. Luckily, there is a practice that not only speeds up the learning journey, but also enhances its depth and quality. That process is journaling. Journaling has been used for centuries to help people make sense of the world. Journaling allows us to assimilate what we are learning to what we already know, enhancing our understanding of the subject matter and its meaning in the world. It is the assimilation linking with other pre-existing knowledge banks in our brains that both deepens and speeds up our learning. Science agrees that writing can help us to learn. Research from Roald University found that expansive writing about past experiences, particularly one's failure, increases brain activity across the dorsal striatum and mid-cingulate cortex for those interested in a way that results in significantly greater memory during learning tasks. In other words, when we write about what we are learning, we remember it more. Journaling can also be described as the process of actively searching for the useful ideas found in our practice. When we write with intent, we are trying to identify and articulate the lessons that can be found in our experience. As author James Clear writes, almost anything in life can be learned faster, but most people learn passively. They wait for insights to come to them, but you can speed things up by actively searching for useful ideas. If we can clearly articulate what works and what doesn't, and what we could do more effectively as we learn to use coaching skills, we are more likely to remember them next time we are trying to coach, meaning we are more likely to be intentional about implementing them as we move forward. Additionally, having a written record of our journey and the lessons learned along the way makes it much easier for leaders to teach those they lead, passing their lessons and learnings onto others, thereby fulfilling the responsibilities leaders have to develop capability and to produce more leaders. Phase 2, experience the difference. Training and instruction in a certain skills is only the part of the learning journey. To return to the pilot analogy, once the initial classroom instruction has taken place, the cadet must gain experience flying the aircraft. First, they must experience the aircraft in flight, flown by the instructor. Then they must gain experience flying the aircraft themselves, applying to the skills and knowledge they are taught on the ground. Remember, when I learned to glide, my instructor Gerhard had control of our first flight in the glider. He demonstrated how to control the glider and how it should feel when it's going right, or how you might handle it when the things go wrong. It wasn't until I had experienced how each of those felt that I was able to take control myself. In the same way, a leader learning to coach needs to gain the experience of coaching. First, they must experience what it is like being coached. Just as Gerhard had to demonstrate what good gliding looked and felt like, it is important for leaders to understand what good coaching looks like and what it feels like to be coached. There is no better way to do this than being coached yourself. The experience of being coached. A leader should never ask or expect their staff to do something they are not willing to do themselves. If they are expecting to coach their people, they need to be willing to be coached themselves. To fail to do so, fail to embrace the key belief of me first. That is the characteristic, the coaching leader's mindset. The reality is that being coached is often a difficult experience. Giving answers is easy. It is easy for the leader, and for the student, it allows them to remain passive and get by with minimal thinking. Part of being coached is being challenged and prompted to do the hard thinking, the thinking that one wouldn't normally engage in if they were not being coached. Doing the hard thinking is hard. It can be uncomfortable. It can be frustrating. At the same time, the feeling of satisfaction and fulfillment when gained from the insights discovered and the aha moments that occur during coaching can be truly exciting and motivating. Experiencing the breadth of these emotions is important for leaders as it allows them to relate to and empathize with their people during the coaching process. Often the key to both successful coaching and navigating the coaching process is being able to adopt the right perspective towards both the focus of the coaching, but also the coaching process. Perspective, Brené Brown says, is a function of experience. The less experience we have, the less perspective you can take. If as coaching leaders, we want to help our people adopt a beneficial perspective towards coaching, we need to have experience in doing so ourselves. It's also important for the leaders to learn what's different and difficult coaching scenarios feel like and how an experienced coach handles them. I remember feeling the glider begin to stall and noting how Gerhard would respond, remaining calm, but immediately pushing forward on the stick or rolling the aircraft to pick up airspeed again. It is also possible for a coaching session to stall where a leader and the individual being coached don't want to do or where to go next. In such scenarios, a leader must remain calm and change tact, employ a different coaching technique, or when appropriate, shift away from coaching into a different leadership approach. The best way for a leader to learn how to do this is to experience what a stalled coaching session feels like and observe how an experienced coach handles the situation. Ideally, this initial coaching experience for leaders learning to coach should be conducted by someone with significant experience. They do not need to be a professional executive coach. They simply have to be experienced and have enough mastery of coaching skills, the coaching process, to be able to teach and develop the skill set in others. However, for organizations that are only just introducing coaching and have not had a culture of coaching in the past, often the best option is to engage an external coach. It is also important that coaching during this stage is balanced. It should also include coaching leaders to coach to intentionally apply the coaching skills they are learning and to facilitate the reflection process to both speed up and enhance the development of the leader's coaching capability. However, it should not be solely focused on coaching others. The journey is to becoming a coaching leader doesn't mean result in being a professional executive coach. The coaching leader is a leader first and foremost. The coaching also should have a focus on developing their overall general leadership abilities and their leadership practice, not just their coaching abilities. Again, if leaders are going to coach their people to be better leaders, they need the experience of being coached to be better leaders, not just better coaches. There is another aspect of this initial coaching experience for leaders learning to coach that may be different from other coaching experiences. That that the coach should be transparent with the leader in the skills, techniques, and approaches they are using. If the coach or the leader doing the coaching is explicitly explaining their approach and decision to use it before, during, and or after employing the technique, the leader being coached is able to first engage with that approach more intentionally, and second, understand how and why different techniques are used, the impacts they might have, and the insights they might generate. The experience of coaching. Of course, the experience stage of a coaching leader's development is not just about the gaining experience of being coached, but also about gaining experience coaching and applying coaching skills to lead. While formal training is necessary and important, particularly if one is new to coaching, the opportunity to apply these new skills is where the real learning occurs. A study carried out by Dr. Salot Chow of the Macau University of Science and Technology and Dr. Catherine Cheong of Hong Kong Polytechnic University identified a positive relationship between active learning, which connects students to the real-life situation they will encounter in the future jobs, and student engagement that is reflected in the components of practical skills enhancement. The one substantially enhances the other. Learning is defined by taking action. You haven't learned a thing until you can take action and use it. Ken Blanchard. As the leader gains experience using coaching skills, they have the opportunity to experiment which coaching skills work in which scenarios, which coaching skills has come naturally, and which need more preparation, intentional practice, and development. As the leader continues to gain experience through experimentation, they will have success and be buoyed by the results they achieve when their coaching approach works and bears fruit. They also are bound to make mistakes, and it's important that they do, because mistakes are often where we find our greatest learning. As B.J. Neblett said, experience is the sum total of all the mistakes we have made in life. Learning to approach mistakes, both their own and those of their people, with a sense of curiosity and determination is part of a coaching leader's developmental journey. They should employ curiosity to uncover why something didn't work in the situation and determine to identify the insight to be learned and applied in the future. Often it is the discipline of journaling that helps a leader conduct this exploration and process the mistake to harness its value. Another aspect of experimentation involves discovering which aspects of their leadership roles best suit taking a coaching approach. Leaders will need to be mindful of their current role and the context within which they lead. For example, the way a frontline leader uses coaching skills may be very different to the way a senior executive does. Frontline leaders, whether they have a title and position or not, may be less likely to have opportunities for formal one-on-one coaching, and it may be inappropriate for them to overtly coach those around them. Instead, they may need to rely on using coaching skills informally. It may be inserting a question or two into the daily stand-up or asking a team member to clarify the purpose of tasks before initiating. Gently using reframing to encourage colleagues to stay positive, or simply asking what they could do differently over lunch still constitutes. Senior leaders, however, will have more easily recognizable opportunities to coach as they conduct meetings, facilitate planning sessions, hold performance reviews, and lead projects. They are presented with a myriad of opportunities to apply coaching skills. Remember that everything a leader does is an opportunity to develop people if they are intentional about doing so. Almost any task a leader does by themselves or with others can be enhanced by using coaching skills. The more experience one gains, the more comfortable, the confident they become employing a coaching approach. As part of their leadership style, it is really in the application of coaching skills as one leads that a leader not only practices their coaching, but also develops their leadership practice. Phase 3, encourage the evolution. The more experience a leader has, the more confident they will be in a given situation. Confidence, however, does not always translate into growth or improvement, nor does experience and confidence equate to the development of leadership identity, who the leader is, as opposed to what skills they possess. For this to occur, there needs to be an intentional pursuit of improvement and development. Once a cadet is trained and receives his wings, licensed to fly by himself, or perhaps with others, he can officially be called a pilot. Does that mean they are a pilot, or they are simply an individual who is licensed to pilot an aircraft? It is only through continued experience, a multitude of flight hours, and additional training that an individual begins to automatically think like a pilot, behave like a pilot, and react like a pilot. It is at this point when they react to situations without having to make conscious decisions to engage with their training that they have truly became a pilot. Pilot is no longer a persona or a role they step into. It is who they are. For the pilot, the evolution was not one that started as a cadet and finished with their flight training. The journey is one that continued over time. It involves more advanced training, new skills such as instrument ratings, night flying, or aerobatics training. It is likely to have involved conversation training or type rating to flying different size aircraft. At some point, it would involve flying to, in, and through different locations, environment, and weather conditions. This provides the opportunity for the pilot to apply their skills in a range of different scenarios. The more experience, and importantly, the wider or greater breadth of experience over time, the more the evaluation from beginning a pilot to being a pilot takes place. The same is true of leaders. The sad reality is that most leaders have not had quality leadership training or had been provided with a breadth of experience to apply what skills they have. There remain individuals who occupy leadership roles, and many fail to make the real transformation to become leaders. The journey to becoming a coaching leader is no different. For the majority of leaders who were trained in the use of coaching skills, they may pick up a few skills they apply as they move forward in their leadership role. There remain leaders who can coach rather than making the transition to really becoming coaching leaders. It is only with the continued intentional application over time in different scenarios and across a variety of environments that leaders develop their coaching mindset, skill set, and practice in a way that allows them to evolve into coaching leaders. What are you happy with? The reality is that for many who learn to fly, they have no intention of becoming Top Gun graduate or an airline captain. They may be happy being a lawyer, engineer, doctor, or farmer who has the ability to experience the thrill of flying once a month or once a weekend. It's important to note that it is completely okay. The same is true in the world of leadership. There will be some leaders who will read this book, be totally inspired to lead in a way that develops others, and decide to commit to the evolutionary journey of becoming a coaching leader. There will be others who are happy with their current leadership approach, and they're simply interested in picking up one or two new skill sets that might make them more effective. That is completely okay, as long as you are making the conscious choice about which one you choose. I would hate for you to desire one option but end up realizing the other, ending your leadership journey unfulfilled with regret. Pursue the evolution. The key to pursuing this evolution is intentionality. It requires intentionality to maintain the discipline to continually identify the opportunities to apply coaching skills and actually do it. As John Maxwell writes, motivation may get you going, but discipline keeps you growing. You may end up your coaching training feeling highly motivated to continue, but unless you are intentional and disciplined about continuing to practice and develop your skill set, your journey will stop short. Your potential will be unrealized. This intentional discipline may take many forms and will look different for everybody. It may take planning ahead and looking at your schedule on a daily or weekly basis to identify opportunities to coach. It may involve being conscious of using coaching skills in meetings, one-on-one sessions, or performance reviews. It will likely include deliberately looking for opportunities to apply skills in new ways and in different scenarios. One of the best disciplines to help cultivate this sense of intentionality and encourage evolution is that journaling. Once again, the deliberate approach to reviewing, reflecting, and articulating insights and lessons is critical before one can plan how to apply those insights and improve moving forward. As well as being intentional and disciplined about applying and their initial skill set, leaders who are cultivating coaching leadership are also continuing to add to their skill sets and understanding, just as pilot receives additional training to be able to fly at night or by instruments. Leaders should also seek out additional coaching training, whether that be formal, accreditation, or masterclass. There are a myriad of online courses available, online webinars, lectures, and tutorials that could help. And, of course, there are plenty of books on coaching and leadership, which will also assist in adding to the skill set, whether that be through new techniques, new models, or a great understanding of the psychology of people is an important part of continuing evolution. You will notice I have used the word intentional a lot in this book, a word for senior leaders. If you are a senior leader who is sponsoring a coaching program among your leaders and desire the coaching approach to be central to the way your team leads, there are a couple of things you can do to encourage your team to continue the evolution. 1, lead from the front. This is about embodying the me first principle. That is the characteristic of the coaching leader mindset. If you want your people to understand that coaching is important to you as the leader, you need to demonstrate it by adopting a coaching approach with them. Role model the behavior you want them to adopt with their teams. 2, keep it front of mind. This means talking about your coaching regularly. It can be easy to be sucked back into the vortex of work and just to keep pace by reverting to the old quick and easy behaviors of telling. Keep coaching front of mind by sharing your experience of coaching, new skills you might be learning, or articles you've read or videos you've watched about coaching. You might use coaching skills in a meeting and then at the end highlight that that's what you were doing. 3, keep them accountable. In your one-on-one meetings or conversations with individuals in your team, ask them about their plans to apply coaching and then check in on their progress at a later time. Simply having the conversation regularly with them will communicate that developing their coaching capabilities is a priority for you as their leader and will keep them informally accountable. 1 step at a time. The key to successfully evolving is consistency over time. The journey to becoming a coaching leader is an evolution, not a revolution. Making significantly revolutionary changes can be hard to maintain or lead and manage as a team member. However, small changes and small improvements consistently made over time produce significant results over the long term. This is the principle of the aggregation of marginal gains. As Coach John Woden said, when you improve a little each day, eventually big things occur. Don't look for the quick, big improvement. Seek the small improvements, one day at a time. That's the only way it happens. And when it happens, it lasts. 4, embed the transformation. While gaining experience and continuing the evolution, a focus on discovery, developmental, and learning, the final stage of this journey is embedding. Embedding learning is as much about embodying a new identity as it is about changing behavior. It is about developing habits so that the behavior characteristics of the new identity become ingrained. Just as a pilot seeks to make conducting ground checks using checklists and regularly scanning the sky habitually, so a coaching leader seeks to make adopting a coaching approach habitual. When it comes to building the habits required to become a coaching leader, I recommend beginning the Michael Bungay-Stainer 3-step process. In his book, The Coaching Habit, he outlines the following 3 steps. 1, identify the trigger when this happens. 2, identify the old behavior instead of. 3, identify the new behavior. I will. This process forces the leader to clearly articulate the when, what, and how of their habit, allowing them to set their intention, make their commitment, and be intentional about ingraining the new behavior. Once these habits have been built, they will begin to influence the way the leader leads. They will result in changes to the informal or personal the leader uses when approaching various situations in their day-to-day leadership. These changes are the evidence that real leadership has taken place, as Junger and Folkman write in The Extraordinary Leader. Real learning results in new behavior, and it is likely that these new behaviors will be noticed by others. Remember, the story of those 2 sergeants, their personnel noticed the changes and asked about them. This presented the opportunity for the sergeants to share what their journey they were on, and teach them of the coaching skills. As the philosopher and essayist Joseph Rubert once wrote, to teach is to learn twice over. Robert Hanlon, author, engineer, and naval officer, expressed the same sentiments when he said, when one teaches to learn, when a leader teaches that they have learned, they are not only articulating the learning, which brings additional clarity for the leader, but also forces them to think about how they would express that learning in a way that best resonates with their people. This thinking differently about the subject deepens the learning and encodes it in a different way within their brain. Thus, the learning is embedded further for the leader. Teaching others also has the additional benefit of socializing the concept of coaching with the leadership team. It makes coaching an explicit processing that becomes normalized across the team, paving the way for the team members to not only engage in the coaching delivered by the leader, but also encourages them to adapt coaching behaviors in their own work and with each other. In this way, coaching becomes embedded not just in the psyche of the behavior of the leader, but also within the culture of the organization. Chapter 12, creating coaching culture. A coaching culture starts with the leader's willingness to engage in the coaching relationship and undertake reflection to develop themselves and others. Satar Bhawani. If an organization is investing time and money to equip their leaders with coaching skills and encourage them to become coaching leaders, they likely want coaching to become the part of the workplace culture. The embedding of coaching behaviors, not just in leaders but in organizational culture, creates a coaching culture. In his book, The Heart of Coaching, Thomas Crane describes coaching culture being present when members of the culture fearlessly engage in candid, respectful coaching conversations are restricted by reporting relationships about how they can improve their working relationships and an individual and collective work performance. A coaching culture is not just dependent on the presence of formal coaching, but occurs when staff support each other using coaching skills and techniques in everyday interactions. The major elements that assist in the creation of a coaching culture are articulated below. These are the strategic elements that link to and are included in some of the formal structural agreements of the organization that influence culture, then are the operational opportunities to promote coaching. All of these operate within the context of informal behavior demonstrated by staff as they go about their day-to-day work. Starting with the more strategic elements and moving towards the more operational ones, let's look at each element more closely. Alignment with values. Values help articulate the identity of the organization, who it is and how it operates. Values describe the key characteristics of desired culture. For coaching to be successfully embedded in an organization's culture, there should be an alignment between the values of an organization and from the principles of coaching. One way to evaluate this is to look at the key benefits that characterize a coaching leader's mindset. For employees to really embrace the coaching and for it to be deliberately made a part of the culture, people need to see how the coaching contributes to the organizations. Many companies have statements that describe how values influence behavior or what living our particular values looks like in a day-to-day business. To formalize the desire to create a new coaching culture, such statements should include descriptions of coaching may be used as a mechanism for living out particular values. Psychologist Susan David writes that values without actions are just aspirations. Articulating coaching as an action for employees takes not only how to help staff live, but the values and the create the culture the organization desires, but also help them engage in coaching. Inclusion in the organizational strategy. The strategy of an organization informs its priorities and those of its leaders. It is the strategy that goals, objectives, and KPIs are developed and against which performance is measured. Leaders will pursue what is important to their leaders and the organization, what they are held accountable to, and what they are rewarded for. They are unlikely to invest time, energy, and resources into what is not prioritized by the organization. As Jack Welch once said, strategy is simple. Resource allocation. So if We want our leaders to invest their limited resources in developing a coaching culture. We need to include coaching in the workforce strategy of the organization. In recent years, the Royal Australian Air Force has done just this. Air Force Strategy 27 to 2027 included a people's capability vector that sought to create an agile, innovative workforce. Alongside the strategic direction was Plan Jericho, a long-term series of initiatives designed to transform the organization into a fifth-generation Air Force. Coaching is articulated as one of the mechanisms by which a fifth-generational people capability was developed. One of the Plan Jericho initiatives was the Air Force Leadership Coaching Program. These initiatives have carried through to the latest Air Force Strategy 2020 document. The Developing an Intelligent and Skilled Workforce, Plan Jericho and AFLCP continue to be an active part of the organizational strategy. Artifacts are those things you see as you walk through a workplace and that provide the physical evidence of the culture. The physical evidence will emerge over time. Hey guys, that's 4 hours straight, so we're going to have a 5-minute break. We're going to jump on the other tube. Keep liking everything, keep sharing everything. Thank you so much. That's going to be the end that I read of the coaching leader. I'd like to thank both Mara and Clifford Morgan for jumping on the stream tonight as well, and for our big donation the other day. So thanks guys. We're going to change over right now, and I'm going to pee, and I'll see everybody back in either 3 minutes or 7 minutes, depending on how I feel and how my technology goes.